Chapter 1241. He watched as a few soldiers put on diving suits and jumped off the rubber boat. Less than 2 nautical miles away from them, 3 water ghosts quietly emerged from the sea and recorded the names of the first few soldiers. The first batch of elimination did not mean that they had to pack up and return to their original units. The selection of the Demon King never followed the normal process. It had always been the Demon King's style to find potential soldiers from the eliminated soldiers. The soldiers selected from various units had been screened in their original units. Their individual comprehensive ability was not bad, but the first batch was eliminated. It was very likely that they did not adapt to the training method, which was why they were a hindrance. Only by carefully observing their coping ability, survival ability, and reaction speed could the final judgment be made. It was like panning for gold in the sand. One needed to be careful. The waves on the sea rose and fell, and the rubber boat went up and down. The soldiers who took turns to stand guard had starlight above their heads. Their eyes were fixed on the boat without blinking. Once they noticed something, they could immediately inform all their comrades. The light special battleship was slightly less bumpy due to the water. Yi Qian, who had changed into a Navy training suit, ate a simple canned meal with the soldiers on the boat and wobbled all the way to the reef island. Yi Qian did not get seasick. She was able to catch up on sleep during the bumpy ride. Her situation was unexpectedly good. The light special battleship docked 15 minutes earlier than expected. Li Jinyan, who was standing by the sea and waiting, suddenly turned around and said to his teammate named Big Whale, "Observe her first. Then take her to a single tent to rest. If necessary, test her in the water first. Let me know what's going on." That's not very nice. She's a female soldier after all. How can you give her a show of strength? Big Whale was a little surprised. He softly advised, "Let's be gentle first. The people sent by the army may have some status." Li Jinyan twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled. "No status. I've seen the information. Her mother was a martyr." He decided that he would not change his mind. Looking at the light special battleship that had stopped, Li Jinyan patted Big Whale's shoulder and left with a cold expression. Even Xia Jinyuan thought that the female soldier was not bad. She should not be too bad. It was better to let Big Whale test the water first and see if it was fake. The daughter of a martyr. How do you want me to test her? There aren't many good swimmers in the army, right? The light battleship will stop about 30 meters away from us. Can she swim 30 meters with a backpack? If I go over and scare her into choking on water? Demon King, be careful that the commander will punish you. Big Whale was a little worried. He was not familiar with the new female soldier and did not know how good she was in the water. If he accidentally injured her or let her be swept away by the sea, that would be no laughing matter. Li Jinyan could tell that his team member was treating the new female soldier as an elite soldier. He reminded him calmly, "She's a reserve special forces soldier." It meant, don't look down on others. The whale's expression suddenly turned serious as he nodded. He has some background, but I'm afraid that something might happen. We'll play it by ear. I'll leave it to you. Li Jinyan didn't stay any longer and walked towards the camp for the night. Under the water or on the water? The whale's excited voice came from behind him. Li Jinyan knew that he was still willing to test the waters. Walking under the starry sky, Li Jinyan made a hand gesture, and the whale took off his training uniform. It was as if he had become invisible. Under the starlight, they could only see a vigorous figure plunging into the water. Let's give it a try underwater. I haven't fought with a female special forces soldier before. This is interesting. Chapter 1242. Yi Jian, who was about to get off the ship, said, "Thank you," to the Navy lieutenant colonel who was sending her off. Then, she grabbed the waterproof backpack that was issued by the Navy Equipment Department and went into the water directly from the aft deck of the light battleship. Do you see the flashing red laser on the reef? Someone is already there to pick you up. Just swim over. The Navy lieutenant colonel who connected to the reef island squatted down and smiled at the female soldier whose face was only the size of a palm and whose eyes were brighter than the stars. It's less than 30 meters away. Just swim over. The light special battleship was different from the air cushion landing craft. It couldn't dock on a reef island without a port. It could only dock on the surface of the sea. When Yi Jian came down, she was hit by a wave and fell forward. With her backpack on her back, she could only wave and dive into the sea without saying goodbye. She swam towards the reef island that was faintly visible in the distance. Compared to the nimbleness of the water ghost, Yi Jian's swimming speed was neither fast nor slow. After all, she had also trained by the sea for a month. It was just that her training wasn't as systematic as water ghosts. The land tigers were the Snowfield Brigade, and the sea dragons were the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team. As a reserve member of the Snowfield Brigade, Yi Jian entered the range of the sea dragons. She was warned by Xia Jinyuan to stay alert as soon as she entered the water, in case there was a special welcome ceremony. When a whale entered the sea, it was like a dragon returning to the sea. Every day, he would have sandbags tied to his feet for 5 kilometers of cross-country training. Twice a week, he would swim for 5 kilometers. His feet were very strong in breaking water. With just a few swings of his tail, he could swim 200 meters at a speed that was beyond imagination. When Yi Jian surfaced from the water, the light special battleship had already left. Their destination wasn't the reef island, but the reef island that they needed to pass by Li Jinyan's training ground. As the light special battleship left, Yi Jian, who was completely wet, swam towards the shore with her backpack. 4 years of training had allowed Yi Jian to remain calm even when facing the unpredictable sea alone. Listening to the sound of the waves, she paddled with both hands and maintained a moderate speed. Using the momentum of the waves, she relaxed her body and swam over. After swimming for about 5 meters, Yi Jian's calm gaze suddenly sharpened. He swept his gaze across the surface of the sea about 3 meters to his left. He had been targeted by a water ghost. Fighting in the water was her weakness, and it would be troublesome if she was targeted. However, as Captain Xia said, it suited Li Jinyan's style very well. Yi Jian's gaze landed on the big whale as soon as he popped his head out of the water. He was a little surprised. With his diving goggles on, he narrowed his eyes and revealed a deep smile. She was so sharp. He had only just emerged from the water to observe her, but she had already discovered him. He really wanted to applaud her for being so sharp. However, just being sharp wasn't enough. It depended on her underwater reflexes. Compared to on land, the requirements for underwater reflexes were several times higher. The ancient Roman statesman Cicero said, "Whoever controls the sea can control the world." From this sentence, one could see the importance of a country's control over the sea. From this, one could understand how strict the physical fitness of the members of the Frogman Commando team was. The big whale was a qualified water ghost who had undergone strict and systematic training. Yi Jian, as an all-round Special Forces soldier in the army, had already lost the upper hand in terms of geographical advantage against the big whale in the water. However, this wasn't a reason for Yi Jian to back down. She opened her inflatable backpack as fast as she could, pulled out her combat dagger, and faced the water ghost who had grabbed her ankle head-on. Chapter 1243. Water and Earth were completely different existences. Although the former could be felt right beside you, it would never give you the sense of security that Earth gave you. Once water surrounded you from all directions, a fatal suffocation would follow. Humanity's deepest fear of nature would also follow. Yi Jian, who was holding an underwater combat dagger, twisted his body. The first thing he did was to surface and take a deep breath. Then, he attacked the water demon, who was trying to lock his legs again. With the help of the buoyancy of the water, Yi Jian twisted her legs and spun 3 times like a spinning top. She used too much force and a small whirlpool was formed in the seawater because of her body. Even when his lower limbs were locked, he could still use the strength of his lower limbs to rotate his entire body. This move surprised the whale. Didn't they say that female soldiers were from the army? How did she know the essentials of underwater combat? Fortunately, underwater communication relied on sign language. Otherwise, the whale might have directly asked Yi Jian if he had transferred from the Navy to the Army. Yi Jian did not give the whale much time to think. When his right leg was free, he raised his leg and kicked his opponent's shoulder with the ferocity of a Special Forces soldier. The results of his endurance running and weight-bearing training showed. Although the water was buoyant, Yi Qian's legs were full of strength. His kick landed on the whale's shoulder bone, causing the whale to lean back 2 steps. Using brute force in underwater combat would only increase the speed of exhaustion. The whale was shocked. Yi Qian, who had broken free, knew that fighting on land was not going to work. Although he had kicked the water demon in the shoulder, he had also used up a lot of energy. The change in the body's stress points was the biggest obstacle in underwater combat. Without a support point, the water would not only create buoyancy and pressure on the human body, but it would also affect the force exerted by each movement. The lethality of the movements would drop to a frightening level. Just like just now, if they were fighting on land, her kick would definitely have sent the water demon flying. It would not have only made him lean back 2 steps. He had to think of a way. Yi Qian, who had broken free twice in a row, decided not to continue fighting. His face was tense as he quickly swam towards the shore. The whale saw this and laughed in its heart. The female soldier was fast, but she was still far behind them. In the water, it was the water demon's world. In the army, it was always slightly inferior. Behind him, Yi Qian, who was swimming as fast as he could, swam forward less than 2 meters before he realized that he had made a serious and low-level mistake. Wasn't she trying to compete with the water demon in terms of swimming speed? Yi Qian, who had always been rational, realized that she had made a mistake. She quickly came up with a countermeasure. Since she couldn't escape, she could only strike first. When fighting underwater, most of the time, the body would be in a supine or prone position. When fighting with a water ghost that was familiar with underwater combat, the first reason was to quickly change the body's state. Then, how could he change the body's state and find the best point to withstand the force? Yi Qian opened his inflatable backpack and dove into the water, temporarily hiding from the water demon's pursuit. He had no advantage in the water. If he wanted to escape, he needed to fight and retreat quickly. Yi Qian, who was hiding and thinking, started playing hide-and-seek with the whale. The other party did not have any diving equipment. Like him, he could not stay underwater for too long. Also, he had used the lock move just now, which meant that the essentials of underwater combat included a lock. Chapter 1244. This way, Yi Qian could extend a hug and, starting from the whale's lock technique, Yi Qian's lips curled into a smile as he grasped another technique, grab. Hug the water ghost from behind, lock the opponent, and then grab the attack. On land, there were a series of complicated and changeable moves such as striking, hitting, kicking, locking, and so on. Since he couldn't get hurt in the water, the underwater moves couldn't be complicated. They had to be simple. Once complicated, the consumption of his physical strength would only be greater. Fast, accurate, and ruthless reaction, coupled with the technical moves of grabbing, hugging, stabbing, slashing, hacking, and locking. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint, bloodthirsty smile in the darkness. Since Demon King Li's way of welcoming her was so unique, she would give it a try. In a fight like this, even if she lost, she would lose fair and square. On the other side, the whale was a little panicked at first. The female soldier had suddenly disappeared from the surface of the sea, and he was only wearing a diving suit without any other equipment. If the waves really swept the female soldier away, he would really be a sinner. After searching for about 4 minutes, the whale, who had emerged from the water, suddenly saw a human head about 3 meters away from him. Grabbing Yi Qian's unbuttoned backpack, he raised his eyebrows. "Oh, she's swimming towards me. Don't tell me she's afraid?" That's why there was one bad thing about female soldiers. Sometimes, they were afraid of water and the dark. He had tried it just now, thinking that she would be interesting, but in the end, she was still as boring as before. In an instant, the whale's interest was greatly reduced. Since she was in the army, she should just stay in the army. Carry your backpack properly. Don't send a wave a few hundred meters away. We'll have to send more people. Before he could say the words, "save you," he saw only the undulating waves on the surface of the sea, and no one was there anymore. Oh no. The whale, who suddenly felt a sense of danger, hurriedly threw his backpack aside and dove into the water like a fish. His reaction was fast enough, but he was still 1 step slower than Yi Qian, who had a plan in mind. His neck was suddenly locked, and the combat dagger, which was still in its scabbard, stabbed towards his spine. The great whale raised his hand and elbowed Yi Qian's waist. Then he grabbed Yi Qian's arm with one hand and quickly adjusted his balance in the water with his feet. As soon as Yi Qian saw him retaliate, he knew he was no match for him. When he tried to grab his neck, Yi Qian adjusted his balance and reached out to grab Water Ghost's face. "If I can't win, then I'll leave a mark." In the cold seawater, the whale felt cold sweat dripping down its back. In just 4 or 5 minutes, she had switched from simply kicking to hugging, grabbing, slashing, and stabbing. He had only managed to escape after a few consecutive counterattacks by relying on the water demon's advantage. Even so, her lumbar spine was still blocked by her unsheathed combat dagger. Sensing Yi Qian's murderous aura, the whale swam back about a meter and said loudly, "Stop, stop, stop. We can go ashore now." "Does that mean we don't have to fight anymore?" Yi Qian hugged her backpack tightly. Her voice was as cold as ice as she said in a deep voice, "I didn't lose just now, did I?" The whale wiped the seawater off its face and chuckled. It stretched out its clenched fingers and said with a smile, "No, no. I've offended you on our first meeting. Please forgive me. I'm the great whale. The Demon King sent me to bring you ashore." How was that a loss? Even he was scared witless. Chapter 12:45. "Hello, I'm Yi Qian." Yi Qian smiled and extended his hand. After a brief introduction, he fastened his backpack and swam towards the shore. It had only been 10 minutes of combat, but his stamina was depleted as if he had run for hours. Even his breathing was a little unstable. On the other hand, the frogman codenamed Big Whale, beside him was breathing steadily. Although he had won twice, he would definitely lose in a long battle. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes, but his eyes were full of interest. Captain Xia was right. He could learn a lot by following Demon King Li. Even though it had been less than 2 months, he had benefited greatly. When he reached the shore, the salty sea breeze blew. Yi Qian, who was completely soaked, did not feel cold. Instead, he felt quite comfortable. The feeling of stepping on solid ground and no longer being surrounded by pervasive water was great. Big Whale, who habitually came ashore, pointed at the dark reef in front of them and smiled. "The camp is in front. The conditions are not very good. Please excuse us when you see them later." He knew how to be polite. Was it because she was a female soldier? Would you say something like that when you see other recruits? Yi Qian asked with a smile. His military boots stepped on the soft sand as if he was walking on clouds. "Or is it because I'm a female soldier?" She had a murderous aura, her movements were murderous, and she could react quickly in the water. She could catch the enemy off guard. Such a female soldier, even if she was a female soldier, was still a character. Big Whale bent down and picked up the training uniform he had taken off before entering the water. He laughed and said, "No, no. You are a female soldier, but you are definitely not an ordinary female soldier. I've seen it for myself just now." "Not an ordinary female soldier?" Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes and looked at Big Whale, who had returned to report to him. There was a hint of darkness in his cold voice. Other than her quick reaction, what else is different about her? The male soldiers did not live in tents. Even Li Jinyan lived in a simple shed built with plants growing on the reef island. When the solar lights were turned on, it was as bright as day inside. The shirtless whale sat on a rock. His tanned face looked serious as he answered, "She has the same murderous aura as us. I'm sure she must have carried out a secret mission." Not only was her reaction fast, but when I sent her to the tent, I asked her how she thought of hugging my neck from behind. Guess what she said? He wanted to keep Li Jinyan in suspense, but to his surprise, Li Jinyan gently raised his cold eyes. The whale rubbed his nose awkwardly and quickly answered, "She said that it was because I locked her legs tightly." She also thought about the problem of underwater strength. She thought that the biggest difference between fighting in the water and fighting on land was that it was mainly simple. She could use hugging to lock her legs, and after hugging her, she still had to grab her. I guess that's the basic point of underwater fighting. He had only locked her legs, but she had thought of many things at once, and she had even hit the nail on the head. Smart. The expressionless Li Jinyan raised his eyebrows slightly. After a while, he said faintly, "No wonder the army insisted on sending her here. I think this female soldier is interesting. Didn't you say that she's not even 19 years old? Why do I feel like she has a few years of experience in the army?" Big Whale finally asked the biggest question he had after the fight with Yi Qian. She might have carried out a life-or-death mission. Why does it sound a little... Big Whale deliberated for a while before saying the last word softly, "That's ridiculous." Li Jinyan, who had seen Yi Qian's personal information, did not know what kind of life-or-death mission she had carried out, but with her 4 years of Special Forces training, it was not ridiculous at all. Chapter 1246. After a moment of silence, Li Jinyan, who had been judging Yi Qian in his heart, asked again, "Did she have any expression after reading the training plan tomorrow?" The great whale thought for a moment and shook his head. No expression. She only replied, "Got it." Other than that, she didn't say anything else. Yi Qian, who had undergone strict training, had long been accustomed to military orders are as important as mountains. Even if she had any objections to the training plan, she would not change it at all. At this point, Li Jinyan's cold handsome face finally showed a hint of a smile, like a gorgeous rosy cloud floating across the top of a snowy mountain. It was so beautiful that it actually gave birth to a gorgeous color. Fortunately, the great whale did not look up. Instead, he lowered his head and guessed Yi Qian's origin. The rosy smile on Li Jinyan's face was like a snowy wind blowing past. In less than a second, it returned to its original expression, no longer showing any trace of it. Yi Qian, who was in the middle of their discussion, had already changed her clothes. She zipped up the tent and looked up at the night sky, where she could touch the bright stars just by reaching out her hand. She looked, and after a while, she closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. There was no whistle, no call sign, and she had to wake up on her own. Yi Qian, who had arrived 10 minutes earlier, did not appear immediately. She hid behind the reef and observed in the faint light. Last night, the great whale's meaningful gaze before he left made her feel that the morning assembly would not be too simple. Someone stood on the beach with his hands behind his back. Standing in the faint light, his figure was vague and mysterious. He was very tall, at least 185 meters. His limbs were slender and well-proportioned. He stood motionless, as if he had been standing there for thousands of years. What surprised Yi Qian was the aura emanating from his body. It was different from Xia Jinyuan's mountain-like aura, which made her feel at ease at first sight. His aura was turbulent and cold, as if a snowy mountain was about to collapse. It was a powerful aura that could devour everything in its path. Yi Qian immediately averted his gaze to avoid being discovered by Li Jinyan. His intuition told Yi Qian that the figure standing in front of him must be Li Jinyan. 3 water ghosts swept across the beach like ghosts. They hugged the nameless tree with their hands and climbed up the tree in the blink of an eye without the help of any climbing tools. The sound of seagulls could be heard from the trees. It was a signal for each other. Yi Qian perked up. As expected, the assembly in the morning would not go smoothly. At 5:07, 5 silhouettes jogged out from the left side. The line was neat and tidy, and there were even chants of 1, 2, 1. They looked quite neat and energetic. Li Jinyan's gaze suddenly darkened. He raised his hands slightly, and several figures suddenly rushed out from all directions. They piled on top of a few people at lightning speed. Are you kidding me? A sneak attack so early in the morning. Do you still want to train? Is it interesting? Is it interesting? 2 people in front were still able to resist. They said a few words before their mouths were covered. The other 3 Navy soldiers were directly pressed down on the beach. A murderous roar came from above them. Shut up, all of you. Otherwise, you'll eat a mouthful of sand. Yi Qian, who had witnessed everything, sighed softly. Suddenly, his hair stood on end. He rolled forward twice in a row to avoid the sneak attack from the people on the reef. The water ghost leaped down from the reef and let out a small cry of surprise, expressing all sorts of meanings. Chapter 1247. First, what a fast reaction speed. Second, the figure was unfamiliar. Third, female soldier. Fourth, female soldier from the army. The water ghost smiled when he sensed a female soldier hiding in the dark. The Demon King said that you can watch from the sidelines for the time being. There's no need for you to participate. With that, he disappeared from Yi Qian's sight with one hand on the reef. Yi Qian, who was kneeling on the ground with one hand on the beach, pursed his lips tightly. He had only glanced at him for a moment, and he had noticed it in less than a second. There were still 4 minutes before the assembly at 5 o'clock. The first batch of 24 Navy soldiers was treated to an early morning appetizer by a group of water ghosts. One by one, they were cleaned up neatly. Within 10 minutes, all 24 soldiers were piled on top of each other. One by one, they crawled up with their heads covered in dust, puffed out their chests, and gathered quickly. Yi Qian had already blended in and was standing at the very end of the first row. She was a new recruit, so there was no mistake in standing there. Li Jinyan's gaze slid past her face. His icy cold voice pierced through the sea breeze and reached Yi Jian's ears clearly. What are you talking about? Warm-up exercise is over. Let's start the formal training. He really didn't have any superfluous words. He didn't even think about introducing Yi Qian. He pointed at the equipment 3 meters away. Equipment, 2 points. They only had 2 minutes to change their equipment. After a month of hellish elimination training, the remaining 24 soldiers rushed over without panting. They began to change their equipment and put on their shoes. The shoes weren't ordinary shoes. They were specially made for frogmen with iron sand added to their feet. Put the shoes on. A water ghost wearing a training uniform reminded them and retreated to the side. He stared at the stopwatch, ready to shout for them to stop at any time. Yi Qian put the shoes on and realized that there was something wrong with the shoes. He tied the laces and lifted one foot to test the weight. One shoe was about 2 kilograms. 2 shoes weighed 4 kilograms. Wearing a pair of shoes that weighed 4 kilograms and had to run 5 kilometers around the Reef Island cross-country. The cruelty of the frogman training was evident. The situation is not bad. For the time being, his speed seems to be on par with the male soldiers. However, in terms of endurance, I'm afraid that he is slightly better. The water ghost, who had been observing along the way, reported the situation to Li Jinyan. Most of the time, his gaze was on Yi Qian. The frequency of his breathing is maintained well. There's not much sluggishness in his knees when he bends and raises his feet. As a soldier who was suddenly parachuted in, and a female soldier at that, Yi Qian did not undergo the first few basic PST screening tests for the Storm Commandos. Naturally, she became the focus of observation. Li Jinyan's understanding of Yi Qian came from the army's written information. To him, this information was only about her personal performance in the army. No matter how outstanding her performance was, it didn't mean that she would be outstanding in the Frogman unit. Even after listening to the Great Whale's report last night, Li Jinyan still maintained his original attitude. He had to go through training before he could confirm whether Yi Qian was qualified and whether he could stay. Demon King, there's news from Big Eel. 3 soldiers can return to the selection competition. A soldier wearing a Navy uniform walked over and saluted with a smile. Big Eel and the others have brought them back. However, the rubber dinghy drifted a little too far away. They need to be brought back by the patrol boat. The main thing is that they have to bring back Big Eel and the others, who are fully equipped. Otherwise, it will take them a day to swim back. Chapter 1248. Li Jinyan looked at his watch and said to the comrade who reported the situation to him, "Check her physical condition at the port first. Send her back to the Reef Island before 8 o'clock tonight." "Okay, I'll contact Big Eel right away." The comrade with the code name Big Shark stood on his tiptoes and glanced at the folder in Li Jinyan's hand. He asked with a smile, "Last night Big Whale came back and told me that the female soldier from the army has some skills. How do you plan to train her?" "Female soldier? Didn't our team say that we don't recruit female soldiers? Why did the commander agree? Did they sign a life and death contract? Our team has been established for less than 2 years. Demon King, you have to take it easy." He was afraid that he would be too ruthless and accidentally kill her. After all, everyone knew that female soldiers had weaker resistance to pressure than male soldiers. Their body and bone endurance were also worse than male soldiers. Especially in deep diving areas that were more than 100 meters deep, the difference between the psychological quality of men and women was even more obvious. Female soldiers often had huge psychological pressure due to the special underwater environmental factors. Their emotions would become unstable, and once they panicked, serious diving accidents would occur. It wasn't that such a thing hadn't happened before. It was precisely because there were real cases around that the Great Mermaid was worried. Li Jinyan simply handed the folder to his comrade so that he would not have cramps. After the morning training, take her for a checkup to see if there are any problems with the ventilation function of the eustachian tube. Also, check her tolerance and adaptability to hypoxia and high C02. After the morning training, Big Shark did not refuse. He took the folder and looked at it. As he spoke, he lowered his head and opened the folder. His face immediately showed surprise. Wow, this resume is beautiful. She started training in the second year of junior high. She still played Special Forces training. When I was in the second year of junior high, I was still thinking about how to climb a tree and dig out a bird's nest. Huh? Why didn't it say who trained her? How could she do Special Forces training without the guidance of an expert? Went abroad to participate in the Mathematical Olympiad, individual gold medal. While high IQ, familiar with all kinds of guns and ammunition, blindfolded and reassembled all kinds of guns, sniper background. Big Shark's eyes widened as he read. When he reached the last paragraph, he closed the folder and stuffed it back into Li Jinyan's hands. He pretended to wipe his cold sweat and said with lingering fear, "What a scary resume." What was even more frightening was that he was the nation's top science scholar. After all this time, she was still a student. No wonder you didn't want to show it to us. Just looking at it makes me feel weak. She didn't study for the first year of high school and went straight to training. Plains, snowy mountains, deserts, oceans, jungles. Oh my God, there wasn't a place that she hadn't been to. She had walked further than him. How valiant and strong this female soldier must be. Could it be that her gender was female, and her height and appearance were both male? Looking at such a frightening resume, it was not impossible. Somehow, the Big Mermaid was a bit worried. Female soldiers who looked like men would easily forget her real gender. What if they forgot her gender one day and took off their clothes in front of her? Wouldn't that be too awkward? After thinking about it, he wiped his face and said, "It seems that the army is focusing on grooming her, which is why they sent her to you. Demon King, we can't serve such a person in our team." It was obvious that the army wanted to train Yi Qian, but what the army wanted to do had nothing to do with Li Jinyan. He only knew that she could only listen to the Navy's arrangements. Chapter 1249. Her CV is beautiful, but that's only because of her performance in the army. Now that she's in the Frogman unit, no matter how complicated her previous experiences, she'll have to start all over again. Li Jinyan looked at the time again. He turned on his earpiece and took over the water ghost's communicator. "How's the situation, Big Shrimp?" After the electromagnetic buzzing sound came from the earpiece, a rough voice said, "She's maintained her original speed. Her breathing rate is normal. She doesn't feel any sluggishness when she raises her feet. Demon King, why didn't you tell me that Yi Qian is quite beautiful? We met face to face a minute ago. I was dazzled. She's even more gorgeous than a coral reef." It was a characteristic of the water ghosts to be able to describe a person's beauty with the colorful color of a coral reef. Li Jinyan had never cared about whether a woman was beautiful or not. Before the army sent the information over, there wasn't even a picture. When they gathered, it was still dark, so he couldn't see what she looked like. He only felt that she was too slender and didn't match the experience on her CV. Keep a close eye on her. We'll see if she's good or bad today. If she doesn't succeed, send her back to the base tonight. It was still the same sentence. The good ones should stay and the bad ones should leave. They should stay in their original units and be honest soldiers. Don't even think about joining the Frogman assault team. Li Jinyan's requirements for selecting his teammates were absolutely harsh. He wasn't deliberately making things difficult for them. He was being responsible for the responsibility on his shoulders. It was also being responsible for the lives of his teammates. He didn't want to see any sacrifices. Even if he knew that sacrifices were inevitable, he would do his best to prevent his comrades from being sacrificed so that they could continue to serve their country in the future. He also didn't want to see anyone take advantage of the situation. That was blasphemy to the country, disrespect to the army, and contempt for life. Yi Qian knew that she was being watched closely by the water ghosts. Wearing the special shoes filled with iron sand wasn't a difficult task for her. From the first day of sniper training, she had a metal ball hanging from her hands and sandbags tied to her legs. In the end, she had to run back and forth around the training ground of Fujian Town's recruit camp. She had to stand still under the scorching sun, heavy rain, and snow for 4 hours while holding a sniper rifle. However, the feeling of jogging with sandbags tied to his feet was different from jogging with the special shoes. The biggest difference was that the soles of the special shoes were very hard. Running around the reef was either sand or stone. When lifting one's feet, one had to exert a lot of strength, and it consumed a lot of energy. After running for about 40 minutes or so, the distance between the soldiers and the distance between them. The distance between them and the last soldier. Daxia, who was in charge of keeping a close watch, touched his chin thoughtfully. He contacted Li Jinyan, who had never been interrupted. Demon King, is that female soldier hiding her true strength? 40 minutes later, she still maintained the same distance between them. Now, other than her breathing becoming rapid, nothing else has changed. 5 years of training can't be fake. She has the ability that you can see. Li Jinyan and a few other platoons were preparing a meal. There was only seafood around the island, and the meal they prepared was a seafood feast. According to the price outside, a meal would cost at least 2,000 RMB. He used a combat dagger to slice a fatty fish into thin slices and placed them on top of a large shell. The raw snail meat was placed on top of the shell. When the 24 Navy soldiers and Yi Qian returned, they would be able to serve the seafood feast. In order to train their will to survive and adapt to the pace of the frogmen's training and life, there was no cooked food on the island other than drinking water. There wasn't even a biscuit. They had to rely on themselves. As for starting a fire, that was even more impossible. Chapter 1250. The training of the Storm Commandos was the same as the training of the Snowfield Brigade. It was top secret from its formation to its establishment. Even this batch of Navy soldiers only knew that they would become frogmen and that they would be trained under Li Jinyan, who was known as the Demon King in the Navy. They did not know that once they stood out, they would become the sharp knife of the Navy. Our country's military power had always been discreet and would not easily reveal its strength. Especially after the Southern Alliance War this year, we once again learned of the military power of the Western countries. Our country did not dare to let down our guard. The Western countries had the SEALs, so our country needed the Storm Commandos. The Western countries had the Alpha Special Warfare Special Forces, so our country had the Snowfield Brigade. How many other unknown special forces did the Western countries have? Our country also had unknown special forces. Everything was done in secret. Even if it was just a selection, it was done in secret. For example, the Storm Commandos had 3 meals a day made from local ingredients. When they left, they cleaned up quickly and did not leave any traces. Before they left the reef island, they wouldn't be able to do anything big like starting a fire. Time ticked by, and a red sun slowly rose from the horizon. Its radiance illuminated the entire surface of the sea, and the blue waves connected to the sky. White waves chased after the clouds. This was the sea region of our country. Just like the mainland, it also needed to be protected and could not be invaded by other countries. The morning breeze blew across the surface of the sea. Before the first wave subsided, the waves kept crashing against the black reef that had stood there for God knows how many years. At the end of the reef, a figure jogged over. With tenacity, she gradually appeared in front of the water ghosts who were preparing breakfast. The water ghost who was on sentry duty at the front softly exclaimed. He pressed on his earpiece and quickly reported, "There's an unexpected situation. Demon King, the female soldier who came last night, was first on the first day without saying a word. As soon as he finished speaking, Prawn, who had been secretly observing, said excitedly through the earpiece, "Demon King, did you see the female soldier over there? Amazing!" She left the male soldiers a few hundred meters behind in an instant. 5,000 meters with 4 kilograms of weight on her feet and 50 minutes. She only used 5 minutes to catch up with the male soldier running at the front. She used another 5 minutes to completely overtake all the male soldiers. Demon King, this female soldier is not only beautiful, but her skills are also beautiful. Li Jinyan, who was slicing sashimi, paused. He immediately looked forward. His cold expression changed slightly. A hint of surprise flashed across his cold black eyes. She was 10 minutes earlier than he had expected. She was only 15 minutes slower than the water ghost's training speed. Yi Jian's training speed was only 15 minutes slower than the water ghost's. One should know that before this, Yi Jian was an army soldier. All her training and equipment were related to the army. She had nothing to do with the navy at all. Moreover, the water ghosts had already undergone 1.5 years of training. It only took them 35 minutes to run a 5-kilometer, 4-kilogram, 2-footed cross-country run. It was her first time here, yet she could achieve such a result. It was indeed impressive. Finally, I didn't hear you say you wanted to chase her away. The big shark laughed. He even whistled happily. He had said last night that the female soldier sent by the army was not bad. See, he was right. Chapter 12:51. The slender figure was getting closer and closer. Her facial features gradually became clearer, until she stood straight in front of Li Jinyan. She raised her hand and saluted. Yi Qian, reporting. Completed the 5,000-meter cross-country run. The group of rough-sitting water ghosts looked at each other. Then, they slightly closed their legs together in a reserved manner. A faint smile appeared on their faces as they lowered their heads and silently prepared breakfast for the soldiers who hadn't arrived yet. Dozens of men had an unusually large appetite. They did not have rice, noodles, or dumplings to fill their stomachs. They only had sashimi and snail slices. It was easy for them to get hungry and feel nauseous. Li Jinyan's first reaction when he saw Yi Qian was not to answer. Instead, he glanced at all the water ghosts like a cold arrow. When he saw that they were all obedient and did not look straight at her, he calmly retracted his gaze. Just as De Xia had said, the new female soldier Yi Qian was indeed beautiful. The most beautiful thing about her was her eyes, which were as bright as the morning star. He raised his hand and saluted Yi Qian back. His voice was cold and monotonous. "Return to the team and rest, sir." Yi Qian, who had been staring straight at him, simply turned around. She changed her special shoes to one side and looked around. When she saw a familiar figure, she walked over with a smile. "Big Whale, is there anything I can help you with?" After breakfast, they rested for a certain amount of time before diving into the 500-meter deep water. The water ghosts, who were all wearing tight black rubber diving suits, saw Yi Jian walking straight to the whale from the corner of their eyes. A few of them coughed a few times as if their throats were itchy. Li Jinyan's cold gaze swept over them. When he saw the fake coughing water ghost, he shrunk his neck and silently stared at the task at hand, preparing breakfast. "You know me? How did you know?" The big whale was no less surprised than his comrade. Hearing the meaningful fake cough, he hurriedly stood up. It was broad daylight, and he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. In the end, he put them on his lower abdomen. Cough, at least he could block it. When the female soldiers arrived, for the first time, it was not the female soldiers who were embarrassed. Instead, it was the male soldiers who were wearing tight-fitting diving suits. The suits showed off their figures too much. All the men were embarrassed. With a slight smile on his face, Yi Qian did not seem to notice De Whale's movements. He smiled and said, "Judging from your figure and the way you looked at me when I came over just now, it was as if you were looking at someone familiar. So, I guess you must be De Whale. Have a seat. If you need anything from me, just let me know." As he spoke, he pulled out a combat dagger from his waist and pointed at the giant clams that had not been pried open. "Do we need to pry open these too?" "Oh yes. If you're hungry, you can eat first." as expected of a female soldier with a high IQ. She did not even see De Whale's face last night, but today she could tell that he was De Whale based on his figure and eyes. Her observation skills were very strong. De Whale watched as Yi Qian skillfully cut open the giant clams. She did not peel off the whole clam to remove the inedible parts, leaving the white and fresh clam meat. She slowly cut the clam meat with the dagger in her hand. Then, she cut off the bottom of the clam meat horizontally. A giant clam was finished in less than 2 minutes. This method of cutting is rare. De Whale thought it was interesting. There was no need to cut it into slices. Instead, she cut it into circles. When she ate, she could lift one end of the clam meat and eat it like noodles. I want to learn this method too. It can be useful in the future. Where did you learn it? Don't underestimate the conversation. At this moment, De Whale had already started to ask questions. Chapter 1252. The best and most direct way to understand a person's situation was to chat. It seemed like a normal conversation, but as long as the other party could answer your question, even if the other party only said a few vague words, you could get the information you wanted. Without a doubt, the great whale was a water ghost who was good at chatting. He first praised Yi Qian to create a kind impression. Then he laughed and changed the topic to why Yi Qian was so good. It must be because he had similar training in the past. Otherwise, how could he handle these giant clams? Most importantly, his questions were rough but detailed. He only asked how Yi Qian was able to handle the giant clams and didn't mention training at all. It was impossible to tell that he was asking about Yi Qian's personal situation. When Yi Qian heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, but the smile on his face didn't change. He answered casually, I used to play by the sea for a while and stayed on a deserted island for a few nights. The calm answer made the great whale laugh. The female soldier was very alert. Her answer was the same as not answering at all. She even told him that she knew what he wanted to ask. Forgive me, I'm used to it. As he spoke, his laughter became softer. He moved closer to Yi Qian and said softly, we can find out whatever we want from that group of soldiers who ran over. Our captain was so angry. I don't know how they were taught in the original army. They don't have any sense of confidentiality. Unlike you, you know what I want to do the moment I open my mouth. The great whale was a native of the sea. His skin was tanned and had a metallic luster in the faint morning sun. When he laughed, his white teeth flashed, making Yi Qian think of the great white shark of the deep sea. If he was careless, he would be bitten and unable to escape. When you open your mouth, I feel like there are traps everywhere. Yi Qian, who was slicing the fish quickly, cut the white and tender fish slices until they were as thin as cicadas' wings. He didn't even have to look at the fish. When he raised his head and spoke, the fish slices were cut and his words were finished. The dagger used in combat inadvertently swept past the great whale's eyes, leaving only a faint smile in her eyes. The great whale suddenly felt a chill in his heart. It was true that the female soldier was beautiful, but she was a poisonous flower with thorns. He couldn't touch her. There was no point in continuing to ask. He believed that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. The whale, whose intentions had been exposed, did not look embarrassed at all. He replied calmly, not at all. I just wanted to know more about you since we'll be training together in the future. Yi Qian smiled but did not say anything. Coincidentally, the male soldiers who had fallen behind her came back one after another. The great whale stood up and said, I'll go over and take a look. You don't have to finish everything by yourself. Ask them to come back and get some. You can't let the male soldiers do whatever they want. They'll just take advantage of the situation. The rest of the frogmen looked at each other and had a new understanding of the new female soldier. Big Whale was the team's informant. There was nothing he couldn't find out, but he had never left empty-handed like this. The female soldiers sent by the army for training could not be underestimated. Yi Qian didn't care what kind of impression her arrival would leave on the water ghosts. She only knew that she didn't like being questioned at all. Once there were signs, they had to be strangled to death from the start. Demon King, things aren't settled yet. The great whale, who had found an excuse to leave, came to Li Jinyan, who was sitting on a reef and looking out at the sea. With a serious expression he said, she also warned me. She used the combat dagger in her hand to tell me that she doesn't like me asking around. Chapter 1253. The sun had completely risen above the surface of the sea, and the waves were sparkling under its light. It was as if there were boats passing by on the coastline, and they could faintly hear the sound of sirens from the reef island. Li Jinyan looked indifferent for a long time before he opened his mouth and said, "She was sent here by Xia Jinyuan himself. If you can get information out of her so easily, he won't think highly of her." His words shocked Whale so much that he almost fell off the reef. Xia Jinyuan personally sent her here? Devil King, are you kidding me? Whale's serious expression instantly changed to one of shock, and he said in a wrong tone, "You and he fought to the death in the past, and we were neck and neck. You knew that she was brought here by him, so how could you bear to let me ask for a rebuff?" He wanted to cry. Even if you want to trick your comrades, you shouldn't do it like this. Who was Xia Jinyuan? He was the only person who the Devil King had acknowledged as a strong opponent. The only person who had publicly said that he had no confidence in winning against him. As for himself, it was better not to mention him. He was defeated by Xia Jinyuan. Although he was no longer in the water ghoul team, there were always traces of his existence. The great whale heaved a long sigh and rubbed his chest. His voice sounded a lot older than before. "My chest is stuffy. I'm so embarrassed. I don't have the face to see her." Last night, he had volunteered to find out if there was anything about the female soldier that wasn't written in the information. He had even thought that he was smart enough to ask her about her skills in cutting giant clams, and whether she knew a high-ranking naval officer. After being seen through, he still didn't give up and asked if she had such a strong sense of confidentiality. Had she read their information in advance? The topic continued to circle back to the previous inquiry. Because of the female soldier who could see the information of the Storm Amphibious Frogman assault team, even if the information said that her mother was a martyr and her background was nothing special, he would not believe it was true. She knew everything about the two tests, and to be honest, he was a little embarrassed at that time. At the same time, he felt embarrassed that he had displayed his slight skill in front of an expert. When the last two soldiers returned, Li Jinyan, who had jumped down from the reef, replied calmly, "You were so enthusiastic last night that I didn't have the heart to discourage you. It just so happens that I also want to see how powerful the female soldier sent by Xia Jinyuan is. Since you volunteered, it saves me the trouble of finding someone else." He almost vomited blood. The whale felt its chest tighten even more. Li Jinyan's eyes darkened. He needed to reassess Yi Qian's position. It could be seen that her physical fitness had already surpassed the 24 soldiers who had entered the second batch of eliminations. It just so happened that physical fitness was the most important stage for the frogmen and played a very important role in their training. Through the analysis of the soldiers' physical fitness, they could make a preliminary judgment on whether the soldiers were suitable to stay and continue training, and whether they could continue fighting fatigue. This was the most basic entry. Today, it could be seen that Yi Qian's physical fitness was on the high side and met his basic requirements. However, he couldn't be completely sure whether she met the requirements. After all, it was only her first day of training, and her body was in an excited and energetic state, while the male soldiers had been training for more than a month. The shrimp, who was in charge of observing, trotted over. He was also cross-country with the frogmen, and his face was very inconspicuous. He looked a little like a fisherman who made a living out of the sea. When he ran up to Li Jinyan, his calm eyes suddenly changed. From an ordinary fisherman, he became a real naval soldier. Camouflage was also a skill that all water ghosts had to know. Chapter 1254. Li Jinyan stopped in his tracks when Prawn came over. He glanced coldly at Yi Qian, who was chatting with his teammates, and signaled for Prawn to follow him to a secluded area to talk. "Demon King, I suspect that Yi Qian has undergone very strict training. I'm afraid that none of the 24 soldiers are her match," Prawn said in a deep voice. "Her stamina is very good. She didn't even stop to rest for a second during the cross-country run." Prawn said in a deep voice. His admiration for Yi Qian was evident in his tone. Also, she is very familiar with the terrain and landscape. She knows very well which way is the fastest and which way is likely to take a detour and waste her time. My opinion is that she shouldn't be a burden. She might even be able to surpass the 24 recruits. A 5,000-meter cross-country run had once again shown one of the water ghosts how strong Yi Qian was. Li Jinyan's cold and handsome face revealed a hint of contemplation. He said to Prawn, "We can't rush to a conclusion yet. Later, we still have to do a hypoxia and high C02 endurance test. After these two tests, we can decide whether she can stay or not. It's better to play it safe. After all, she's a living person in our team. We can't let anything happen to her." Yi Qian, who was chatting with the water ghosts, didn't know that she had become the topic of conversation for the Storm Amphibious Frogman assault team. At this time, she was answering a question from a Marine. "I'm not a recruit. I often train with weights on my legs, so I don't feel much when I run." Didn't they want to know where she came from and who she was trained under? Then she might as well tell them openly and let them guess for themselves. Whale, who had already walked over, happened to hear this sentence. He stopped in his tracks and smiled bitterly. This was great. For the rest of the training, he wouldn't be able to talk much in front of Yi Qian. "Why aren't you going over? Are you done eating?" Big Shark, who had come to Yi Qian for hypoxia training, patted his comrade's shoulder. When he saw the bitter smile on his comrade's face, he asked, "You don't look too good. What problem did you run into?" The Great Mermaid was the team's instructor. She observed every word and action of her comrades and solved any potential problems at any time. He was the only one in the team who could give his opinion to Li Jinyan at any time and had the right to make decisions. "I thought I was smart in front of Yi Qian. I feel a little embarrassed." The Great Whale sighed and shook his head. "Great Mermaid, do you think I should apologize to her?" The Great Mermaid raised her eyebrows and asked him calmly, "Do you still have any thoughts of looking down on her now?" No, not even a little bit. I was scared by her." His words made the Great Mermaid laugh. "That's right. If you don't agree with her, you can test Yi Qian's strength yourself. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to discuss her background again. The Demon King deliberately arranged it because he heard you, Prawn, and the others say something you shouldn't have said. It just so happens that he also wants to know Yi Qian's strength, so he sent you guys there. She's strong, so it's good that you guys don't look down on her. If she's weak, you can ask her to go back." Whale's face was red as he scratched his head. His face was full of embarrassment. "I have to apologize to her. Otherwise, I'll lose the integrity of a soldier. You're a soldier who dares to take responsibility for your actions. It's only right that you apologize. But let me tell you first." Big Shark was only a few meters away from Yi Qian when he spoke. When he looked over, he saw that she was already looking in his direction. Chapter 12:55. Yi Qian had already stood up. Her instincts told her that the middle-aged man walking towards her could be one of the people in charge of the team. His position in the army was second only to Li Jinyan. Otherwise, the whale would not have consciously fallen half a step behind her. When the water ghosts who were talking to the whale saw the Great Mermaid coming over, they quickly lowered their heads. Their expressions were especially serious. They did not remind Yi Qian of the Great Mermaid's identity. The Demon King did not introduce Yi Qian this morning. There seemed to be a deeper meaning behind it. Even when they were chatting just now, they did not mention their code names. The soldiers who had eaten a mouthful of fish stood up and smiled. "Vice Captain, do you have any orders for us?" "Vice Captain, I'm panicking when I see you smiling so happily. Just say what you want to say. Don't make me laugh in the middle of it. I really can't take it if you suddenly magnify it," said a soldier from the northeast. He was also the only northerner in the team. The Great Mermaid patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Good. Don't change the training later. 500 meters armed swim. Eat more, or you won't have the strength to swim. Then I'm relieved, hee. The northeast soldier was finally relieved. Ever since he came here for the frogman selection, he had been living in fear every day. He was afraid that something would happen. His heart could not take it. He was not the only one who heard it. The other 23 soldiers all heard it. They all breathed a sigh of relief in unison. It was the vice captain of the Storm Brigade. Yi Qian, who had a slight smile on his face, looked at the middle-aged man who was chatting with the soldiers and walked up to him. "Vice Captain, hello. Little Yi, you did well this morning. The big mermaid, who looked more mature and capable than the group of young soldiers, looked at Yi Jian with a pair of bright eyes. She didn't lose her friendliness at all as she said, "What you did has truly stunned us. Very few female soldiers are as capable as you." Vice Captain, you flatter me. I just started a few years earlier, so I have the advantage in terms of time. If I only had half a year, I wouldn't have been able to run even if I wanted to. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers and water ghosts who were chatting with Yi Jian just now all laughed kindly. Vice Captain, the female soldier has arrived. You can't be biased because of this. Shoo. Does Yi Jian need to be biased? She's been in the army longer than us. Amazing. You guys better hurry up and eat your fill. The Demon King is waiting for you in front. The Great Mermaid, who was usually kind, smiled. After she finished speaking, she saw a hint of respect on the faces of the soldiers. She couldn't help but smile even more. Yi Jian, on the other hand, found it interesting. His vice captain had an amiable personality, which complemented the cold-faced Li Jinyan. Little Yi, come here for a moment. There's something I need to discuss with you. After talking to the soldiers, the Great Mermaid lowered her voice and said to Yi Jian, you can't directly participate in water-related training for now. Come with me to do 2 tests first. Yi Jian, who was mentally prepared, nodded slightly and left with the Big Mermaid. Hypoxia and high CO2 are essential tests for us. Before you came here, you should know that the danger of frogmen is different from that of the army. We're carrying out a mission in the water. The moment we enter the water, it's the same as having 1 foot in the door of hell. While we're diving in the deep sea, there's the danger of crushing our lungs and drowning at any time. If the soldiers have outstanding hypoxia and high CO2 resistance, even if it's only for 30 seconds, there's still a chance of survival. As she spoke, she brought Yi Jian to the back of the reef island. They stepped onto a small path that led to the other side of the island. Chapter 1256. The two in front talked as they walked. They didn't seem to notice that there was a living person following them. They didn't even look back as they walked from the front to the back of the reef island. When they reached the back of the reef island, the vice captain pointed at a black reef island that extended into the sea. She smiled at Yi Jian and said, "We have to go to the front. We need to wade in the water. Be careful when you go in. Be careful not to slip." Yi Jian knew that he was undergoing a training test. He didn't ask any questions and just followed the vice captain. As for what he said, she just needed to listen and do as she was told. The Great Mermaid was a little surprised. This girl who wasn't even considered a female soldier always gave people surprises. Just like now, when the male soldiers who were selected from the Navy came back here, they couldn't help but ask questions like, "Why are you going into the water?" But she didn't seem to be curious at all. She completely followed the saying, "A soldier's duty is to obey orders." She didn't reject the arrangements made by the higher-ups. It wasn't that he didn't read her information. Like the Demon King, he was also suspicious of the female soldiers that the army suddenly sent over. Even before this morning, he was wondering if he should arrange a ship in advance to send the female soldiers back. Who knew that reality would teach him a lesson that left a deep impression on him and made him realize that he was too narrow-minded. Before seeing it with your own eyes, you shouldn't jump to conclusions easily. The Great Mermaid looked at the 2 people in front of her who seemed to have forgotten about her. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to carry the oxygen tank and dive as far away as possible. However, he still understood why the vice captain did this. She wanted him to lower his head first so that Yi Jian would feel better. In fact, Yi Jian didn't take the Great Mermaid's probing to heart. She had warned him and the other party immediately stopped. The matter at that time was already resolved. She wasn't petty enough to make her comrade lower his head and apologize to her. Seeing the vice captain wading into the water with her shoes on, Yi Jian, who was about to take off his shoes, smiled and followed her. The whale didn't get the order from the mermaid to leave. Seeing this, he smiled bitterly and followed the mermaid into the water. It seemed that if the mermaid didn't talk to him, the mermaid wouldn't let him leave. Their comrades naturally knew what each other was thinking. In fact, the Great Mermaid was also anxious. He didn't expect that Yi Qian hadn't said a word to the great whale even though the three of them had been walking for more than 10 minutes. It was obvious how angry she was. When the great mermaid saw this, she sighed softly in her heart. Standing in the cool seawater, she said to Yi Qian, "Little Yi, this morning the great whale tested you with my intentions. He was just following my orders. I know you are angry. Vice Captain, are you mistaken about something?" Yi Qian did not let him finish. She already knew what he was going to say halfway through. She said helplessly, "I didn't take what happened this morning to heart. If you didn't mention it, I would have already put it aside. Also, I need to make it clear to you that I am not angry about this matter, and there is no such thing as anger." Her gaze was honest and there was nothing strange on her face. Her eyes were as clear as the surrounding seawater, and she could even see her own reflection in them. That magnanimity instantly made the Great Mermaid realize that she had once again misunderstood. The Great Mermaid, who had been in the military for so many years, had never been embarrassed. But now she was blushing. Chapter 1257. Yi Qian then said, "I came from the army, and I'm a female soldier." Suddenly coming under Demon King Li's command for training will indeed surprise everyone, because everyone knows how strict Demon King Li's training is. The difficulty is so great that even the male soldiers' expressions change. "Vice Captain, I understand that you all have certain concerns. Because I understand, I've never asked what kind of training you all need me to do, or where you're taking me. I'll obey whatever arrangements the team has for me, and try my best not to bring unnecessary trouble to the team. Just like when you said that you still need to give me a test, I immediately came with you. I think I've already used my actions to tell you that my arrival won't cause any trouble to the team, nor will it cause any trouble for the team. Whatever arrangements the team has for the male soldiers, they can make the same arrangements for me. Ever since I knew that I needed to train with the amphibious frogmen, I've never thought of doing anything special in the team, and I've never thought of leaving so easily in the face of difficulties. In my heart, I've always believed that as a female soldier, I can do the same thing that the male soldiers can do. Furthermore, I'll strive to be the best, and I'll definitely not be a burden to the team, nor will I embarrass the team." After saying so much in one breath, Yi Qian's meaning was very clear. She hoped that in the upcoming training, the male soldiers in the team wouldn't look at her as if she were a female soldier. She also hoped that she wouldn't always think that she was weak because she was a female soldier, and that she needed the male soldiers to give in and take care of her. The big merman naturally understood. As Yi Qian spoke, his expression became more and more serious. When she finished speaking, the big merman knew that he had made a big mistake. He had underestimated the female soldier in front of him, who had a proud and unyielding character. Standing in the sea, he straightened his back and said in a deep voice, "I'm very sorry, Yi Qian. I apologize for my self-righteousness. Please forgive me for my ignorance." "Vice Captain, you're exaggerating. You don't know me well, so it's normal for you to misunderstand." Yi Qian smiled. Although there were some unfair things in the army, and some bad people existed, so far, she had only met soldiers with iron bones and righteousness. Every single one of them was a man of indomitable spirit. Every single one of them was an indomitable spirit. She turned around and looked at the increasingly uncomfortable whale. She smiled and said, "I thought you came here to test me. I really didn't take what happened this morning to heart. Although you didn't take it to heart, I still need to apologize to you." Hearing her speak, the great whale heaved a long sigh of relief. He said slowly, "I really shouldn't have tested you this morning. I'm sorry, Yi Qian." Yi Qian sometimes felt helpless against their honesty. He waved his hand and said, "You have your own responsibilities. You don't need to apologize to me. If my actions caused you to misunderstand, I should be the one apologizing to you. Why don't we stop here and not mention it again? Look, we've wasted a few minutes standing here. Let's get down to business first." Yi Qian was quick to deal with major issues, not to mention small issues that she didn't even take to heart. Seeing that the two of them looked so serious that it seemed like they couldn't get over it, she decided to wade into the water and walk forward. As soon as she took a step, the two of them immediately reacted and said in unison, "Don't go astray." Yi Qian immediately stopped and looked up at the vice-captain, who was only an arm's length away from her. He said in a low voice, "There are coastal defenses below." Chapter 1258. Since this was the training ground of the Storm Brigade, how could there not be any underwater defenses? Moreover, they were heading to the training ground of the Storm Brigade. Yi Qian did not move again. She followed closely behind the Great Mermaid until they were about 5 meters away from the end of the reef. There was a natural cave before they stopped. The Great Mermaid stepped onto the reef covered with conch shells, and Yi Qian followed after her. They walked into the cave, and it felt like they were walking into the hinterland of the reef. When they walked in, they realized that there was something special about the cave. The cave was not naturally formed, but built. The entrance of the cave was low, and the direction of the cave was upward. Standing in the cave, they could hear the sound of seawater, but there was no seawater flowing in. "This is one of our training rooms. After a week of training outside, all members will come here for hypoxia testing and training." Opening a steel door, the Great Mermaid pulled open the main switch. The Great Mermaid motioned for Yi Qian to come in. "Later, we will simulate the oxygen concentration at high altitudes. Put on the helmet." She pointed at a transparent helmet that looked like an astronaut's, but there was a long breathing tube in front of the helmet. She motioned for Yi Qian to put it on. "By reducing the oxygen concentration in the air, we will first see if you have any extreme reactions to hypoxia." After that, the Great Mermaid smiled and said, "But I think you will have no problems." Her data showed that she had undergone training on the plateau, so there was no problem with her body. She would definitely have no problems with her first hypoxia test. Yi Qian's eyes were already looking around. She had never seen the auxiliary equipment used for hypoxia training. She knew that she would have to enter this hypoxia training room in the future. As they spoke, the hypoxia test began. Just as the Great Mermaid said, Yi Qian had no problems with this test. The Great Mermaid recorded everything and said to the Great Mermaid, "You can proceed to the next test." The Great Mermaid nodded and said seriously to Yi Qian, who looked normal, "Frogmen need to be completely hypoxic for 5 minutes to pass. If you feel any discomfort later, just give us a signal. We will also follow the instructions on the equipment to ensure your safety." On the other side, Whale had already taken 2 auxiliary training instruments specially designed for ischemia tolerance and hypoxia tolerance and tied them to Yi Qian's left and right arms. Then, it pressurized the instruments to 220 millimeters of mercury so that the upper limbs would experience temporary ischemia for a few minutes. As the breathing mask was removed, Yi Qian, who was wearing a helmet, entered a completely vacuum environment. There was no transition, and he directly entered an oxygen-free environment. 2.5 minutes had passed. Yi Qian's complexion was still normal for the time being. Sitting beside the monitor that was connected to the instrument to record various parameters, the whale's eyes stared at it without blinking. He looked at the numbers that were displayed in green, and then looked at the time that had passed. It had been 3 minutes. It wasn't because Yi Qian's anaerobic test had been going on for 3 minutes. Even though her data had changed, it wasn't the limit yet. Normal people could only go on for 1 to 2 minutes at most, but she had already gone on for 3 minutes. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. If it was still the same after 4 minutes, then she would be the one with the best results among this batch of soldiers. Someone pushed the door open and walked to the side of the whale, who had a solemn expression and a hint of excitement. "How many minutes has it been?" It was Li Jingyan's voice. The parameters only started to change after 3.5 minutes. Even though the whale spoke in a low voice, it wasn't difficult to hear the excitement in his voice. "Demon King, I bet that Yi Qian can definitely last for more than 4 minutes." Chapter 1259. Li Jingyan was a lot calmer in the face of the whale's excitement. Although his expression was still indifferent, from the way he stared at the various parameters, it was more or less obvious that his heart wasn't as calm as his expression. Hypoxia could cause headaches, fatigue, difficulty walking, panic, shortness of breath, chest tightness, and pulmonary edema. In severe cases, it could even lead to death. Regardless of whether it was high altitude or underwater, hypoxia was a problem that humans had been unable to overcome since ancient times. and the frogmen mostly carried out underwater missions. In the selection competition, the duration of hypoxia tolerance played an extremely important role in the selection competition, and it could even decide whether to stay or leave. Li Jinyan stared at the gradually rising numbers and calmly glanced at the time. A dark light gradually condensed in his cold eyes, and finally converged into a stream of light that was as bright as a winter night. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Whale did not notice the change in his expression. His eyes were fixed on the display screen, and his expression was so nervous that it was as if he was in the selection competition himself. The first beep sounded at the set time, and Whale was so excited that he almost jumped out of his chair. Li Jinyan, who was standing behind him, raised his hand and pressed on his shoulder. Only then did he not lose his composure. 5 minutes, Demon King. She did it. The numbers haven't turned red yet. Whale said excitedly, as if he had discovered a treasure. His eyes were shining, as if they were bursting with light. She has surpassed the soldiers we left behind. Very good, 5 minutes had passed. Just as Whale said, she had indeed surpassed the 24 soldiers left behind. The numbers are starting to rise. Remove the device. Li Jinyan's expression did not change at all, but when he put one hand on the table, his slender fingers tightened slightly. Give me the results after the high CO2 reaction test. Keep an eye on it. When the numbers turn red, immediately turn off the device. Whale saw that the captain, who was younger than him, was still calm. He realized that he had lost his composure, so he cleared his throat and whispered, "It's rare to meet someone who can withstand hypoxia for 5 minutes. I will definitely be careful." As the device on his arm was removed, Yi Qian, whose upper limbs had been freed, immediately felt the locked blood rush to his arm. The heavy feeling of having a few mountains on his left and right shoulders, as well as the separation of his upper and lower limbs, instantly disappeared. Taking off her mask, Yi Qian, whose face was as red as the sunset, did not immediately open her mouth to take deep breaths. Her delicate lips slightly pouted, and she slowly and rhythmically took deep breaths. Then she let her whole body breathe in and out in sync with her breathing, and slowly relaxed. The lack of oxygen for 5 minutes was like walking back from the gates of hell. Large droplets of sweat were still dripping from his back. The sweat on his forehead had gathered into small streams, dripping down his chin and onto his lapels. The big mermaid, who had been keeping watch, took a deep breath before breaking the silence in the room. Not bad, 5 minutes and 24 seconds. Although its voice was soft, there were obvious fluctuations. It could be seen that the big mermaid was a little excited. 5 minutes. A qualified frogman's hypoxia training lasted 5 minutes. How could he not be excited? But she quickly sobered up. No matter how excited she was, she belonged to the army. Yi Qian had been counting the time in her heart. When she heard the big mermaid's words, she smiled and said, "My arm is tied to the device. Otherwise, I could have lasted 6 minutes. 6 minutes is my limit." When she was training with Principal Chen at the beach, she could only hold her breath for 2 minutes at first. Later on, when she was training at the altitude, Uncle Chen made her wear a mask for morning exercises. She wore a mask when she went down to the lake on the plateau. Even when she slept, he asked her to wear a mask. That was how she achieved her current results. Chapter 1260. 6 minutes was Yi Qian's limit, but for many people, 6 minutes of lack of oxygen underwater was enough to kill them. Big Mermaid sighed deeply in her heart again, then she focused on the second test. No matter how good she was, she would not belong to the Navy, nor would she belong to the Storm Commandos. However, if a female soldier could surpass a male soldier, whether she belonged to her own unit or not, it was still something to be excited about. Yi Jian did not know that the Great Mermaid's heart was in turmoil. She walked out of the testing room and quickly adjusted her body to enter the high C02 tolerance and adaptation test. This was a compulsory training for the frogmen, and also one of the tests for the Storm Commandos. "This is our C02 tolerance training form, take a look." Big Mermaid, who accompanied and recorded the whole process, stood in the clear water and said to Yi Qian, who was already prepared, "Your breathing time will decrease by 15 seconds, but the time you can hold your breath will remain the same. We have 30 minutes of testing, you may feel a little uncomfortable, and you may even experience nausea and vomiting. There is a coral archipelago below, you need to dive to the bottom of it, which is about 15 meters from the surface. Remember, Yi Qian, we need to record your best personal score and your worst score. In 30 minutes, I want to know if your average score is passing. High CO2 was a dangerous test for diving underwater without any air source. When Yi Qian held her breath and dove to the bottom of the sea, she closed her eyes and kept her breathing tight, swimming like a fish to the bottom of the sea. The oxygen content in her blood began to decrease, and the high concentration of CO2 gradually made her body uncomfortable. Her diaphragm muscles began to twitch, telling Yi Qian that she needed to breathe, needed to rise to the surface to get oxygen. Relax, relax, the body must relax. Let the body and mind not be afraid of the gradually increasing CO2 content in the body, listen to the sound of the water, feel the joy of the fish swimming by, and avoid being disturbed by fear and other factors. When the oxygen content in her blood reached the limit, Yi Qian quickly rose to the surface. Don't rest for too long, otherwise the CO2 accumulated will be expelled from the body because of the long rest, and you won't be able to accumulate high CO2. Once you float to the surface for more than 30 seconds, the cumulative effect of CO2 will be very bad. Yi Qian, you need to take a breath within 20 seconds and dive back into the sea. Big Mermaid's strict voice kept reminding Yi Qian. He held a timer in one hand, waiting for Yi Qian to take a breath and dive back into the sea, and his expression would become more serious. 20 seconds for breath was actually quite harsh for a recruit, but he really wanted to know if Yi Qian could surpass a recruit, so he took the risk of taking a breath in 20 seconds. To the recruits, taking a breath in 20 seconds was a little dangerous, but to the Storm Commandos, taking a breath in 20 seconds was a long time. During the whole breathing process, every breath would exchange the air in the lungs. The frogmen rested for 15 seconds and immediately entered the next round of high CO2. Giving Yi Qian an extra 5 seconds was what Big Mermaid finally found to be feasible and conservative after a few rounds of testing. Yi Qian dived 15 meters into the sea in one breath, held his breath for 2 minutes, and then rushed back up to rest for 15 seconds. This cycle continued for 30 minutes, and when the entire test was over, even the hardworking Yi Qian felt as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out. Big Mermaid looked at the female soldier who was completely drenched, but still maintained the pride of a soldier, and then looked at the record on the form. His Adam's apple lightly moved up and down a few times. This kind of record was enough to make their comrades' jaws drop. Chapter 1261. Soon, Yi Qian's HCA02 tolerance test form was handed over to Li Jinyan, who was on the phone. Looking at the data on the form, the usually cold Demon King could not help but raise his eyebrows. A female soldier who could be appreciated by Xia Jinyuan was indeed a little different. How is it? Is she qualified enough to stay? The dignified voice of the Navy Commander-in-Chief came from the phone. He was asking about Yi Qian. Early in the morning, you didn't give the female soldiers any time to recover. Instead, you ran with the male soldiers while carrying weights and then started a high-pressure test. Li Jinyan, you're too bold. The physical fitness of the female soldiers was already worse than the male soldiers, and the test was arranged so closely. When the Navy Commander-in-Chief heard about it, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Putting aside the hypoxia test, they even had to do a half-hour HCA02 test. Did they treat the female soldiers as members of the Storm Commandos? How audacious! Didn't I tell you? Since the army is determined to send her over, you don't have to care if she's good or not. Just keep her. You have to give face to the army. Since she's here, we'll take her in. As for the results of the training, that's not your problem. It's up to the female soldiers to see if they put in the hard work. Don't be so strict with your requirements. She's a female soldier after all. Could it be that you expect a female soldier to be able to transform into a dragon in the sea, just like you? Wake up, Li Jinyan. No matter if she's good or not, whether she can keep up with your training, you have to fucking keep her. In short, she had to stay. There was no way she could be sent back. The Navy Commander-in-Chief, who did not get any response for a few minutes, took a sip of cold water and prepared to patiently give his subordinates a lesson on the ways of the world. There was nothing wrong with seeking truth from facts, but you have to look at the timing. The selection of the storm commandos was very strict. As the commander-in-chief, he did not have any objections. In fact, he absolutely agreed. After all, the selected members were going to carry out a life-threatening mission. How could they be sloppy? But Yi Qian was different. She was a soldier from the army. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, the Navy only needed to follow the normal training process and complete the Army's requirements. There was no need to be so serious about it to avoid hurting the harmony between the two. How could Li Jinyan, who was listening quietly, not know what his commander was thinking? It was one thing to know, but it was absolutely impossible for him to do so. Regardless of whether the female soldier was from the army or not, since she had come to his team, he had to treat her seriously. He could not just put on a show. He was being responsible for her and himself. As for whether she succeeded or not, to be honest, he was surprised when he saw the results on the form. Li Jinyan closed the form and his thin lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He replied indifferently, "It's higher than my expectations." Higher than expected? Was he praising Yi Qian? Did he hear wrongly? The Navy commander, who was originally prepared to persuade his subordinates, looked at him seriously and said, "Oh, it's higher than you expected. Do you think the army has nothing better to do? Do you think they would just find a random person to stuff into your hands?" While he breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart, he said, "To be able to make you say something that's higher than your expectations, it should not be an ordinary person." Li Jinyan became the captain of the Frogman unit at a young age. It was not because of his good life and high education, but because his ability was enough to convince the others. In addition, he was very strict with himself. Every time he trained, he would advance and retreat together with his comrades. Even if the entire training style was harsh, his comrades in the team did not say a word. Everyone was convinced. Chapter 1262. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to find out whether a soldier was good or not from such a talented and capable soldier. This time, when he suddenly said something that had a hidden meaning of praise, the Navy commander's first reaction was to think that he had misheard. That's good, that's good. Finally, he didn't have to worry about him kicking people out of the reef island. After being on tenterhooks for the whole night, he finally felt relieved. He was really afraid that this guy who didn't care about his own family wouldn't give the army any face and would just kick the female soldiers out of the reef. Now, he was finally relieved. Could it be better than what he expected? It seemed that the female soldier sent over was really something. The Navy commander and Li Jinjun both had the same thought before this. The female soldier was outstanding in the army, but it didn't mean that she would be equally outstanding in the Frogman unit. They both had this thought and didn't have any hope for Yi Qian at all. The Navy commander thought that as long as they could get along on the surface, he would keep her for the sake of both armies. He would just train her for 50 days and send her back to the army. That way both sides would be happy. Now that he unexpectedly found out that the female soldier was actually not bad, the Navy commander finally felt relieved and smiled. "In that case, I don't have to worry about you kicking her out in the future. Based on her current test results, I don't think she will for the time being." Li Jinyan didn't say anything to reassure the Navy commander. The test only meant that Yi Qian didn't have to be sent back for the time being. Now that it was the second elimination, if she didn't do well, she would still have to be sent back. His calm words left the Navy commander at a loss for words. He could only sigh and say, "You should at least give me some face. If you really send her back, how are you going to explain it to the army?" "Commander, Xia Jinyuan knows what kind of person I am. You don't have to worry." Li Jinyan only said this one sentence and the Navy commander's heart calmed down a little. He then said calmly, "I will send you Yi Qian's test results later." After the Navy commander received Yi Qian's test results, he took a while to recover from his shock. With this kind of result, it was no wonder that Jinyan said it exceeded his expectations. What a pity, what a pity. It was a pity that it was someone from the army. Thanks to this achievement, the Navy commander no longer paid attention to Yi Qian. He no longer had to worry about whether she would be invited back by Li Jinyan. At noon, Yi Qian, who was not invited back, was finally officially introduced to the members of the Storm Commandos by Li Jinyan, as well as the Marine soldiers who had entered the second round of elimination. Last night, they were forced to float on the sea for a night. In the end, the 3 Marines that returned had already returned to the team. So far, including Yi Qian, a total of 28 soldiers had officially entered the 4-week Hell Week training. In the Hell Week, there was another week of extreme training. This was also a round of elimination. Only the soldiers who were physically weak would be eliminated. When the male soldiers heard that the female soldiers who were carrying weights with them today were going to enter the limit training with them, there was a subtle look in their eyes. Now that you're in my team, you have to put away your previous arrogance. Don't mention in front of me how strong you used to be or how the leaders of the army thought highly of you. I only look at your results. Those who are good can stay. Those who are bad, please go back. No one has a reason or an excuse to fish in troubled waters with me. 1 week of extreme training. I will only give you 4 hours of rest every day. The remaining 20 hours will be used for training. If anyone has any objections, you can raise them now. Chapter 1263. Every morning training assembly was the time when Li Jinyan spoke the most. It was also the time when every soldier felt the greatest psychological pressure. Demon King Li, who was dressed in martial attire, stood in front of everyone. His cold gaze swept over them, and it was as if thousands of swords were sweeping over, causing everyone to feel a chill down their backs. Yi Qian, who was standing at the end of the first row, held her head high and chest out. Her expression didn't change at all when Li Jinyan glanced at her. Her gaze was calm as she stared at the young major. Even the waves of the ocean seemed like a backdrop to her. She listened to every word he said and remembered it in her heart. Captain Xia said that Li Jinyan was a very serious and responsible soldier. Although he had a cold personality, he was very fair. Every word he said wasn't personal because he treated everyone equally. Just like what he said just now, he was just reminding all the soldiers, not just himself, who had just joined the training today. When it was time for breakfast, the selected Marines sat together and carefully discussed Yi Qian's background. Someone whispered, "Will she succeed or not? We might not even be able to stay. She's just a female soldier. Don't tire herself to the point of being hospitalized. I thought she was a secretary in the team. I didn't expect her to be like us. Didn't they say that the frogmen didn't recruit female soldiers? Why are they recruiting female soldiers now? Keep your voice down. Don't let the Demon King hear you. Whether she succeeds or not isn't up to us. It's also not up to Demon King Li. It's up to the female soldier herself. I think it's a little difficult. With less than 4 hours of rest and 20 hours of training every day, the female soldier probably won't last a week of extreme training. Like the members of the Storm Commandos, they all agreed that Yi Qian definitely wouldn't make it. Yi Qian also knew that she had become the topic of discussion among the male soldiers. Standing in front of Li Jinyan, she said calmly, "I don't have any special requests. I'll do whatever the team arranges. I'll only ask once." Faced with Yi Qian's calmness, Li Jinyan nodded slightly in secret. No special requests, and she didn't take the opportunity to make any requests. It was easier than expected. As long as it was easy, it was fine. He also didn't like having a delicate female soldier in his team who would make requests and cause trouble every other day. Yi Qian, who understood what he was implying, smiled slightly. Looking at the young major who was praised by Xia Jinyuan, he said slowly, "I'll also only say this once. Not only was it easy, but also capable and experienced." Li Jinyan really didn't say another word. He gestured for Yi Jian to return to the team and turned to leave. He was responsible for himself and every recruit. He's his heads he was very well. He was responsible. He was responsible for himself and every recruit. A responsible man. No matter how cold he was, he wouldn't make people feel disgusted. He would only make people admire him. The male soldiers not only respected Demon King Li, but they also feared him. Yi Qian, who was always calm, didn't fear him. She didn't even look at Li Jinyan's face in the next week's extreme training. She didn't have much time to pay attention to him. The Navy's extreme training was related to water. There were too many things to learn. Even if she trained for more than 20 hours a day, she still felt that there wasn't enough time. From the obstacle course training to the boat training to the surfing training on the last day, Yi Qian wished that she could break 1 minute into 2 minutes. She was so determined that 24 hours a day was too little that it stimulated the male soldiers so much that they rushed forward excitedly. Chapter 1264. Every time Li Jinyan looked at her results, he would immediately send them to the Navy commander's desk. Therefore, the Navy commander would sigh when he received the Storm Commando's reports for 7 consecutive days. At first, Li Jinyan could only listen to them silently. From, "It's a pity that Yi Qian is from the army," to, "Why don't we think of a way to recruit him into the Navy?" Looking at the slender figure who was training with the male soldiers, Li Jinyan, who was observing the second batch of eliminated soldiers, narrowed his eyes slightly. The second round of elimination would be announced tonight. A total of 10 soldiers would be eliminated. Out of the 28 soldiers, only 18 soldiers would enter the final elimination round. Although Yi Qian was a female soldier, her results were far ahead of the male soldiers. Even if he did not announce her results, the male soldiers knew in their hearts that this female soldier who they did not take seriously at the beginning was very impressive. Initially, the male soldiers who had complaints about his training arrangements saw that a female soldier could complete one task after another. In less than 3 days, they did not hear a single word of complaint. As a female soldier, she could complete the tasks and even did it better than the male soldiers. As male soldiers, what right did they have to complain? Will the list be announced tonight or tomorrow morning? The great merman walked over and his gaze fell on the soldiers who were still training. When he saw Yi Qian, who did not lose to the male soldiers, he could not help but laugh. A very motivated female soldier. Her learning ability is also very strong. After a week of training, I can't help but think that she is a Navy soldier and not an Army soldier. A week had passed. Yi Qian's name had been mentioned countless times by the Storm Commandos. When Yi Qian was mentioned, every member of the Storm Commandos said that she could do it. Li Jinyan retracted his gaze. His handsome face was cold as he said, "Announce it tonight and send her away tonight." Excluding Yi Qian, we only have 27 soldiers left. If you eliminate 10 soldiers in one go, don't complain that there is too little fresh blood when the time comes. The great merman frowned slightly and reminded, "If you continue to eliminate soldiers like this, I'm afraid that the soldiers who leave will complain again." Now that Yi Qian's results are out, they can only blame themselves for being unworthy of being a man if they have any complaints. Li Jinyan's slightly cold voice came along with the sea breeze. Although it sounded indifferent, it was as cold as winter. If they really want to talk, just show them Yi Qian's report card. This move was a little too ruthless. Yi Qian was currently leading by a large margin. Any male soldier who saw this would feel ashamed. Big Shark, who had been worried that it would affect Li Jinyan's promotion, finally laughed. "I think we don't have to wait for them to complain before we bring out Yi Qian's results. When we announce Yi Qian's results at night, we'll just bring them out and talk about them for a few minutes. Then they'll have to shut up." It had to be said that having a female soldier who was stronger than the male soldiers not only made the entire team easier to manage, but also stimulated the male soldiers' fighting spirit. All of them were afraid that they would be outdone by the female soldier. Li Jinyan was surprised by the results. After 2 weeks of training, not only did he not see Yi Qian tired, but he also showed everyone her perseverance that was as deep as the sea and her tenacity that refused to admit defeat. Although he could not be sure if the female soldier could last until the end in a week, 1 week was enough for him to see clearly that she had a fierceness that even the male soldiers could not compare to. After a while, the great merman, who had not left, suddenly sighed. "We all misjudged her. This female soldier. Demon King, she's not simple." Chapter 1265. It's not the end yet. There's no need to jump to conclusions. Li Jinyan, who had remained clear-headed the entire time, did not think that Yi Qian would definitely be able to stay just because of her outstanding results. Without seeing the final results, no matter how outstanding her results were, they were only temporary. "You've always been strict. I'm only asking for trouble by discussing the issue of staying or leaving with you. Deshao took the initiative to end the topic and changed the topic to boat training. Early in the morning, the boat surfing training lasted for 2 hours. They kept lifting the rubber boat ashore and pushing it down to compete with the waves, rushing ashore as fast as they could. Deshao looked at Yi Qian, who had become the leader of Team 1, and the smile on his face deepened. On the first day of training, as a female soldier, Yi Qian had indeed suffered a lot. The male soldiers thought that she was just there to join in the fun. Furthermore, they were all angry at being trained by the Devil King. When they spoke to Yi Qian, their words were somewhat reckless. He saw this but did not step in to stop them. He wanted to see how Yi Qian would handle it. The way to handle it was very simple. She would use her strength to speak. That night, Yi Qian made all the male soldiers shut their mouths. None of them dared to say anything bad about her. She had fought against 4 soldiers alone. She had held each of their necks with a military dagger. How could the male soldiers, who could not win even when they fought 4 against 1, still have the face to say that a female soldier was not good enough? If they had succeeded, they would not have had a military dagger held to their necks by a female soldier. She did not argue. She used her strength to stand firm. Who would dare to say that a female soldier was not good enough? Yi Qian did not know that Li Jinyan was secretly observing her. She, who was wholeheartedly focused on training, lifted the rubber boat with the male soldiers and walked towards the beach. After 2 hours of training, everyone's mouth was washed by the salty seawater until it tasted bitter. When they reached the shore, they pounced on the water bottle and gulped down water to wash away the salty taste in their mouths. 6 days of the week-long extreme training had passed. Perhaps everyone knew that the second elimination list would be released at any time. Every male soldier's expression became more and more solemn. Even when they spoke, there was a hint of ruthlessness. There's still one more round of surfing training. Let's rest after that. Otherwise, when the Demon King comes, we'll have to stay in the sea for half a day like the 3rd team. A male soldier said with lingering fear. He hurriedly drank a few mouthfuls of water and didn't dare to stay any longer. He asked his teammates to hurry up and finish the last set of surfing training. The boat surfing training was one of the many physical training programs that had been eliminated. After that, there would be rock carrying, obstacle surmounting training, and log carrying training. These were all daily essential training. Not only that, all the soldiers, including Yi Qian, would be doing more running, swimming, and physical training than the previous week. For example, today, they had to complete the 6-kilometer endurance race, the steeplechase race, and the 2-kilometer swimming race. Furthermore, there was a strict time limit. Once they exceeded the time limit, they would be disqualified. There was no mercy. Yi Qian did not sleep more than 4 hours a day when she was training, because she trained for more than 20 hours a day. When the last round of surfing training ended, every team member spread out their legs and put their hands behind their backs. They straightened their backs and waited for Li Jinyan's inspection, or rather, for criticism. Li Jinyan, who had walked over from the other side, used his cold, knife-like gaze to sweep across the soldiers who had entered the last round of elimination. Even his voice was as cold as a knife. Every word he spoke sent chills down the soldiers' spines. Chapter 1266. After breakfast, rest for an hour and then swim 100 meters. He glanced around and didn't criticize them like he usually did. He only left a cold sentence for the soldiers who stood out from the 100 soldiers and entered the second round of elimination. Although it was only a sentence, it was like a nightmare. The soldiers who were eating breakfast didn't have the mood to do anything. The swimmers' hands had to be tied behind their backs and their legs had to be tied. They had to rely on their body to complete the swim. This was a task that not only required good swimming skills, but also good mental fortitude. Perhaps they had all guessed that the second round of elimination had entered the most critical moment. Even though they had entered the most difficult part of the training, every soldier's expression was extremely serious. They didn't show any signs of fear. Their faces didn't show it, but when they stood on the water's surface, the corners of 2 male soldiers' mouths twitched fiercely. Their small bellies and legs also began to tremble slightly. This scene was recorded by the members of the Storm Commandos and included in their individual scores. Relax your body. just like when you swim without moving your hands and legs. Big Whale, who was tying Yi Qian's hands behind her back, reminded her softly, use the strength of your waist to push forward. You have to be fast. Don't relax halfway. Yi Qian smiled and joked. Fortunately, it's only 100 meters. If I had to do 200 meters like you guys, I wouldn't have much confidence. Although Yi Qian trained with the soldiers, her identity was still special. She knew the uniqueness of Li Jinyan's team, so she could joke around with the members of the Storm Commandos. The members of the Storm Commandos also liked to chat with Yi Jian, who was stronger than the male soldiers. She was a proper female soldier from the Special Forces. Hearing this, Big Whale chuckled and replied, "You're swimming well. Our Navy's commander sighed for a long time, lamenting that you're not from the Navy." The 28 soldiers had their hands and legs tied. They were waiting for the whistle to blow before diving into the water one by one and diving for 100 meters. It was time to test their swimming skills and mental fortitude. A sharp whistle sounded. Yi Qian turned into a fish. Her speed was extremely fast, and her diving posture was extremely graceful. She dove into the water without any hesitation. The entire surface of the water began to boil, and a series of plop sounds could be heard. 28 figures jumped into the water. The Storm Commandos who were holding stopwatches had already started counting down. They were only waiting for the soldiers to finish the 100-meter dive before recording the time they spent on the scoresheet. Just like what the whale had said, diving with both hands and feet tied depended on the strength of the waist. Yi Jian was not the best swimmer, but she was definitely one of the most flexible. Coupled with her high C02, she had good endurance and adaptability. Even though she was not a swimmer, she still managed to squeeze into the top 3. She's the first one to jump into the water, Demon King. I bet she'll definitely squeeze into the top 3. Big Whale whispered to Li Jinyan, unable to hide the excitement in his voice. At this rate, we can definitely recruit a female frogman into our team. Demon King, why don't you consider snatching someone from the tiger's mouth? Not only did the great whale think so, but so did the naval commander. Li Jinyan glanced at his comrade. How do you plan to snatch it? Will you step in? I think the commander has this idea. Unfortunately, it won't work, Big Whale said sadly. He saw that some soldiers had already surfaced from the water. Then he saw Yi Qian following closely behind. His eyes lit up, and he was so excited that it was as if he was the one who had been training. He could barely suppress the excitement in his voice. Top 3, top 3. Top 3 indeed. Chapter 1267. Yi Qian did not know that she had won second place. She only knew that if she did not swim with all her might, she would probably sink to the bottom of the water and would not be rescued in a short time. If she wanted to survive and not be drowned by the water, she had no other choice but to swim with all her might. At the same time, she had to thank Demon King Li for being merciful and not letting them swim in the seawater filled with seaweed. Otherwise, it would have been even more dangerous. When she could finally emerge from the water and breathe heavily, Yi Qian had a lingering fear that she had escaped death. After a few years of training, this was the first time she had felt this way. Especially when she subconsciously wanted to move her hands when she fell into the water. However, both her hands and legs were tied. That sudden feeling of fear instantly overwhelmed her. Even though she had a good mental fortitude, she still panicked for a few seconds. Fortunately, she reacted in time and immediately used the strength of her waist to swim. Otherwise, she might have really sunk to the bottom of the water. You struggled underwater and the skin on your legs has been broken. The member of the Storm Commandos who untied her hands smiled and said, "In the future, there will be more underwater training that will torture both your mind and body. Not only will your hands and legs be tied, but you will also be tied to an oxygen tank. Little Yi, when that time comes, you will know what it means to swim as fast as possible with all your might." They even had to tie an oxygen tank. Yi Qian's scalp went numb just by listening to it. I finally understand why the Demon King is so strict. If he is not strict, something will definitely happen during training. The Demon King is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He is strict with all of you because he is responsible for all of you. Look at the last few. All of them choked to the point of coughing out their lungs. If he is not strict and something happens to them, he will feel worse than anyone else. Yi Qian did not doubt the truth of what he said. After a week of training, she could indeed see that Li Jinyan was a cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He was a responsible and serious soldier. His seriousness and responsibility were not only for his life, but also for the entire country. This was a soldier who deserved everyone's respect. It's not over yet. Go lie on the beach for an hour. Without even checking the severity of the injury, the team member immediately reminded Yi Qian to move on to the next part of the training. He had to lie flat on the beach with his head facing the sea and let the waves hit his body. Furthermore, he had to lie in a place where the waves could hit his head and not just his body. This was surfing training. Its purpose was to weed out those who lacked perseverance. Yi Qian untied the ropes on her feet and ran over to the beach without even looking at her own results. This was not a team competition, but an individual elimination. She had no way of helping the soldiers who were choking on water and coughing violently. Water ability and mental toughness were reflected one by one in the bondage swimming competition, which took up the most important positions in the second round of elimination. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the last day of the Hell Week, training ended. The soldiers who returned from the seaside had even changed their running movements. They were like old men who had severe rheumatism. Their limbs were so stiff that they could only walk like robots, with every step they took as if their joints had malfunctioned. Yi Qian knew that there was not a single part of her body that was unharmed. Her body was red and swollen from being soaked in the sea. Even the most basic movements were excruciating. However, the finish line was right in front of her. She could only grit her teeth and persevere. There was no way out. Yi Qian had always been cruel to herself until Li Jinyan called out a list of names that did not include her name. After a week of extreme underwater training, Yi Qian slowly sat down on the beach under Li Jinyan's signal and tried to calm her trembling feet. Chapter 1268. The basic training was finally over. The next step was combat diving. The eyes of the remaining male soldiers were slightly red. It had not been easy. They had endured until who knew how many layers of skin had been peeled off. The male soldiers who left did not complain. They were not even as good as the female soldiers. How could they dare to complain? The 3 soldiers who returned from the first batch went through several rounds of elimination training. In the end, only one of them remained. The 2 who left did not look unconvinced like they did in the first round. Instead, they took the initiative to admit their shortcomings and let down Demon King Li's trust in them. At that time, the setting sun was just right. The bright red sun hung low at the end of the sea, using its last rays to send off the young soldiers who had lost with their backs straight. Someone started singing a military song. The male soldiers who were originally sitting down helped each other stand up. They used a loud military song to send off their comrades who were leaving. Steel needs to be forged, swords need to be sharpened, spears need to be wiped. Soldiers love the military training ground, sweat blooming the heroic flowers. Practice, 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 let's practice wrestling. Let's practice grappling, remember the sacred mission in our hearts. Love the army, practice martial arts to protect the country. The soldiers who were left sang. The soldiers who were leaving sang. The Love the Army, Practice Martial Arts song accompanied the most beautiful sunset to send off their beloved comrades. While Yi Qian was singing the military song, Ying in the provincial capital was also making use of the time to sing the military song. She had made up her mind to join the army. Under Yi Jifan's selection, she decided to enlist in the military arts. She had a foundation in singing and dancing. She could also play the piano well. In addition, she was 165 centimeters tall. Her temperament and appearance were not bad. As long as there were no accidents, enlisting in the army would not be a big problem. In order to let his daughter Ying enlist in the army, Yi Jifan, who wanted her to enter the capital's political group, had already started to run around. He was trying to make arrangements for his daughter to have a good future. Ying, are you done? Sun Dongqing's urging voice came from outside the room. Tonight, the family of 3 had invited a guest whose family had connections in the capital for dinner. As the main character, Ying was still tidying up her room and had not come out. Sun Dongqing saw that it was already 6 o'clock. She was afraid of being late and leaving a bad impression. She could not help but urge her daughter. Hurry up, it's already 6 o'clock. We're supposed to arrive at 7 o'clock, so we have to be there 10 minutes earlier so as not to be rude. In the room, Ying looked at herself in the mirror. She nodded in satisfaction as she looked at herself in the mirror. She was wearing an aqua blue knee-length princess dress. She smoothed her beautiful black hair before opening the door. My family has a daughter who has just grown up. The 19-year-old Ying is indeed a pretty girl in terms of appearance and temperament. Sun Dongqing couldn't stop smiling when she walked out after tidying herself up. Yes, my Ying is so beautiful. Look at her small mouth and big eyes. She's really beautiful. Ying smiled and twirled in front of Sun Dongqing. She raised her chin and said arrogantly, "How can I embarrass you and Dad?" She heard that the guests tonight were not ordinary people. There was even a diplomat in the family. If she didn't clean herself up, how could she be worthy of her family's painstaking efforts? Once she entered the army, she would definitely let that wretched girl Yi Qian have a look. Yi Ying, who left home with great ambitions, followed her parents to the most famous restaurant in the provincial capital. She stood upright and had a smile on her face. She was reserved and polite as she waited for the guests to arrive. Come, Brother Qin, this way please, this way please. Someone outside the private room pushed open the half-closed door. Then, the person who spoke walked in and said to Yifan, who had already stood up, "Director Yi, the guests are here. You have to treat them well." Chapter 1269. When the door was fully opened, Yifan saw a young man in a suit and leather shoes walking in with the middleman. Old Jiang, the head of an industrial company in the provincial capital. "Director Yi, this is the son of the Qin family in the capital. You know the Qin family, right? Brother Qin is the son of the Qin family." Old Jiang respectfully invited Mr. Qin over and only introduced him to the Qin family. He did not mention anything about Mr. Qin himself. Old Jiang was in his early 30s and met Yi Jifan at a banquet. He inadvertently found out that Director Yi wanted to send his daughter to the Beijing government regiment to be an art soldier. He remembered that he had heard rumors that Director Yi was likely to be promoted to be the second in charge of the provincial construction. He wanted to enter the real estate business, so he took advantage of the opportunity when the Qin family came to the provincial capital to celebrate Grandfather Chao's birthday to act as a middleman. As for whether or not he could persuade the Qin family to help him, it was not up to him alone. It depended on the progress of the banquet. Old Jiang secretly glanced at the corner and felt that there shouldn't be a problem. Director Yi had a beautiful daughter and Qin Yi was famous for being a womanizer. If he really took a fancy to Director Ye's daughter, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to get her into the Beijing political group? Yi Jifan clearly saw the young man that old Jiang had brought over. Not only was he too young, he even had a frivolous look on his face. Before he even opened his mouth, Yi Jifan's heart sank. Ying stood up and looked at the so-called nobleman. She could not help but frown. A diplomat? Is this what a diplomat looks like? Why does he look so unreliable? Ying looked at the so-called young diplomat and the diplomat, Qin Yi, did not avoid looking at Ying. Brother-in-law Jiang really didn't lie. The little girl looked fresh and lively. Her almond-shaped eyes were big and bright, revealing a charming charm. Also, with that slender waist, she was worthy of being a dancer. At first glance, one could feel her tenacity. In the capital, Qin Yi was famous for being a playboy. He was proficient in eating, drinking, and playing. His appearance had inherited the Qin family's usual gentle and handsome appearance. His clothes and speech were all good. Therefore, he was particularly popular with women. When Yi Ying first met Qin Yi, she was also deceived by his gentle and handsome appearance. She thought that he was really a gentle diplomat. When she saw him looking at her with a slight smile, she hurriedly returned a smile with her face burning hot. She then shyly lowered her head, her actions revealing the coquettishness of a girl. Unknowingly, Qin Yi's heart felt as if it was being scratched by a cat's paw. "Brother Qin, this is the Director Yi that I mentioned to you before." Old Jiang was seriously trying to pull strings. From his words, one could tell that he was very respectful to this young Master Qin from the capital. Qin Yi, who had been arrogant and haughty just a second ago, suddenly smiled and said politely, "Nice to meet you, Director Yi. I'm Qin Yi." As he spoke, his eyes never left Yi Ying. "Hello, young Master Qin. I didn't expect to be able to directly invite young Master Qin over tonight. Old Jiang really gave me a big surprise." Qin Yi took the initiative to stretch out his hand. Yi Jifan hurriedly stretched out his hand as well. He did not want to be impolite. He also happened to block Qin Yi's gaze from the corner of his eye. He smiled and said, I'm sorry. Please take a seat." No matter how big the other party's background was, or whether the matter entrusted to him was reliable or not, he could only take one step at a time. Old Jiang would not dare to casually find someone to pretend to be young Master Qin to deceive him. Chapter 1270. Qin Yi, whose line of sight was blocked, curled up the corners of his mouth and quickly warmed up to Yi Jifan. The smile on Sun Dongqing's face was a little forced. Especially when she saw that Qin Yi kept looking at her daughter when he sat down, she felt that this person was not very reliable. How could he look at a young girl as soon as he came in? He was too impolite and too frivolous. "Director Yi, you are too polite. I am just a junior. How can I be worthy of your toast? Every time my father came back to China, he told me to be humble outside and not do whatever I want in the name of the Qin family. You are a friend of Brother Zhang's, so you are also my elder. I should toast you with this cup of wine." Qin Yi's appearance was not only deceptive, but his glib tongue was also equally deceptive. His words not only reflected his extraordinary status, but also gave Yi Jifan an opportunity to ask his father about his work. Yi Jifan, who had been wondering if Qin Yi had some sort of connection, laughed heartily and said, "Sure enough, only a talented person from a prestigious family can have such a broad mind. Young Master Qin is young and promising, and with the support of his family, his future is limitless. I wonder where young Master Qin's father is in politics? If there is a chance, I must pay him a visit. My uncle is the ambassador to Russia, Qin Wenba. Director Yi may not have heard of him, but I think Director Yi should have met my brother, Qin Xiu. My brother often came to Nan province 2 years ago. Maybe Director Yi and my brother met at a conference." Qin Wenba did not know much, but he knew Qin Xiu. They had indeed met each other at the meeting. Yi Jifan was enlightened by old Jiang's words. Old Jiang had not lied to him. He quickly said, "No wonder I felt that young Master Qin looked familiar. It turns out that you are the younger brother of Translator Qin. 3 years ago, I did meet Translator Qin several times at a conference. Unfortunately, Translator Qin was very busy at that time and did not say much. My brother is a busy man. As his younger brother, I have to apply in advance if I want to say a few words to him." The smile on Qin Yi's face deepened. He was wearing a high-end custom-made suit, and there was a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. This made Yi Jifan's smile even more genuine. Although this young Master Qin in front of him was a little frivolous, he was indeed a member of the Qin family. Upon closer inspection, he did look similar to Qin Xiu, whom he had met a few times. Old Jiang, who was sitting next to them, could not help but let out a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them. Qin's name was Qin's name was Qin's name. After all, Qin's mother's family, of Qin was Qin's, of course. Was. Of Qin was of Qin of his of. Qin Xiu's. Brother Qin, you talk to Director Yi first. I'll go and see if Grandfather Chow has arrived. Old Jiang stood up, intending to leave some space for Qin Yi. If Grandfather Chow arrives, I'll come and find you immediately. Qin Yi could not wait for him to leave. He smiled and said, "Thank you, brother-in-law. Today was Grandfather Chow's 80th birthday. As a member of the Qin family, how could Qin Yi be absent?" Yi Jifan's eyes flickered and he looked embarrassed. He apologized. "I've troubled young Master Qin to take the time out of his busy schedule to come here. How about this? If young Master Qin is still in the provincial capital tomorrow night, I'll host another banquet to thank young Master Qin. The first time might not work, but the second time would be more likely to make it happen." Chapter 1271. Old Jiang was amused when he heard this. Officials were different. They knew how to make dinner parties better than businessmen. He laughed and tried to pull the strings again. Brother Qin, you can have some fun in the provincial capital. You don't have to rush back to the capital. He had already opened the door of the private room. Yi Fan, who had stood up to send him off, walked over. Thank you for your hard work, old Jiang. If Elder Chow hasn't arrived yet, you'll have to come back and have a few drinks with us. As he spoke, he approached old Jiang and whispered, Thank you, old Jiang. Director Yi, you're being too polite. The bald old Jiang touched his forehead out of habit. He looked at Qin Yi, who was chatting with Sun Dongqing, and quickly reminded him, Director Yi, Mr. Qin's family is a big shot in the capital. Our Jiang family and the Qin family are in-laws. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to invite him. He's also a forthright person. I think you can talk to him. Why don't you strike while the iron is hot and tell him that your niece wants to enter the capital's political regiment? To tell you the truth, although the Qin family is a diplomatic family, they know only high-ranking military officers. If the Qin family agrees, you can enter any regiment you want. The reason why Yi Jifan chose such a high-end place to entertain guests was naturally because he had investigated the situation of old Jiang's family. At this moment, he naturally understood that old Jiang was telling the truth. Yi Jifan glanced at Qin Yi, who was speaking politely to his wife. His smile deepened as he said, Old Jiang, if my daughter's matter is settled, your matter will also be settled. On the other side, Sun Dongqing flattered, Mr. Qin is young and promising. As expected of a noble family. Only the Qin family can cultivate such a talent like Mr. Qin. Unlike us small families, we don't have the ability to send our children to higher places. We can only be anxious. Sun Xueqing didn't have so many scruples when speaking. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, she still hadn't mentioned her daughter's matter. She couldn't help but feel anxious. She simply said it directly. Anyway, the other party knew why she invited him. For the sake of her daughter's future, Sun Dongqing lowered herself for the first time to flatter a young man. We're old and don't have the ability to pave a path for our children. Even if we want our daughter to join the military, our hair will turn white. Director Yi, your wife has already talked about business. I won't disturb you and Brother Qin. I'll come back later. Old Jiang heard this. He guessed that there might be some shady deals. He knew that he wouldn't stay and would come back in half an hour. As for whether Grandfather Chow was coming or not, it was just a cover. It was Old Master Chow's 80th birthday. It did not matter if Qin Yi appeared or not. 2 silhouettes walked past the open door of the private room. Then, another person came back and looked straight into the private room. Yi Jifan was about to speak when he saw the figure walking over. His eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but purse his lips tightly. He met an acquaintance. Principal Chow of the Provincial First High School. Principal Chow didn't have any intention of catching up with Yi Jifan. He walked back to the door and patted old Jiang, who was talking. Why are you here? Yu Xiang is looking for you. She wants you to go to the door and greet the guests. Old Jiang, who was suddenly patted on the back, was already shocked. When he heard Principal Chow's voice, he was so scared that his heart tightened. He turned around and replied with a stiff face, Hello, second uncle. I ran into an acquaintance, so I came over to say hello. Chapter 1272. Principal Chow raised his eyes and smiled at Yi Jifan. He then turned to old Jiang and said, Yu Xiang can't handle it alone. Go and take care of her. Yu Xiang, surnamed Chow, was old Jiang's wife and Principal Chow's niece. Yi Jifan's heart was in turmoil. The relationship between old Jiang and Principal Chow was uncle and nephew? He had investigated old Jiang's family and knew that his wife was old Master Chow's niece, but he didn't know that Principal Chow was also a member of the Chow family. Old Jiang did not dare to stay any longer. He secretly gave Yi Jifan a look as he walked out and gently closed the door of the private room. Just as he calmed his mind and looked up, he was so frightened by the figure that was only 3 steps away from him that he almost fainted. Qin Xiu, the real young master of the Qin family. Cold sweat gradually appeared on his back. Fortunately, second uncle didn't go in and didn't see Qin Yi sitting inside. Fortunately, Qin Xiu didn't come with him. Uncle, my mother is here. I'll go first. Under the bright crystal lights, The tall and handsome Qin Xiu stood there like a jade carving, attracting the gazes of all the guests who came and went. They were all attracted by his noble aura. The real young master of the Qin family was right in front of him. Old Jiang secretly wiped away the cold sweat in his heart. Although he was related to the Chao family, he really wasn't related to Qin Xiu. He didn't dare to say a word. He brushed past Qin Xiu's shoulder and quickly left. Principal Chao noticed that old Jiang's expression was a little strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He just thought that it was a little awkward for him to bump into a businessman and an official. However, because the official was Yi Jifan, Principal Chao, who didn't have a good impression of him, secretly frowned. He planned to find some time later to remind his niece's husband. Seeing his nephew Qin Xiu walk towards the stairs, Principal Chao, who was walking up the stairs, smiled and said, "Your mother rushed over in such a hurry. After dinner, she rushed back to the capital. She didn't even stay for a night. I'm afraid your grandfather will scold her. I'll go remind her and let her coax your grandfather more." Yi Jifan and Qin Yi left together, not noticing that the door of the private room was slowly closing behind them. Yi Jifan returned to his seat and chatted with Qin Yi for a while. Inadvertently, the topic of their conversation shifted to Principal Chao. "The Principal Chao you mentioned is my second uncle. My grandfather has 2 sons and 2 daughters. My second uncle is the third." Qin Yi had always liked to keep in touch with the Chao family. Whenever Qin Xiu's relatives were close to him, he would also keep in touch with them. Hearing this, Yi Jifan's heart tightened. He took a small sip of the white wine. In that case, it was good that he was cautious. When Principal Chao didn't give him any face and asked Ding Ying to leave, he suppressed the anger in his heart. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Otherwise, he would have become enemies with the Chao family. Everyone in the room was talking about Yi Ying's intention to enlist in the Beijing political corps. Qin Yi glanced at the bank card that Sun Dongqing had just mentioned and whistled in his heart. It was interesting to have dealings with officials. They all knew how to give gifts. Without any hesitation, he took the bank card and smiled confidently. "This matter is easy to handle. Director Yi, prepare your daughter's information for me as soon as possible. Based on my experience with Director Ye's daughter's temperament, it won't be a problem for her to enter and stay in Beijing." "You said that Yi Jifan wants to send his daughter to the Beijing political group?" Principal Chao took the opportunity to look at his nephew's son-in-law coldly. Even his voice was cold. "You don't have the ability, yet you dare to take on the porcelain job?" Chapter 1273. Of course, old Jiang knew that he did not have that kind of ability. He did not have it, but Qin Yi did. He thought about how he had been caught by his wife's second uncle, who had deliberately pulled him aside and warned him not to get too close to Yi Jifan, so that he wouldn't end up with nothing. At the end of the day, the Chao family still thought of him as a relative. After struggling for a while, old Jiang replied slowly, "Second uncle, I know that I don't have the ability to send Director Ye's daughter to the Beijing political group. That's why I asked you. He knows a lot of people in Beijing. He must have a way. I heard from the grapevine that Director Yi is very likely to be promoted to the provincial construction department at the end of this year. I thought that if I were to contract the provincial construction project in the future, I would have to interact with Director Yi in the future. Seeing that he is busy with his daughter's matter, I might as well take a risk. If I succeed, I will show my face in front of Director Yi. It should be easier for me to get the project in the future. It doesn't matter if it doesn't succeed. He knows that I have done my best. You know that we are businessmen. We must be careful." I took advantage of the old man's 80th birthday to arrange a meeting between Director Yi and Qin Yi. After listening to his explanation, Principal Chao slightly narrowed his eyes. Director Yi is a provincial official. He doesn't need to rely on his connections to send his daughter to the army. It is not difficult for his daughter to enter the Beijing political group. Why does he need to rely on his connections? With his influence in the southern province, he can write a letter of recommendation and bring it to the army. The army will consider or prioritize it. There is no need for him to rely on his connections. He paused for a moment and asked old Jiang, "Jingyan, are you close to Director Yi?" Old Jiang, full name, Jingyan. "Second uncle, if I want to be close to him, Why would I need to go through so much trouble to ask Qini to help me? I'm just trying. I won't lose anything anyway. Jiang Jingyan smiled embarrassedly. Although he had a small achievement, he was still far from the real big boss. Now that he finally had the opportunity to double his business, even if there was only a slim chance, he wanted to try. Principal Chao didn't blame him. Jiang Jingyan was considered a promising person among his nieces and nephews, but he didn't use the Chao family's name to expand his own network. Today, he said that businessmen should know how to be careful, know how to curry favor, and know how to have a good relationship with the government. These were all right. Every profession had its own rules for survival, and Jiang Jingyan was still considered to be abiding by the rules. However, there was one thing he didn't quite understand. His relationship with Yi Zhifan wasn't very good. With Yi Zhifan's cautious nature, why would he agree to Jingyan's arrangement? This was tantamount to giving his political opponents evidence of abusing his power for personal gain. Jingyan, I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as it seems. He is already an official in the provincial office. If he wants to send his daughter to the army, it should be a simple matter. Why does he still need to rely on others? Principal Chao reminded this junior, whom he admired, that the Chao family had been going downhill. If it weren't for the Qin family and old Master Chao, the Chao family would have been an ordinary family. He didn't want his nieces and nephews to go down the wrong path. Jiang Jingyan really didn't understand and didn't want to investigate. Seeing him like this, Principal Chao sighed and reminded him again, Jingyan, be careful not to get what you want. Instead, you will get into trouble. I think there must be something behind this matter that even an official like him can't solve. Chapter 1274. Principal Chao rarely interfered with the family affairs. He spent most of his time at school. His wife took care of the family affairs and looked after his nephew and son-in-law. He was so young and already bald. Alas, I should remind him more. He continued, also, don't provoke Qin. I'll ask Qin Xiu to call him out. As for the matter between you and Director Yi, I think it's better to forget about it. Ask Qin Xiu to call Qin Yi out? Jiang Jingyan's face changed. He wanted to stop Principal Chao, but Principal Chao saw through his thoughts and said sternly, Who is Qin Yi? He always uses the name of Qin Xiu to do whatever he wants. Since you know that he is afraid of Qin Xiu, you don't dare to let Qin Xiu know. Why do you still want to use Qin Yi for your own benefit? Moreover, do you think that Director Yi will open the door for you just because you've done what he wants? Jingyan, he is a village official with no background. Being careful is his first standard. Do you think he will use his position to open the door for you? His words made Jiang Jingyan's body shiver. Principal Chao had already walked to Qin Xiu's side and said a few words. Jiang Jingyan only felt that the Qin family's legitimate young master's gaze was so cold that he couldn't help but shiver. Although he could be considered as Qin Xiu's brother-in-law, he didn't dare to call himself his brother-in-law. Only Qin Yi would give him some face. Qin Xiu's handsome face was cold. He pursed his lips and said in a cold voice, If Qin Yi has the ability to get people into the Beijing political group, my father won't have to worry about him. Qin Yi's surname was Qin, but unfortunately, he was the illegitimate son of Qin Xiu's uncle. Qin Xiu's father, Qin Dingkong, couldn't resist the secret pleading of his younger brother, Qin Wenba, and took Qin Yi back to the Qin family. Principal Chao patted his nephew's shoulder and said, I'll have to trouble you with this. I just warned your brother-in-law that he will not follow Qin Yi's path in the future. Qin Yi, who was still chatting with Yi Zhifan in the private room, didn't know that Qin Xiu would soon come to the door. Qin Xiu held a wine glass in one hand, and his smile and words vividly reflected the elegance of a rich playboy. Ying, who was secretly observing him, saw him and her heart beat faster. Qin Yi, diplomat, good-looking, had the ability to get her into the Beijing political group. Ying lowered her head and only showed Qin Yi's beautiful face. Qin Yi seemed to be interested in her. Her father had said that she could use anything and everything to help her achieve a better future. In that case, Qin Yi was definitely one of those things that could help her achieve a better future. The more Ying thought about it, the colder her eyes flashed. Then she raised her head and sneaked a quick glance at Qin Yi. Fortunately, he was handsome enough that she could harden her heart and play with him. Qin Yi, a master of seduction, knew that the girl was secretly looking at him. But he would never have guessed that he had become a useful thing in her eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the girl's blushing face. Her delicate appearance made him tighten his grip on the wine glass. She was really a stunner. Look at those almond-shaped eyes. The charm in them made his whole body heat up. Yi Jifan didn't like the way Qin Yi secretly looked at his daughter. As a man, how could he not know what was in those eyes? Chapter 1275. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Yi was able to mention all the high-ranking officials of the Beijing political group and knew where they lived, he even went there as a guest. He even mentioned that one of the high-ranking officials of the Beijing political group liked to make dough figurines and that there were a few authentic paintings of Master Qi hanging in the study room. After a few rounds of probing, Yi Jifan was sure that Qin Yi was from the Qin family, a family of diplomats. Only with this confirmation could they have a good conversation and resist Qin Yi's gaze on Yi Ying. Yi Ying was very happy. A young and promising diplomat. He seemed to be interested in her. Did this mean that she had a better chance of entering the Beijing government? Not only did Yi Ying think so, but Sun Dongqing also thought so. She even thought that if Qin Yi was really interested in her daughter, they could date and get married. Then her daughter would become a phoenix. The mother and daughter's thoughts did not escape Qin Yi's eyes. Only Yi Jifan remained calm. He only wanted to use Qin Yi's connections to send Yi Ying into the military. As for other things, he believed in the power behind the jade pendant. No matter how much Qin Yi liked Yi Ying, he would not show it. When Yi Jifan asked about Principal Chao, Qin Yi sighed and said, "My uncle is boring. He could have moved out of the provincial first high school and become an official somewhere else, but he insisted that he wanted to be a principal. What's so good about being a principal? He has worked hard all his life and I feel sorry for him." Fortunately, the students of the provincial first high school are good. I heard that there is another national top scorer. Otherwise, I would feel sorry for him. National top scorer, Yi Ying, who had been listening obediently, narrowed her eyes. She lowered her eyebrows and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes flashed with deep hatred. "Yiqian, just you wait. As long as she enters the army, even if you get into the military school, you will never be able to compare to her." The national top scorer not only provoked Yi Ying, but also Sun Dongqing. She said sharply, "What national top scorer?" She even said that she got into the military school. I don't even know if it's true. What does it have to do with you? Yi Jifan had already confirmed that Qin Yi was indeed acquainted with the officials of the Beijing government. He was afraid that his wife's jealousy would leave a bad impression on him and ruin his daughter's future. After scolding in a low voice, he said helplessly to Qin Yi, "Recently, there is a rumor that the national top scorer is our niece. She has some conflicts with my family and had done something that hurt Yi Ying. My wife is still unwilling to forgive her." The reason why Yi Jifan was because he was afraid that Qin Yi would secretly investigate it was better to say it himself. However, Qin Yi did not care about these things at all. What did it have to do with him whether or not the national champion was the niece of Mrs. Yi Jifan? It was none of his business. However, in order to get Yi Ying, who was as beautiful as a flower bud, into his hands, Qin Yi pretended to be cold and said, "Director Ye's daughter looks like an obedient and sensible girl. It seems that the national top scorer is just SOSO. Yes. Mr. Qin is right." For the past few weeks, Sun Dongqing had heard the most about Yi Qian. She wanted to laugh at him but could not find a friend who could agree with her. Now that she heard Qin Yi say that Yi Qian was Estes, she immediately agreed. She said angrily, "That stupid girl. If it wasn't for Ying Ying's help in school, she would have gotten a 0 in her exams." Chapter 1276. She's the top scorer in the country. I'm starting to suspect that she cheated. Mr. Qin, do you know anyone in the Education Bureau? Could he check to see if her results were real? I'm starting to suspect that she's faking it. Qin Yi had no idea what was going on. His life was filled with nothing but eating, drinking, and having fun. He had never cheated in the college entrance examination. He had been living a carefree life in the capital with the help of the Qin family. He was very happy. Sun Dongqing wanted him to investigate the top scorer in the country. Qin Yi knew that this was related to the reputation of the Chow family. He had to agree even if he didn't have the ability to do so. If Qin Xiu found out about this, he would be punished. I think it's hard for Madame Ye's resentment to dissipate. Once Ying enters the capital, I think the resentment in Madame Ye's heart will disappear. He didn't know what Sun Dongqing wanted him to do if he continued this conversation. He had taken the money and the beauty had taken the bait. It was time for him to leave. Qin Yi pretended to look at his phone. He frowned and said, I should go back too. I'm afraid Grandfather Chow has already arrived. He placed his hand on the folder containing Yi Ying's personal files and bank cards. Just as he was about to speak, someone knocked on the door. Yi Jifan thought it was Jiang Jingyan. He quickly stood up and laughed. I'll open the door. Maybe it's Jiang Jian asking Mr. Qin to go back and celebrate Grandfather Chow's birthday. Qin Xiu, who was knocking on the door, heard the laughter inside. His usually gentle eyes flashed with a cold light. He said, Qin Yi, it's time for you to come out. Qin Yi was so shocked that he didn't even take the folder with the bank cards. He stood up and hurriedly said to Yifan, Excuse me, Director Yi. Qin Xiu. How did Qin Xiu know that he was here? Oh no. Could it be that the principal of the Chow family saw him and told Qin Xiu? Thinking of this, Qin Yi did not dare to stay for even a second. He anxiously walked over and opened the door. Hey, Mr. Qin, I forgot to take Yingying's files. Sun Dongqing's eyes were sharp. She saw the folder containing her daughter's files fall to the ground. She quickly got up and handed it to Qin Yi. Mr. Qin, please take care of Yingying. The envelope was stuffed into Qin Yi's hands without any explanation. Just then, the door of the box opened and Qin Xiu appeared in the line of sight of the Yi family. Brother, why are you looking for me? Qin Yi, who didn't want to take the folder, had no choice but to take it in front of Qin Xiu. He tried to calm himself down and smiled. Is the old man here? Qin Xiu glanced at the file that Qin Yi wanted to hide but had nowhere to hide. He glanced at Yijifan with his seemingly gentle but indifferent eyes. Then he slowly glanced at Sun Dongqing and asked, Did I interrupt your plans? Oh no. Qin Yi denied. He closed the door and stopped Yijifan from going forward to talk to Qin Xiu. Brother Zhang's friend. I'm just here to get to know him and have a chat. In the room, Sun Dongqing was shocked and said, The sons of the Qin family are really outstanding. I think Qin Yi is already good enough, but his brother seems to be even better. As she said this, she looked at her daughter Yi Ying and thought about Qin Yi's brother. Sun Dongqing said softly, Old Yi, I think Qin Yi's brother seems to be more powerful. Why don't we let Yi Ying try it herself? Chapter 1277. Save me the trouble. Do you think the Qin family is a vegetable market where you can pick and choose? The appearance of Qin Xiu reassured Yifan. He was 100% sure that Qin Yi was from the Qin family. He was 100% sure that Qin Yi knew the senior officials of the Beijing political group. Sitting back in his chair, Yi Jifan looked at his daughter and reminded her, there's still a long way to go before the winter conscription. Let's see if Qin Yi can get it done. Don't listen to your mother. Also, don't mention Yi Qian's relationship with our family in the future. She was admitted to the military academy as the nation's top scorer. You have no right to question her. The matter is settled. Don't waste your time thinking about it. Think about how to get Ying into the Beijing political group. Yi Ying, who had not spoken much, said in a cold voice, Dad, as long as I get into the Beijing political group, I will not let you down. Wait until you get into the Beijing political group. We can't just rely on Qin Yi. We have to continue to look for other connections. Yi Jifan did not have the habit of pinning all his hopes on one person. He was used to making preparations. He took a sip of wine thoughtfully and said, As for Qin Xiu, we can give it a try. Sun Dongqing pursed her lips. That's what I was thinking. Didn't you disagree? Mum, Dad means that he will go to Qin Xiu, not me. Yi Ying sighed and explained, It's best if Dad comes forward. I should take the initiative to go to Qin Xiu. Is that right? She then asked Yi Jifan, Dad, are you going to go to Qin Xiu later? When Grandfather Chow's birthday party is over, I'll try my luck. Yi Jifan's brows did not loosen as he sipped his wine. He could only try his luck. Principal Chow of the provincial first high school had become Qin Xiu's uncle. He was especially protective of Yi Qian. He was not sure if he would be able to talk to Qin Xiu. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Ying bit her lower lip lightly, tears flashing in her eyes. She had taken a wrong step, and now it was difficult for her to take another step forward. She had never thought that she would be banned from taking the college entrance exam, and never thought that that damned girl, Yi Qian, would actually get into the military academy. However, Principal Chow felt that it was not impossible for Ying to find Qin Xiu personally. He opened the file that Qin Xiu had placed on the table and skimmed through it. Then, this principal who had always been kind to his students revealed a cold smile. Looks like Director Yi is determined to go against Yi Qian. Now that Yi Qian has entered the military academy, he wants to send Yi Ying to the Beijing government regiment. The fact that Yi Qian has entered the military academy has greatly affected their family. Yi Qian got into the military academy because she has the ability to do so. Even if she didn't get into the military academy, she would still have a bright future if she joined the military. Qin Xiu secretly added in his heart. He picked up a page of Yi Ying's personal file. When he read a certain part, his elegant brows raised, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I think I've found the reason why they're looking for connections. He placed the personal file on the table and tapped lightly with his slender fingers. According to the medical examination standards issued by our country's National Health and Family Planning Commission, General Staff Headquarters, and General Logistics Department, she definitely won't pass this test. Also, according to the political assessment rules issued by the Ministry of Public Security, General Staff Headquarters, and General Political Department, her performance during military training also makes it impossible for her to join the military. There were 2 points in the personal file that also gave Yi Jifan a headache. There were 2 points that he had not told his daughter. First, heart disease. Second, conduct failure during military training. Chapter 1278. It was the 2 points written on the file that made Yi Jifan's heart turn cold when he inquired about the application conditions. He also thought about deleting the file or disguising it, but he rejected all of them. If they found out, not only would his daughter's future be ruined, his career would also be ruined. The risk factor was too high, so he had to give up. She wanted to be a soldier, and she also wanted to join the Beijing government regiment. Going through the normal application process was impossible. Therefore, Yi Jifan tried to use his connections to get Yi Ying into the army. Principal Chow did not look at Yi Ying's file in detail, but he knew the requirements. Principal Chow picked up the file and looked at it. He sighed again and again. You are too smart for your own good. You could have been a soldier, but you destroyed your own Great Wall. No wonder Qin Yi was so arrogant and said he would not implicate you. He probably knew what was going on when he saw it. Otherwise, he would have been kicked out of the Qin family by Grandpa. Qin Xiu put Yi Ying's file back into the portfolio. He straightened his tie and stood up with a gentle smile. I have to see the guests out. Uncle, should you go out with us? Principal Chow and Qin Xiu did not like to socialize. After the birthday party, they sat together in the lounge and did not want to go out. At this time, most of the guests in front of them had left. It was enough for them to go out and show their faces. Qin Xiu was okay. After all, his surname was Qin. He only needed to stand beside his mother and say a few polite words. Principal Chow, as a son, not only did he have to talk to his mother, but he also had to see the guests out of the restaurant personally. The topic he hated the most was also mentioned. He listened and said helplessly, although I am the principal, the school is not my own school. If my relatives' children want to come to the provincial first school, I will definitely welcome them. As long as they can pass the exam, no matter which class they are assigned to, it will be a good class. No exam? Aren't you making things difficult for me? They all passed the exam. Even my son passed the exam. This year, there was a national champion in the provincial first school. Principal Chow almost lived a life isolated from his relatives. Now that he caught them at his father's birthday party, he realized that all the people who stayed were their children just happened to pass the exam. Yi Jifan looked at Principal Chow from afar, who was surrounded by people. His mouth was cold. His eyes fell on Qin Xiu, who was leaving alone. Here was his chance. The restaurant was so clean that even the washroom was spotless. There wasn't even a hint of odor. Qin Xiu, who was carefully washing her hands, didn't look up when she realized that someone had come in. After washing her hands meticulously, she took out a tissue to wipe her hands. Then she heard a slightly surprised voice behind her. "Isn't this Interpreter Qin?" Was there a need to be so surprised? Looking at Yi Jifan, Qin Xiu smiled politely. "Director Yi." Without another word, he gracefully walked out. Clearly, he had no intention of chatting with Yi Jifan, who was pretending to be surprised. Right when he entered the washroom just now, he seemed to have turned left to enter, but when he went out, he turned right. Qin Xiu, who was so bad with directions that it affected her daily life, only paused for a moment before Yi Jifan caught up with her. "When I was eating with Qin Yi just now, I heard Interpreter Qin's voice. I thought I heard wrong, but I didn't expect it to really be Interpreter Qin." Yi Jifan wasn't stupid enough to be surprised that Qin Xiu was here. His explanation told Qin Xiu that she was surprised because the voice she heard just now was indeed Qin Xiu's. Chapter 1279. Qin Yi is my cousin. Qin Xiu followed Yi Jifan out of the restroom. Good, someone is leading the way. He doesn't have to worry about getting lost in the restaurant. Just now, he was afraid that the relatives and friends of the Chow family would ask him if he had a girlfriend, so he didn't pay much attention to the surroundings. It was not impossible for him to get lost in the restaurant. Yi Jifan, who had no idea that he had become a compass, was elegant and dignified as an official. He maintained his identity and said casually, "So, Mr. Qin is the grandson of Mr. Chow. I know a person in charge of a company. His wife's surname is Chow, and they say that she is Mr. Chow's niece. I wonder if you know Jiang Jingyan?" Yi Jifan, who was well versed in the art of making friends, seemed to be talking casually, but in fact, he had a certain purpose in mind. He had to find an opportunity to get close to Qin Xiu. He couldn't be too anxious. He had to get closer to him first. He calculated step by step, but Qin Xiu didn't give him any chance. He walked out of the restroom as if he didn't hear anything. He said politely, "Director Yi, I have something to deal with here. Goodbye." After finding Qin Yi, he found him. No wonder Uncle said to be careful of him. This person really knows how to curry favor. Qin Xiu left without giving him any face. Yi Jifan, who had hit a wall, almost couldn't maintain his expression. He stared at Qin Xiu's back as he left. His eyes were dark. He left because he had something to do? Why did it look like he deliberately avoided him? Did Qin Yi tell Qin Xiu about his request? Or did Principal Chow say something to Qin Xiu? Thinking of this, Yi Jifan raised his hand and rubbed his aching temples. Heart disease could be checked in the hospital to prove that there was no heart disease. But Yingying's performance in the military training? How to deal with it? Ying didn't know that she couldn't even join the army. The next day, the whole family was preparing to go to the hospital to visit old Madame Yi. Qin Yi, who they met last night, came to visit. "I've already asked a friend to bring the file back to Beijing. I'll find an opportunity to send it to the head of Beijing's political group. I'm here to inform Director Yi." Even though Qin Yi was here for Ying, he knew his limits. He finished telling Ying about the things that he had not done at all and said, "Please wait for a moment, Director Yi. I will inform you as soon as I receive any news. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I will tell Director Yi." Since he had taken the money, he had to give the other party some hope, right? Hearing this, Ying was overjoyed. Yi Jifan, on the other hand, was worried. Did Qin Yi not read his daughter's file carefully? Did he not show it to Qin Xiu either? Forget it, I won't bring it up for the time being. Let's see how far I can go first. If even the Qin family could not help, his daughter would not be able to join the military. Yi Jifan was anxious to create a path for Ying to suppress Yi Qian and not let the person behind the jade pendant give up on him. For the first time, Qin Yi stumbled. If he was not so anxious and afraid that the person behind the jade pendant would support Yi Qian, with Yi Jifan's shrewdness, he would not have stumbled. The jade pendant made Yi Jifan's career bright, but it also became the source of his greatest fear. The whole family politely sent Qin Yi off. Sun Dongqing was so happy that her eyes narrowed. This is good, this is good. With Mr. Qin's help, it will definitely succeed. Hearing this, old Madame Ye's crooked mouth smiled even more crookedly. She said vaguely, good, 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 our Ying is promising. She doesn't have to be afraid of that little bitch anymore. Chapter 1280. After the treatment in the provincial capital, old Madame Yi, who had a strong will to live, was finally able to speak. However, her body did not improve and she could only lie on the bed. My Ying has never been afraid of that little bitch. Just you wait. Even if Ying is not a boy, he will still be better than my sister-in-law's 2 sons. Sun Dongqing would poke at old Madame Yi every time she came back to the hospital. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable. Every dog has its day. Now it was her turn to hold her head high. If she did not vent all the grievances she had suffered over the years, her surname would not be Sun. Old Madame Yi was not in the mood to quarrel with Sun Dongqing. She was anxious. When she thought of Yi Qian entering the military academy and becoming a soldier like her mother, she thought of the past. She thought of her daughter and son-in-law. Other than anxiety, she was also afraid. If she had known, she would have thrown that little bitch to death. She stared at Yifan with her cloudy eyes. Her mouth seemed to be filled with water as she mumbled, "We must not let her climb over our heads. We must not. That bitch, I don't know. I don't know where that bitch came from. Ying, you don't have to be afraid. That bitch can't do it. She's not as good as you. If there's a chance, help me teach her a lesson." Even though his words were vague, the viciousness in his tone made people's hearts tremble. Ying did not want to come at all. However, everyone in the province knew that Director Ye's old mother was paralyzed in bed. They had no choice but to come to the hospital and pretend to be filial. Yi Zhixiang, the one who started it, would always tell the hospital how filial her brother was. Even the people in the hospital knew that Director Yi was filial. In order to gain a good reputation, the whole family had to come even if they did not want to. Ying, who was standing beside the bed, did not even look at it. She said softly, "Grandma, take care of yourself. I will do my best." Teach Yi Qian a lesson? What ability did she have to teach Yi Qian a lesson now? Even if his good grandma was lying in bed, she was not restless at all, just like what his father said. Yi Zhifan was too lazy to say anything more. He couldn't move. No matter how much he wanted to stir up trouble, he was powerless. He was only thinking about when Qin Yi would give him a clear answer. Yi Qian knew that Yi Ying wanted to join the Beijing political group in the middle of August. There was still half a month before her reporting date. The last batch of eliminated navies will take the patrol ship back to the port tonight, and the rest of the soldiers will be formally trained as frogmen. As the Big Mermaid announced the names of the last batch of eliminated soldiers, the only sound on the beach was the sound of waves. They stood in the sunset like tall pine trees. After several months of elimination matches, they were deeply influenced by Li Jinyan and would never lower their heads even if they bled. Even if they lost, they had to maintain the iron bones of a soldier. In the end, 9 people, including Yi Qian, were left. Out of more than 100 navies, only a few were left. It was enough to show how strict Li Jinyan's selection of frogmen was. Just like the Snowfield Brigade, every member of the frogman team was a 1-in-a-million elite soldier. After sending away the eliminated soldiers, Yi Qian officially joined the training on how to become a combat diver and how to use open and closed diving equipment. To officially become a frogman, the navies had to show a high degree of adaptability underwater. They had to be able to complete the training under great pressure and in a murky environment. This made Li Jinyan, who always had a cold expression on his face, reveal a faint smile that was rarely seen in a year in front of all the navies. Chapter 1281. The Great Mermaid standing next to him saw him smile and joked, "Do you feel like you're a father? You finally raised a bunch of kids, haven't you? You must be happy." Li Jinyan felt a little helpless at such a comparison and teasing. His comrades in the team didn't seem to have any talent for language. Even he, the captain, was the same. But he was right about one thing. He was indeed happy. Those who stayed are the best of the best. We can move to our camp now. Li Jinyan's gaze was cold and sharp as he stared at the rippling water surface. He said calmly, "After the National Day ceremony in October, we will have a competition with another army special forces led by Xia Jinyuan. Those who have been selected to join the army will also need to go to the battlefield. Big Shark, our training needs to be more intensive." The military had already agreed to the joint application of the Navy and Army for the competition to be held immediately after the National Day celebration. It was the middle of August and there were less than 2 months left. The Great Mermaid's expression turned cold. Time is indeed tight. What about Yi Qian? She probably won't participate. Participate? The Great Mermaid's reaction was slow for 2 seconds. She immediately asked, "Which camp does she belong to? Our army? Army?" There was a night diving equipment exchange training under the water. The training required 2 soldiers to enter the water and wear masks to exchange diving equipment. It was 6:50 in the evening and there were still 10 minutes until the end. The underwater frogman's activities caused the ripples in the water to deepen. Amidst the undulating waves, 2 soldiers in diving gear were the first to surface. Li Jinyan looked at the time. Dijian Luzhen, first. She belongs to our camp. Our camp? Lu Zhuanhai? Demon King, you're not joking, are you? The Great Mermaid's attention was not affected by the Demon King's jumping thoughts. She was still focused on which camp Yi Qian was in. She was brought here by Xia Jinyuan. She will become one of our people in the competition? Demon King, we can't let this be one-sided. Yi Qian, who had changed her scuba equipment underwater, swam to the reef covered in barnacles. She came out of the water and high-fived her soldiers to celebrate. She couldn't take off her breathing mask, so she could only high-five her soldiers to express her joy. 3 minutes in advance. Yi Qian glanced at his waterproof watch and made a 3 gesture with his thumb up. They were communicating with simple gestures. The soldier pointed at the reef and climbed up first. He then pulled Yi Qian up with him. The equipment on both of them weighed 8 kilograms. When they reached the bottom, they would be able to increase their weight and quickly dive underwater. When they reached the shore, their movements would be more or less affected. This was also the reason why the daily training of the frogmen was permanent. From not being used to carrying more than 10 kilograms of equipment, to being able to move agilely even when carrying it onto the shore, the amount of effort that frogmen put into amphibious warfare was something that ordinary soldiers couldn't compare to. When Li Jinyan saw Yi Qian come up, he didn't stand on the reef anymore. He stepped down from the reef and said to the Great Mermaid, "Now he is still in the Navy, so naturally he belongs to the Navy. Furthermore, the Army needs to test his results. The competition will allow the Army to see Yi Qian's results." His explanation made the Great Mermaid laugh. "Interesting. Yi Qian is Xia Jinyuan's person. We have a comrade in our team who knows our enemy well. We have a slight advantage in the competition." Chapter 1282. But the competition will not only involve underwater activities, but also land activities. Explosives, rappelling, and ground navigation will all be used together. I don't know if Yi Qian will have any problems. Look at the Army's attitude. You can tell if she will have any problems. Under the reef, the team members who were exchanging diving gear came out of the water one after another. Amidst the sound of the waves, Li Jinyan's indifferent voice seemed to be so soft that it was almost inaudible. Will there be any problems? Would there be any problems with someone who was chosen by Xia Jinyuan and valued by the Army? If Yi Qian, who was born in the Army, was on land, her comrades in the Storm Commandos would probably be slightly inferior to her. After more than a month of training, Li Jinyan already had an idea of Yi Qian's abilities. She was outstanding, brave, meticulous, and fearless. How could there be any problems with a female soldier whose blood was as cold as a soldier's? From what you've said, there shouldn't be any problems. But she will be leaving the team on August 29th. Demon King, shouldn't we reduce her training schedule? The Great Mermaid's voice gradually lowered. She has to go through basic combat diving at least once. There's too much to learn about frogmen. She has only learned the basics in the 2 months she's been here. She hasn't even gone through helicopter launching or sniping training. The official members of the Storm Commandos had to go through 18 months of basic underwater training and professional qualification training, followed by a 6-month deployment period. Yi Qian had only been here for less than 2 months, and all she had learned was basic underwater training and some basic training subjects for professional qualification training. Yi Qian did not touch on professional training such as naval combat, combat swimming, communications, close-range combat, ground combat, airborne operations, combat techniques, evasion, and so on. That was why Yi Qian had only learned the basics in the past 2 months. To Li Jinyan and the others, what she had learned was just the basics. But to the normal soldiers, Yi Qian already knew a lot. She had touched on both land and sea. But the Great Mermaid felt that Yi Qian had learned too little. Unfortunately, she still has about 10 days before she leaves. Now that she's resting for 3 days in the remaining 11 days, she can only touch on a few of our training subjects. They will rest for 3 days. Yi Qian will continue. Li Jinyan had other plans for Yi Qian's 3-day break. Big Mermaid felt that Yi Qian had learned too little, but he wanted to see how tough she was. Would she be able to persevere through continuous high-intensity training until she left? The sound of conversation gradually faded away, and the team members under the reef also came out of the water in pairs and swam towards the reef island. That was the end of today's training. At 7:10 in the evening, the last ray of light on the horizon had been withdrawn. The stars above the sea seemed to have lit up in an instant, reflecting the tranquility and vastness of the sea. All the members of the Storm Commandos, who had taken off their equipment and were wearing black rubber diving suits, had gathered. They looked straight at Demon King Li, who was standing in front of them. Looking at the soldiers who had entered the formal training and performed well in all aspects, he, who had never shown a smile in front of them, suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a very faint smile. Borrowing the starlight from the sky, the 9 spearmen standing at the very front saw him smile like this. Their originally expressionless eyes all revealed looks of disbelief. Demon King Li, who had never smiled at them before, actually smiled. He actually smiled. Holy shit! He actually knows how to smile. Then, a few of the soldiers sucked in a cold breath, and even their expressions changed. Chapter 1283. Yi Qian looked at Li Jinyan's faint smile without much emotion. She wasn't someone who liked to smile. But to the frogmen who had gone through several months of elimination matches, they were like Tang Seng, who had gone through many trials and tribulations before finally achieving enlightenment. Demon King Li's expression was even rarer than seeing the sun rise from the west. As night fell, the soldiers in black rubber diving suits straightened their backs when they saw Li Jinyan's fleeting smile. Their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. The frogmen seniors in the team said, Demon King Li's smile represented savagery. It represented that everyone's training had entered even more savage and savage days. In these few months, everyone had experienced Demon King Li's savagery. Those who remained were the sharpest soldiers who could withstand Demon King Li's savagery. The new frogmen who finally felt like they were frogmen looked at Demon King Li's savagery, faint smile. It was as if a snowflake wind was blowing in their hearts, causing everyone's hearts to turn cold. It had been 3 days since the last batch of eliminated soldiers left. Those who remained had also begun 3 days of combat diving training. Demon King Li suddenly smiled, causing everyone who remained to feel a chill in their hearts. At the same time, they also felt uncertain. Would they continue to be eliminated? Was someone going to be sent back today? Even Yi Qian, who usually didn't think too much, couldn't help but think too much at that moment. His cold gaze swept across the patrol ship that was about 100 meters away from the beach. His gaze lightly swept across the 5-starred red flag fluttering in the wind, and then he quietly retracted it. Could someone really be eliminated? Yi Qian thought silently. Li Jinyan seemed to know what they were thinking. After his smile, he didn't speak for a long time. His cold gaze swept across the 9 new soldiers, including Yi Qian, and then looked at the row of veterans behind them who were trying their best to hold back their laughter. His expression was indifferent as he slowly said, "You have 3 days off." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Qian heard a sound that sounded like air leaking out of rubber. Even Shifu gently exhaled a mouthful of salty, turbid air. Fortunately, they were not eliminated. The toes in the rubber fins loosened a little, and all the soldiers relaxed their stiff backs a little. Everyone is to leave the island tonight and complete your transfer procedures. In the face of the soldiers' reaction, Li Jinyan's expression remained as cold as ever, without the slightest bit of awkwardness. You will have a certain understanding of our frogman unit during the 3-day holiday, and you will also understand why our selection is so harsh. The soldiers who stayed behind did not transfer their files from their original unit to the Storm Amphibian Frogman Commandos, so they could not be considered as official commandos. During the 3-day holiday, the original unit would send a document to complete the transfer procedures with the Storm Commandos. Their glorious deeds, other than their military merits and medals, would all be cleared. Once again, the newly enlisted soldiers were not surprised by the sudden holiday. From their serious expressions, one could vaguely find a trace of strangeness. They felt that it was impossible to give them a holiday so easily. They had a feeling that something was going to happen. They felt that Demon King Li wouldn't give them a holiday so easily. Too many feelings made the soldiers feel uneasy. The sudden holiday didn't feel real at all. Chapter 1284. Li Jinyan, who had seen their reactions, did not explain further. He was also wearing a rubber diving suit, and his slender limbs exuded the strength of the sea. He raised his wrist and said, "It's 7:15 p.m. now. The patrol ship will leave at 7:40 p.m. Dismissed." "Captain, are we really on vacation?" "Captain, just give us a quick death. What other tricks are you waiting for us?" Not a single person dismissed. The unreal feeling made them afraid to leave. After months of training, they did not even have a day off. Suddenly, they were given 3 days off. They would not dare to accept it even if a pie dropped from the sky. Li Jinyan never reflected on how his brutal training had traumatized the soldiers who were about to become official team members. His eyes were as cold as the cold moon rising from the sea. He spat out 3 words coldly, "You don't believe me?" After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Yi Qian, who had an indifferent expression. The handsome young major asked the only female soldier in the team, "Yi Qian, you don't believe me either?" "It's not that I don't believe you. We definitely have a vacation. I just don't quite believe that the Demon King would give us a vacation so easily." Yi Qian, who was called out, had a calm expression. She met the other party's cold gaze that could dissect her soul and replied calmly, "We believe in a vacation, but we don't believe that we can leave smoothly." Over. The only female soldier in the team, who was also the only female soldier in the team who was not afraid of the Demon King's training, spoke out the thoughts of the other 8 male soldiers. Li Jinyan always knew that Yi Qian was not as afraid of him as the male soldiers, but he did not expect that she would dare to directly question him. For a moment, he did not respond. The air was a little heavy. Everyone held their breaths as they waited for the Demon King to speak again. "Marines, you still have 24 minutes. The Great Mermaid couldn't stand it anymore. She stroked her forehead and sighed, "You are indeed given 3 days off. The documents from your original units have arrived at the port. Everyone needs to go through the transfer procedures in person. One of the 3 days off is for official business, and the other 2 days are for you to rest." As the vice captain and also a part-time ideological instructor, he could feel the warmth of the vice captain every time he experienced Demon King Li's cold winter. Just like now, his gentle voice broke the heavy atmosphere in the air as he slowly said, "There is nothing extra for this holiday. Although your captain's code name is Demon King, and he is usually a little strict with you, when you become one of us frogmen, you will feel the warmth of his spring breeze." The warmth of a spring breeze? Li Jinyan raised his eyes slightly and glanced at the vice captain who spoke up for him. He said indifferently with an expressionless face, "I only have the coldness of spring. I don't have the warmth of spring. If you want to find warmth, you can look for the vice captain, codenamed Big Shark. Codename Demon King, codename Great Shark." This was the first time that the remaining Marines heard the codenames of these dragon-like frogmen. The beach was very quiet. The disbanded team members looked at each other, and then looked at the Demon King. Was the Demon King joking just now? The veteran behind him had already laughed and said loudly, "Demon King, your cold jokes are still incomprehensible. Look at what you have done. They are so scared that they can't believe that you are going to have a holiday." "Don't say that you don't believe it. Didn't we also not believe it in the past? When we got on the ship, we were afraid that someone would come out in the middle of the night and drag us down." With the veteran's laughter, the Marines finally believed. They really had a holiday. In the faint screen, everyone laughed. There were still 22 minutes left. They had to change their diving equipment, clean up the entire beach for scattered equipment, and then return to the tent to pack up everything. They had to leave the reef island where they had been training for nearly 4 months. Chapter 1285. Pack it up, pack it up. We're about to leave the base. Kid, change your clothes and stay away from Yi Qian. Wear your clothes neatly. Although you've become one with the night, you still need to look good. 10 minutes later, 2 rubber boats sailed towards the patrol ship. The neatly dressed soldiers finally boarded the ship and arrived at the port about 4 hours later. The patrol ship set sail. Several soldiers, who had peeled off several layers of skin from the sun, stood on the deck and stared at the reef island that was getting farther and farther away. They asked the veteran who was standing with them, "Will we come again?" In the past, they just wanted to leave as soon as possible, but now they couldn't bear to leave. "Of course we'll come back. This area belongs to our country and is also our training base. We'll come back often." The veteran with the code name Big Eel answered them with a laugh. "You can't bear to leave now, but don't complain about going back to land later." "I don't think so. You just occasionally say you want to go back to the port for a hot meal. You don't complain during the day, but you dare to dream at night. When we patrol at night, someone will shout, 'Let me go back,' in his dreams." For a moment, the deck was filled with laughter. They forgot about their tiredness during the day and began to enjoy their 3-day holiday. The laughter faintly traveled into the cabin, causing Big Eel to raise his head. His gaze fell on the deck through the windproof and bulletproof glass. "Only now do you believe that you're really on vacation. Devil King, you've become even more vicious." He smiled and looked away. He asked Yi Qian, "Little Yi, do you think the Devil King is more vicious than before?" The laughing soldiers on the deck were on a 3-day holiday. 2 minutes ago, Yi Qian learned that she didn't have a single day off. She would continue training the next morning at the port. "I didn't see how vicious the Devil King was before, so I can't make any comments." Yi Qian smiled. Her mood didn't change because she didn't have a vacation. On the contrary, she hoped that she could use the next 14 days to train in subjects she hadn't experienced before. Li Jinyan had a cold personality, but he didn't take his comrades' jokes to heart. He sat in the cockpit and stared coldly at Yi Qian, who had impressed his comrades. His thin lips moved slightly as he said, "Gather at the port tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. We'll take you to the base for training. Focus on learning how to fight on the sea and close combat. Me and 3 other members will go together. Do you have any objections?" Yi Qian's smile faded as he said seriously, "I don't have any objections. I'll definitely follow your arrangements." Female soldiers were very good in this aspect. They never questioned the training arrangements. Li Jinyan, who was a man of few words, nodded and ended the conversation with a "okay." The whole conversation took less than 5 minutes and less than 100 words. It was so concise that even the Big Mermaid was stunned. One didn't like to talk, and the other didn't like to ask. How were they supposed to communicate? How to communicate? "Little Yi, you don't have any objections at all? Should he first learn about naval combat and close-range combat? Why don't you ask us first?" The Big Mermaid coughed. His dark and resolute face was full of smiles as he tried to get closer to Yi Qian. "It will take about 4 hours to reach the port. We can talk for 4 hours. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. As long as it's not confidential, the Devil King and I can answer them." Yi Qian really didn't think that he had anything to ask. However, when he saw the Big Mermaid's bright eyes and the pitiful appearance of a ferocious beast, Yi Qian couldn't bear to refuse. Chapter 1286. You guys talk. Li Jinyan stood up. "If you have any questions, you can ask the Big Mermaid first. If she can't answer, you can ask me." Chatting with female soldiers was something he had never done before, so it was better to leave it to the vice captain and ideological instructor. Yi Jian stood up and saluted as she watched the major with the highest military rank in the team leave. Her slender figure was straightened by the light and she stood like a lighthouse. Even when the hull of the ship swayed with the waves, her feet did not sway at all. After 4 hours of sailing, Yi Qian didn't ask about naval combat or close-range combat. Instead, she asked about the frogman's training cycle. This was a good question. The big mermaid, who felt that she had stayed for too little training, said earnestly, "The members of the Storm Commando team have to go through about 4 months of elimination and selection training. Those who can pass the selection process can't immediately carry out missions. After 18 months of basic training, professional training, and 6 months of mission deployment, they are considered beginners. And to participate in their first underwater mission, they need to go through about 12 months of advanced training." In other words, it took about 3 years to train an outstanding frogman. Yi Qian was in awe. Completing our first mission well doesn't mean that we will be outstanding in the future. We still need to constantly learn and strengthen new skills. We need to always be in peak condition. If we can fight, we must win. Our country's first amphibious frogman commando team is our Storm Commando team. It's also the only special force that doesn't belong to any military region. It's a true independent special force. The force has only been established for a short period of time. There's too much to learn. Take the recent Southeast Asian countries, for example. The 126th Assault Team Concorde's elite frogman team can stay silent underwater for more than 20 hours. In this aspect, we can't compare to them. Because we were established late, we need even more rigorous training. A strong country has no weak soldiers. Only a strong army can make a strong country. A country can only stand proudly in the world if its military strength are improved. She didn't ask about naval combat or close-range combat. Instead, she gained a deeper understanding of the storm. Then she learned about the frogman forces of Western countries and the gap between their country and theirs. It was also a reward for Yi Qian. She knew that even though she had gone through hellish training, what she had learned was just the tip of the iceberg. If she wanted to learn more and become an excellent frogman, she would need at least 2 years. If she could, she wanted to come to the frogman unit to study every winter and summer vacation. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Yi Qian, who had just woken up, saw the lighthouse that guided all the ships. They had arrived at the harbor. Disembarking from the warship and stepping on the thick cement floor, she looked at the brightly lit Yi Qian, who had been accompanied by the sea for more than a month. Her eyes curved into crescents as she revealed a bright smile. The feeling of stepping on solid ground was very solid. Yi Qian did not return to the camp immediately. She wanted to give Uncle Zhen a call to ask about the situation. After getting Li Jinyan's permission, a Marine on duty led her to the phone booth. At midnight, Principal Chen received a call from Yi Qian. "We can rest assured that Captain Xia will take you away. Everything is fine at home. Girl, don't worry about us." After receiving Yi Qian's call, Principal Chen didn't even feel sleepy anymore. He answered her questions in a loud and clear voice. "Uncle Zhen's health is fine. People tend to have some problems when they're old. Don't worry, I'm here." Chapter 1287. Hearing the voice of her family, Yi Qian's mood was as peaceful as the starry sky. "You have to take care of yourself too. Don't overwork yourself. I have the army to take care of me. You don't have to worry about me." Don't worry. You've always known how to take care of yourself. It's just that you're too competitive. You're even more competitive than the male soldiers. You have to change that. We can't be sloppy during training. You have to rest well during rest. Only when you're fully rested can you train better." Principal Chen, who came out of the army, said that he wasn't worried. Every word he said was a reminder. He was afraid that Yi Qian would be too competitive and hurt herself. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. She looked at the starry sky and listened quietly to the elder's advice. Time ticked by for nearly 10 minutes. "I've received the acceptance letter. The village chief said that he wanted to celebrate, but my uncle rejected it. Everyone in the surrounding villages knows that there's a top scorer in Shuka village. Some parents even came here to buy your old teaching materials." Speaking of the village, Principal Chen's smile deepened. Thank goodness you don't have a photo. Uncle said that if you did, people would take it back and paste it on the children's bookcases. Yi Qian also smiled. When she was in the province's #1 middle school, her exam papers and teaching materials were all kept by Teacher Tong. Some students left with 2 big boxes of books and exam papers, but she didn't have a single book or exam paper except for a few sets of clothes. You didn't disturb your uncle, did you? If people keep coming, you might as well stay in the army for a while. Yi Qian's eyebrows were quiet. She lacked the sharpness of training during the day. She was like an ordinary girl who had left home. Her words revealed her attachment to home. After we received your acceptance letter, we stayed in the army for a week before coming back. Because of your influence, a few high school graduates in our village have plans to become soldiers. Even Yi Ying, who has heart disease, said that she wants to become an art soldier. At the mention of Yi Ying, Principal Chen's expression dimmed. Your aunt said that Yi Ying wants to be an art soldier in the Beijing government regiment. She's already handed in her files and is waiting to enlist. Yi Ying wants to be an art soldier? Is that possible? Hearing this, Yi Qian directly laughed. We all know that she has heart disease and her military training files. Isn't she afraid of being happy for nothing if she wants to be an art soldier in the Beijing government regiment? The matter of Yi Jifan's family was brought up after a few words. Whether or not Yi Ying could become an artistic soldier did not affect Yi Jian. If she really joined the army, Yi Jian felt that she would have another evidence of Yi Jifan's bribery. The news of Yi Ying joining the military had already spread throughout the village. It even overshadowed Yi Jian's entrance into the military academy. Sun Dongqing's gloominess was swept away. Wherever she went, she would happily talk about her daughter joining the military. At this time, Yi Jian was already sitting on the helicopter with a sniper rifle in her hand. She aimed at the floating object on the sea and completed the sniping. Frogmen often use platforms on the sea to provide cover from the air. After sniping the target, the sniper needs to jump into the sea to support his teammates. He is 57 meters away from the sea and 241 meters from the target. As Li Jinyan reported a set of precise numbers, Yi Qian, who was wearing a diving suit without any oxygen equipment, half-squatted at the door of the helicopter. He used his hands to steady the sniper rifle. His black eyes were as cold as ice as he aimed at the floating target. He calculated the effects of wind and air flow in his mind. His slender finger was on the trigger. 1, 2, 3, a precise shot. Bang! The object on the sea was shattered into pieces by a 7.62 bullet made by the North Korea. Chapter 1288. Yi Qian had a certain level of confidence in her sniping skills. She had gone through all kinds of training under Principal Chen, a world-class sniper. She had already begun the platform instability training in the first year of the 4-year plan. That was why she had cooperated with Xia Jinyuan for the first time, racing in the rain, to capture criminals who sold military intelligence. Although it was her first time sniping from a helicopter, it did not affect her in any way. During the altitude training, Principal Chen rowed a wooden boat on the lake, while she sat in the wooden boat and sniped floating objects from 200 meters away. This kind of training method was called unstable platform sniper training. What was different from this training method was that the rotating propellers of the helicopter brought about a series of unstable factors to the sniper parameters. Yi Qian was very confident that she could accurately calculate the range, wind speed, influence of the airflow, and bullet trajectory. Even though she was sniping from a helicopter, she was still very confident. After the bullet left the barrel, Yi Qian put down the sniper rifle in a few seconds. The helicopter pilot quickly turned sideways and flew away from the target area. The pilot's steady voice came through the earpiece. 40, 30, 20 meters away from the sea, complete dive. As the pilot's voice fell, Yi Qian took off the earpiece. Without hesitation, she transformed into a black fish from the cabin, which was about 15 to 18 meters above the sea, and dove into the sea. White waves gradually appeared in the sea. A wave surged over, but Yi Qian's figure was no longer on the sea. From sniping to diving, it took 2 minutes and 41 seconds. The helicopter took 2 minutes and 7 seconds to turn. Deshao, who was sitting on the Special Forces inflatable boat, recorded the time Yi Qian took to snipe from the air to diving. His eyes were full of shock as he watched the figure disappear from the sea. Even his voice was trembling. She took 34 seconds alone. Devil, I'm shocked. If there were more female soldiers like her, the male soldiers would have to face the wall and reflect on their mistakes. It's a pity that our Storm Commando unit doesn't recruit female soldiers. Otherwise, I'd want to snatch her away. After recording the data, Deshao looked at the sparkling sea and let out a long, melancholy sigh. I can only watch. It's a little depressing. If she can stay in our team for a year and a half, I dare say that she will be an outstanding amphibious frogman. I can't keep good soldiers and I can't keep them. My heart doesn't feel good. Turning his head, he saw Li Jinyan checking the diving equipment. His expression was so cold that it did not change at all. As the vice captain, the Great Mermaid felt even more suffocated. He asked in a muffled voice, I say, Demon King, why aren't you tempted? Only Li Jinyan and the Great Mermaid were on the boat. The other team member was working with Yi Qian to complete the sea battle and the infiltration mission. Demon King Li, who was checking the equipment, had a cold expression on his handsome face. His thin lips curled up slightly, and he looked at the vice captain with a smile that was not a smile in his eyes. He slowly and calmly answered, Firstly, the Storm Commandos clearly stated that they do not recruit female soldiers. Secondly, the army will not agree. Thirdly, she has no intention of staying. There is no need to think about the things that have been decided from the beginning. Just remember that she does not belong to the Marine, she only belongs to the army. We are only responsible for training her. Seeing such an outstanding soldier leave the team, there is no need for her to stay. You will still be able to see her fighting in the future. Her individual combat ability is strong. Her reflexes are directly proportional to her physical fitness and professional skills. No matter which unit she goes to, she will be a sharp knife soldier. No matter which unit she goes to, she will still be a soldier of our country. Chapter 1289. Li Jinyan, who had confirmed that there were no problems with his equipment, put on the closed mixed gas underwater breathing equipment. Before putting on the breathing mask, Li Jinyan passed the binoculars to the Great Mermaid, who was still sighing. You're now on the enemy's ship. Guard it well. The equipment that was pulled out for Yi Qian's naval combat training was not lacking. Boats, helicopters, diving equipment, guns, and ammunition were all fully equipped. It was a naval combat training with only 4 people. Li Jinyan and the Great Mermaid were the enemy, while Yi Qian and the other water demon were the army. One was attacking, and the other was defending. It was a mock battle so that Yi Qian could master the skills of naval combat faster. He could only master and understand, but he could not become a professional. Even if it was just to master and understand, a mock battle training was enough to broaden Yi Qian's horizons and benefit a lot. The Great Mermaid raised her thick eyebrows and smiled with interest. To tell you the truth, I'm looking forward to her arrival very much. Let's see if she can break through your defense line and install the magnetic mines on the inflatable boat. Don't underestimate her. Li Jinyan, who had repeatedly reminded her, pulled on his diving suit and put on the breathing mask. He picked up the new underwater rifle specially equipped for the frogmen and made an okay gesture at the Great Mermaid. He then flipped over from the side of the boat and entered the water. Ripples spread out on the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, Li Jinyan disappeared into the vast sea. As an enemy, the Great Mermaid quickly gathered her thoughts and quickly operated the Special Operations hard-shelled inflatable boat to hide behind a nearby reef. One of the naval operations, underwater demolition, required the cooperation of at least 2 frogmen. This training was destructive. It required the frogmen to deal with reefs, rocks, shoals near the landing beach that could cause the landing ship to run aground, as well as shore or underwater obstacles set up by the enemy to prevent the landing force from reaching the shore. After 2 hours of sea clearing was completed, the next step was underwater demolition, the placement of the magnetic mines on the enemy's ship, and the identification and marking of the mines. Yi Qian was responsible for placing the magnetic mines on the Special Operations hard-shelled inflatable boat operated by the Great Mermaid, clearing the landing obstacles, and completing the beach immersion training. The other teammate was responsible for reconnaissance, inspection, luring, and other frontline combat tactics. Yi Qian, who had his back against the reef, quickly put on the circulating diving equipment. The water demon in charge of vigilance stared at the surface of the sea with a burning gaze to prevent the enemy's Li Demon King from launching a sneak attack. There were two types of diving suits, light diving suits and heavy diving suits. The light diving suits were further divided into two types, dry and wet diving suits. The battle at sea this time did not require a heavy diving suit. Therefore, Yi Jian was wearing a light and dry diving suit that did not allow the diver to come into contact with the water. They jumped down from the helicopter and quickly found their team members. They changed their normal rubber diving suits into light diving suits. The whole changing process took less than 5 minutes. Yi Qian had a survival knife, a strong flashlight, a diving instrument, a backup breathing apparatus, and an ultrasonic signal processor. There were no problems with the diving suit's charging equipment, and the buoyancy control vest's shoulder vent valve was sealed properly. Yi Qian, who looked like he was in a sci-fi movie, used a total of 4 minutes and 31 seconds to finish changing. The water demon in charge of vigilance heard the TSS sound coming from behind him. Based on the sound alone, he knew that she was only wearing a mask and headgear. The water demon, who only revealed her head and the new waterproof rifle, shortened the distance between her and Yi Qian to less than 30 centimeters. Although her voice was low, she said each word coldly, "The Demon King likes to attack. Let's dive deep first and take care of the Great Mermaid." Chapter 1290. At this time, the water ghost looked like he was really going to fight at sea. His eyes were full of murderous intent and vigilance. "I'll be in charge of luring them. You'll be in charge of installing the magnetic mines. Try to reach the enemy's sea area within 3 hours." Yi Qian looked at the most advanced underwater breathing equipment on his body. His eyes were as bright as stars and cold as ice. His lips curled into a sharp smile as he said slowly, "I'll cut in from the back. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of this diving equipment." Her words made the water ghost chuckle. "That makes sense. This equipment is most suitable for infiltrating the enemy's rear area. You'll have no problem cutting in from the back." The diving equipment on the two of them was specially designed for combat frogmen. It allowed the frogman's exhalation to not be discharged into the water, but to be stored in a breathing bag after being processed. It would then enter the equipment for recirculation. Through chemical filtration, the carbon dioxide in the exhaust gas would be filtered out, and the oxygen consumed would be refilled. This was the purpose of long-term, long-distance diving. In addition, there were two major features. First, no air bubbles were produced during the breathing process. This greatly improved the concealment of frogmen on special operations missions. Second, the backpack design was more suitable for underwater combat and increased the sensitivity of underwater combat. Yi Qian put on his helmet and mask. He gestured to his team members to dive at the same time. Two dark figures disappeared from the surface of the sea along the reef. At the Frogman training base about 100 miles away from this area, the Navy commander and the Army commander, Jun Weiha, sat in front of a row of surveillance screens. The top 4 surveillance screens were monitoring the sea area where Yi Jian and the others were in 360 degrees from the east, west, south, and north without any blind spots. The 4 surveillance screens in the middle showed that Yi Jian not only had to deal with the underwater obstacles, but also had to avoid the anti-diver equipment setup. The bottom 4 screens showed the landing point on the beach and the final assembly point. "Old Yang, the female soldier you sent over is this." The Navy commander watched Yi Qian complete a precise sniper shot from the helicopter and then dive from a high altitude. He sighed and gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. "I've been in the army for 34 years, and this is the first time I've met such an outstanding female soldier." Every time the vice captain called, he mentioned that it's a pity that our frogman unit doesn't recruit female soldiers. Otherwise, he would really want to force her to stay in our Navy. "Old Yang, you're lucky you acted early. I dare say that as long as she attends the military academy and her overall results are out, all the major military regions will fight to recruit her." With a slight smile on his face, the Major General replied politely, In this line of work, you have to be fast and decisive. Once you find a good seedling, you should grab him from a young age. He didn't sound polite at all. This time, you really won. The Navy commander looked at the two figures that had entered the surveillance range and said with appreciation, "In less than 2 months of diving training, her speed is only 3 meters behind our frogmen. Talented, talented." The water ghost in front of him didn't slow down just because he was followed by a recruit. A simulated naval combat training mission was all about realism. Yi Qian didn't ask him to stop and wait for her either. He kept a distance of about 3 meters behind her as he dove into the underwater obstacles that needed to be dealt with. Alert 20 minutes, complete. As they entered the sea, the water ghost in front gestured at Yi Qian. He pulled out his life-saving knife and started to be in charge of keeping watch in an area about 10 meters away from Yi Qian. He also activated the ultrasonic detector to detect if there were any intruders 10 meters away. Chapter 1291. The seawater of the base's naval combat zone was a little turbid due to the undersea currents. Yi Qian turned on the flashlight and dived into the water with her head down and her feet facing upwards. Time ticked by. Yi Qian cleared the 2 underwater obstacles. She didn't even have time to surface to change her position. She immediately met up with the water ghost codenamed Big Eel and entered the next zone. The seawater was not only dark but also very turbid. Big Eel, who was leading the way, held a diving board to navigate. This time, it slowed down and stealthily moved with Yi Qian. The diving board was a type of handheld equipment. It had a graphical compass and underwater depth display function. It could help the diver navigate accurately underwater and wouldn't get lost due to the dark environment. The two of them kept groping and moving forward at the bottom of the sea. From 5 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qian did not come out of the water for 3 hours. She had been in the water all the time, and under the guidance of the Big Eel, she completed combat training and subject tasks one after another. Big Eel covered and guarded. Yi Qian completed the tasks and took action. After 3 hours, they finally infiltrated the enemy's boat. Yi Qian began to circle around and cut in from the back. The cooperating water ghost was in charge of luring them. The naval combat training had entered the most crucial moment. Li Jinyan, who had been lurking in the water, was like a sea monster hiding in the depths of the sea, quietly waiting for his prey to arrive. He was waiting for Yi Qian. He wanted to personally test the results of this female soldier's less than 2 months of underwater training. However, Yi Qian didn't want to face Demon King Li at all. She was confident that she could fight Demon King Li on land, but underwater, Yi Qian knew her own limits and didn't dare to face him carelessly. She carefully avoided the detection range of the ultrasonic waves. She swam with her feet and headed straight for her target. She doesn't plan to face the enemy. 3 hours later, the naval commander, who had been sitting in front of the surveillance screen, pointed at the figure that had been submerged in the sea for 3 hours and said proudly, "Li Jinyan, the sharp knife of the team, is neck and neck with Xia Jinyuan." Major General Liu was a little overprotective. "Your Li Jinyan is not bad, and our Xia Jinyuan is not bad either. Now that we have Yi Qian, old Dong, I can rest assured." The Navy commander's surname was Dong. "That's why I said you really won this time. In the past, you even wanted to win over Li Jinyan. You were so ruthless that you didn't leave a single one for the Marines. Old Yang, after so many years, I still remember." The Navy commander laughed. This old Yang was still the same as before. Whenever he saw a good soldier, he would want to recruit him to the army. Who wouldn't want that? Everyone wanted to. It was undeniable that there were more elite soldiers in the army than in the Navy. Major General Liu adjusted his military cap. He felt that the topic needed to be changed. He restrained his expression and said solemnly, "I'm very grateful for your care for Yi Qian. I knew that her training time was short, so I specially arranged 3 days of private training for her. Old Dong, I'm very grateful to you for supporting the Army's work all this time. Thank you very much. I won't stand on ceremony. The most important thing is that Yi Qian is indeed a good seedling. Even if she becomes a soldier of the Army in the future, she will still be a soldier of our country." On the surveillance screen, Li Jinyan suddenly turned around like a sea monster pouncing on its prey. Even through the screen, his ferocity could be felt. In an instant he dashed forward a few meters. The naval commander who was speaking immediately cut off the topic. He found the target. Chapter 1292. Everyone in the control room turned their attention to the screen that had the best view of Li Jinyan's movements. The Navy commander ordered the technical lieutenant, "Monitor from all directions." "Sir." The technical soldier's first lieutenant's fingers pressed rows of buttons, and after a series of commands were output, the two screens that originally only showed Li Jinyan's movements became 6 screens with the top, middle, bottom, and middle screens showing him in all directions. Not only could they see Li Jinyan's movements in the water without any blind spots, but Yi Qian's figure also appeared on the screen as the underwater probe rotated. Yi Jian was looking for cover. The sense of crisis that made her feel as if she was going to be suffocated by the seawater suddenly surged. It was as if some deep-sea monster was entrenched in the dark, turbid seawater and was stretching out its tentacles to catch its prey. In an instant, Yi Qian knew that she had been targeted by Li Jinyan. Teammate luring failed. Being targeted by Li Jinyan, codenamed Demon King, even increased the psychological pressure. Yi Qian's first reaction was to immediately look for cover instead of fighting the Demon King head-on. The Navy commander who was observing her saw her reaction and her underwater movements. He smiled at the serious-looking Army Major General and said, "Although she only has a month of training, her underwater movement skills are no worse than a real water ghost's. Frogmen are very wary of using their hands to paddle underwater. The correct way to move and dive is to use the 2 feet to provide power, freeing up the hands to do other things. Or complete shooting, fighting, throwing in mines, or completing underwater exploration." From Yi Qian's discovery of danger and her avoidance of cover, you can completely see how professional she is in diving. Look at how her feet are moving the entire time, and her hands are constantly exploring. Don't underestimate this movement. When people reach the bottom of the water, their natural reaction is to keep their hands and feet together. Moreover, to practice the natural reaction of the underwater is to move the feet up and down. She needs to complete 2 hours of standing in the water every day. Her head and shoulders must be above the water, and her hands must be raised. She must rely on her feet to float up and complete the training requirements. After that, the naval commander asked the whale who was standing beside him, "I heard that Li Jinyan added something to Yi Qian's treading water training for the first half of the month?" The Major General of the Army, who had been listening carefully, looked at the water ghost who had been training with Yi Qian for more than a month. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Did you fail?" In the army, when soldiers were given extra training, it usually meant that they had failed in their training and needed to undergo more training. Whale immediately straightened his back and answered the Major General seriously, "In the beginning, there will be failures. According to the training requirements, if there are 3 movements with both hands within 20 minutes of stepping on water, you will be deemed as a failure." Yi Qian's training time is 2 months shorter than the rest of the team. If you fail, you will need to strengthen yourself even more. We will use the method of placing lead weights around your waist. Each piece weighs 2 kilograms, and there are a total of 4 pieces on your left and right waists. A total of 8 kilograms of lead weights will be tied to your waist. You will be able to walk on water and do your webbing until you pass. The Major General of the Army only knew a little about what kind of professional skills frogmen should have. When he heard this, he nodded and said, "From what you've said, Yi Qian's diving operation is considered to have passed." A faint smile appeared on his serious face, and even his powerful voice had a hint of a smile. This girl has always been harsh on herself. No matter what she does, she will do her best. She will never be half-hearted or give up halfway. I'm not worried that she won't be able to learn after putting her on your team for training. Chapter 1293. Yi Qian is a very outstanding soldier. After a week of underwater training under lead, she finished in 3rd place in her swimming training while armed with flippers. When the whale spoke, his eyes were filled with pride. It was obvious that he approved of Yi Qian's abilities. "Major General, we all think that Yi Qian will have a place in any unit in the future. She will be looked up to by all the male soldiers." Yi Qian didn't know that she would receive such high praise from the water ghosts. At this time, she was already 17 meters deep, but the feeling of being watched by Demon King Li was still there. The feeling of being stared at in the water was even more terrifying than being stared at on land. The physical and psychological feeling was different from being stared at on land. You could still run and find a place to hide immediately, but in the water, there was nowhere. There was nowhere to run or hide even if you wanted to. It was a physical and psychological challenge. The huge water pressure in the deep water pressed down on her limbs, making her feel even more tense. Yi Qian felt around until she found a reef. She grabbed the reef with both hands. The feeling of something solid in her palms eased her tense emotions. She didn't even see Li Jinyan's shadow in the water, but the feeling of being watched followed her like a shadow. Even when she was hiding behind the reef, she didn't relax. When frogmen fought underwater, they always fought for two people. If one of their comrades was in trouble, the other would be able to save them immediately. But now, there was only Yi Qian, and she was still a new recruit. Even though Li Jinyan saw her, he didn't immediately swim over. He was worried that Yi Qian would notice that he was panicking. His subconscious reaction was to quickly dive to the surface. This was the most taboo in deep diving. It was an extremely dangerous move. Frogmen would inhale air with the same pressure as the environment in the water through their cylinders. If a frogman suddenly surfaced, the air pressure in their bodies would be greater than the air pressure outside their bodies. Then, large amounts of air bubbles would accumulate in their blood, causing life-threatening decompression sickness. Yi Qian was about 19 meters deep in the water. If she rushed to the surface because of Li Jinyan's appearance, it was very likely that she would die. After completing the training alone, even the experienced Li Jinyan did not dare to be too reckless. After Yi Qian swam out of a certain range, Li Jinyan swam towards the inflatable boat that the Great Mermaid was on. The fact that Yi Qian was able to escape from him so quickly and immediately find an underwater cover meant that he had already explored this area and memorized the position of the people in the water. His reaction is fast, and his foundation is solid. Although he is bold, he is disciplined. The naval commander, who had been sitting in front of the surveillance screen all this time, once again commented on Yi Qian's underwater performance. Also, she was able to dodge Li Jinyan's attacks so quickly. Old Yang, if you hand her over to our team for another 2 years, I'll give you an excellent underwater frogman. There were a total of 7 people in the surveillance room. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Qian and Li Jinyan's figures. Even though 3 hours had passed, no one felt bored or wanted to leave the surveillance room. Major General Yang of the army had specially come over to watch Yi Qian's training. He was willing to stay for another 3 hours. Seeing Yi Qian's quick reaction to avoid approaching danger, the Major General, who had watched countless drills and participated in countless actual combat exercises, let out a sigh of relief. We have high expectations for her. We hope that she can immediately join the army to carry out missions after entering the military academy. The Major General's serious voice was low and restrained, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Our country's special forces still need to be improved. We urgently need a comprehensive talent like Yi Qian to join us. Chapter 1294. For the time being, you're only building an amphibious underwater frogman unit. Old Dong, the task on my shoulders isn't any lighter than yours. With just one sentence, the Navy commander seemed to have guessed something. Surprise flashed across his face, and a hint of seriousness appeared. Amphibious unit? I see. I understand now. No wonder they had to send Yi Qian over. It turned out that her future in the military had already been determined. You see further than I do. She has already been training for 5 years, plus 4 years of military school. A soldier with 9 years of special training under your command, and she's still so young. Old Yang, you really have great foresight. You make me feel ashamed of myself. There were only 4 people in the surveillance room. One of them was a lieutenant of operations, and the other was a great mermaid. The Navy commander's words would not be leaked, and this kind of conversation would not cause any leaks. Li Jinyan seemed to have sensed that his prey had swam away. He slowly turned his back to the surveillance screen and faced it directly. His expression couldn't be seen clearly because he was wearing a breathing mask, but from the way he swung his slender legs, it was easy to tell that he was in a good mood. The undersea airflow blew past the breathing mask in front of him, and a few unknown fish swam leisurely with the airflow. Yi Qian, who was holding onto the reef with both hands, focused his gaze and swam in the opposite direction of the airflow. However, the inflatable boat was deeper in the water than the rubber boat. There was a group of reef islands nearby. If it were her, she would definitely hide the boat behind the reef islands. Since Li Jinyan had his eyes on her, the task of installing the magnetic mines could only be given to her partner, Big Eel. Under the guidance of the diving board's navigation system, after 20 minutes, Yi Qian and Big Eel met underwater. The two of them kept their heads facing up, and they communicated with hand signals at the water level about 50 centimeters below the surface. Yi Qian pointed above the water and crossed his hands. "Keep an eye on me. We'll exchange missions." "Okay." Big Eel nodded. It seemed that Demon King Li intended to fight with Yi Qian underwater, so he naturally had to cooperate. After the mission exchange, the two of them separated again. From the deep water level, Yi Qian slowly approached the boat when they were about 3 meters above the water level. It was the first time she was acting alone underwater. No matter how brave she was, she didn't dare to act as freely as she did on land. She remembered the key points of underwater activities and didn't make any mistakes. Not far away, Li Jinyan, who was defending, floated to the surface. A thin smile flashed across his cold eyes as he said to the great mermaid on the ship, "She's coming over. I'll fight her underwater first." Big Eel, Yi Qian, Big Eel didn't persuade Li Jinyan to give up, but she reminded him again. "Yi Qian, Eel, Big Eel's, Big Eel, Big Eel, Big Eel, Big Eel, Eel, Big Eel, is A's twos to eel. Two of this eel, of tea of them eel. Don't let anything happen." Li Jinyan understood even without Big Eel's reminder. He made an okay gesture, put on his breathing mask again, and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea to intercept Yi Qian. The entire training was centered around Yi Qian. Li Jinyan wanted to test Yi Qian's underwater combat skills. Big Eel wanted to see if she could successfully clear the boats that were preventing them from landing and seizing the beach. The Navy commander and Major General of the Army wanted to see the results of her more than a month of training to see if she met the standards. The murky water stirred, and danger suddenly arrived. Seeing the figure approaching silently like an electric eel, Yi Qian turned her body and swam 1 meter toward the surface. She lowered the water pressure first before facing Li Jinyan head-on. Chapter 1295. The murky water was so quiet that he could hear the sound of his flippers moving up and down. Listening to the sound of the water not far away, Yi Qian's first instinct was that Li Jinyan had already caught up to him. As he swam to the surface, Yi Qian pulled out his frogman dagger. The frogman dagger was a special weapon that was rust-resistant and magnetic-resistant. Even if it encountered the electromagnetic fuse of underwater explosives, it would not trigger an explosion. With the dagger in hand, Yi Qian used his body as bait and swam around the boat. Firstly, he wanted to buy time for Big Eel. Secondly, he wanted to attract all the underwater dangers to himself. Li Jinyan used a forced attack to force Yi Qian into the underwater obstacle course at the base. There was seaweed and ropes hidden in the seaweed. If he was not careful, he would either be entangled by the seaweed or be caught by the ropes. Is the Devil King crazy? He's forcing Yi Qian into the underwater obstacle course. Big Eel, who was swimming towards the boat, looked at the disappearing figure in the water. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Does he really want to spread the name of the Devil King throughout the 3 armies? All the water ghosts knew how difficult the underwater obstacle course was. There were old materials, fishing nets, ropes, and deliberately cultivated seaweed. These could easily get entangled with the frogman's breathing apparatus and other equipment. Even veterans like them had to be extra careful when they entered. The Big Eel was worried for Yi Jian, and so was the big whale who was watching from the monitoring screen. It quietly glanced at the Navy commander's face from the corner of its eye. As soon as it glanced at the commander's face, the big whale was frightened by the coldness on the commander's face, and its heart skipped a beat. Oh no. The Navy commander seemed a little angry. How many water ghosts are there at the base now? The Navy commander's eyes were serious. Li Jinyan was too bold. He actually led Yi Qian into the underwater obstacle course that required at least 8 months of basic training to pass. Did he not want his own future anymore? If something happened, the army would lose a general, and so would the Navy. In the end, it would harm the country and waste the country's efforts. Big Whale immediately replied, "There are 11 water ghosts in my team at the base. There were also 16 combat frogmen and scout frogmen. A total of 27 soldiers. Send 4 combat frogmen over there to keep an eye on the situation. If anything happens, send reinforcements immediately." The Navy commander immediately issued the order. As the commander, he had the responsibility to protect the safety of all the soldiers. He also had the responsibility to prevent possible dangers in advance. The Great Merman immediately carried out his orders. He was also afraid of accidents. Although Major General Yang of the Lu Army did not know much about underwater warfare, when he saw Yi Qian's unhurried swimming posture, he vaguely felt that Yi Qian was deliberately swimming towards the danger zone ahead. Not for the time being. Let's observe first. He stopped the Great Mermaid from leaving. Yi Qian has never done anything rash. Just now, she used the diving board to navigate and swam east. Based on my understanding of her, she's swimming east with a purpose. In other words, they were not forced by Li Jinyan to the east-facing underwater obstacle. Major General Yang had known Yi Qian for 3 years. He usually paid attention to her training. In addition, Yi Qian had carried out several military missions, so Major General Yang was very reassured by her combat stability. Therefore, Major General Yang thought that she was doing it on purpose because she wasn't in a hurry. The Great Merman received the Navy commander's nod and returned. He said, "Although Yi Qian's training time was short, the water ghosts we left on the training reef island all took her through many training exercises. For example, we taught her how to use the life-saving knife to save herself through seaweed and fishing nets, but it was not as complicated as this." Chapter 1296. In other words, with Li Jinyan around, even though there was a certain amount of danger, it wouldn't be fatal. This was a form of trust. You could put your life in the hands of your comrade and trust your comrade. "Oldong, I'm not nervous." "Why are you nervous?" "Let's see how exciting this underwater fight is." Major General Yang was even more relieved after hearing this. He was even more certain that Yi Qian was doing this on purpose. This little girl had an adventurous spirit, but she was also steady. He believed that she wouldn't put herself in danger. After that, he laughed and said, don't worry. Let's watch." Even though Li Jinyan isn't my soldier, Xia Jinyuan, has mentioned him to me before. He's the best underwater specialist in the entire army. Even though the devil is cruel, he's also admirable. The Navy commander felt very comfortable when his soldier was praised. "I'm not worried about Li Jinyan. I was just worried that you wouldn't be. Since you're not worried, let's wait for the exciting underwater fight." The entire underwater training foundation was equipped with underwater detection probes used on submersible ships. The first lieutenant was familiar with the operation of the 3 rows of computers. Every part of the underwater obstacle section was clearly displayed on the screen. Yi Qian's figure was already close to the underwater obstacle section. When she made a movement to turn her head, Major General Yang was even more certain that she was swimming towards the dangerous area on her own accord and not being forced by Li Jinyan. It was just as Major General Yang had guessed. He knew that when they entered the enemy's defensive zone to fight, they would face a situation where the enemy had plenty of reinforcements while they had no reinforcements. Even though it was dangerous to enter the complicated sea region and it would bring inconvenience to their movements and reduce their speed, it would also provide them with natural obstacles and cover. Li Jinyan was the captain. How could a rookie like her face him directly? She had to hide quickly and then end the battle quickly. The dagger in her hand, which was the life-saving knife, was extremely useful at this time. This special dagger blade was 2 centimeters wide and 8 centimeters long. The back of the blade had sharp serrations. As long as it was used well, it could quickly cut through ropes, seaweed, and fishing nets on the seabed. This was one of the underwater survival skills that Yi Qian had learned at the beginning of the month. He applied what he had learned and used it creatively. He stepped on the water with his flippers. While pushing aside the seaweed with one hand, he swung his dagger with the other to cut off the long seaweed that might entangle his breathing equipment. Facing these visible and fatal dangers alone was not only a test of one's physical fitness, but also a test of one's courage and willpower. The simulated combat training had greatly improved Yi Qian's mental endurance, self-control, and courage to overcome difficulties under anaerobic conditions. Arranging such a training session was enough to show how much Li Jinyan expected of Yi Qian. He wanted to fully explore Yi Qian's potential and make her an excellent amphibious frogman. Li Jinyan scooped up a floating seaweed with one hand, and the handsome face under the mask held a trace of a smile. He thought that he was the one who forced her into the water hazard, but in reality, she was the one who lured him over. Good job, Yi Qian. This was the first time he participated in a simulated combat training, and he immediately knew how to use underwater obstacles to seize the opportunity. In such an environment, when frogmen and anti-frogmen met, it was very likely that both sides would be too close for them to draw their guns. At that time, the performance of underwater combat skills would greatly affect the outcome of the battle, so it was necessary to quickly attack and retreat as quickly as possible. Chapter 1297. Yi Qian. She wanted to lure him in, observe him in secret, and then finish the fight and retreat quickly. Visibility was low underwater, and the situation underwater was complicated. Yi Qian, who was holding onto a rope with one hand, looked around calmly, quietly waiting for Li Jinyan to approach. She silently counted to 8 in her heart. A black figure that looked like a swordfish swept past a clump of seaweed. It had begun. The underwater combat had begun. The people in front of the monitor held their breaths when they saw Yi Qian suddenly attack. The ripples in the water expanded, and Yi Qian used the dagger in her hand very flexibly, directly attacking Li Jinyan's air supply system. The air supply system was the focus of the frogmen's attack and defense in underwater combat. Once the air supply was cut, the frogmen would lose their oxygen supply, and the consequences would be obvious. Li Jinyan's eyes darkened. What a murderous female soldier. She used her killer move as soon as she started. Discover the enemy first, seize the opportunity to defeat the enemy, hit the enemy in one hit, and the battle quickly. These were all underwater combat tactics, and Yi Qian remembered them well and used them flexibly. Yi Qian, who had taken the initiative, knew very well that she didn't have the ability to fight Li Jinyan for too long. How could she beat Li Jinyan? First, she would help Big Eel install the magnetic mine, then use the complicated terrain to escape. Escape was Yi Qian's main tactic. Li Jinyan raised his hand and used his elbow to block Yi Qian's dagger attack. Yi Qian didn't resist his move at all, and immediately withdrew her right hand that was holding the dagger. Then an unbelievable scene happened. The dagger in her right hand was suddenly in her left hand, so fast that the Navy commander and the big whale couldn't react in time. Major General Yang knew Yi Qian's ability. She was twice as fast as others when she fired a gun. Switching between her right and left hand was a piece of cake for her. She hasn't shown this move before. The big whale sighed softly. Fast, too fast. Fortunately, the one facing her was Li Jinyan. He had to attack the air supply system twice in a row to avoid her. Major General Yang smiled reservedly and said, Yi Qian has a very special ability. She can pull the trigger first and then shoot. What? Hearing this for the first time, the Navy commander felt that it was a little unbelievable. Everyone knew that accurate shooting required precise aiming, and then quickly pulling the trigger. How could she do the opposite? It did not conform to common sense, nor did it conform to science. When Major General Yang heard it for the first time, he thought it was unbelievable, but it was the truth. When I heard that, I was just like you. I was so shocked that I thought it was impossible. But it's true. I've seen her shoot with my own eyes. She picked up the gun in 2 seconds. Her reaction speed is beyond ordinary. Major General Yang said proudly with a deep smile on his face. She's familiar with every type of gun. She told me that as long as I hold a gun in my hand, the blueprint of the entire gun will appear in my mind. The moment I raise the gun and shoot, the blueprint will come alive. I can even feel the movement of the bullet. The big whale sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too unbelievable. What a powerful special ability. In the water, Yiqian attacked with all her strength. She focused on attacking Li Jinyan's mask, air supply, throat, and ears. Her moves were fast and ruthless. Although her skills were not as good as Li Jinyan's, she adhered to the strategy of making weapons before making people. She used everything she had learned to find opportunities to attack. At this time, Li Jinyan was completely faced with Yi Qian's strategy. He realized that the female soldier who dared to face him acted like a seasoned water ghost, not like a new recruit at all. Chapter 1298. To be able to reveal her murderous intent in such a unique underwater environment without a trace of fear, it was obvious that her mental fortitude was no worse than a veteran. He did not pull out his dagger. Every time Yi Qian attacked, he would quickly block. Moreover, he deliberately slowed down his movements so that Yi Qian could see clearly how he should defend himself when facing an attack. Yi Qian quickly realized his intentions, and his admiration for this young major grew. He and Xia Jinyuan were the same type of people. They were both willing to guide and give pointers to their comrades who fought side by side with them. They were not afraid that their opponents would become stronger and suppress them. It was precisely because they were the same type of people that Xia Jinyuan had such a high opinion of Li Jinyan. The dagger in his left hand cut horizontally with a barb, and a string of bubbles flew towards the shoulder vent valve on Li Jinyan's buoyancy control vest. Even though Li Jinyan was only defending, Yi Qian felt that it was a little difficult for her. With the mask covering her face, Yi Qian did not see Li Jinyan's satisfied smile at her every move. Even if it was just a slight twitch of his thin lips, it was like a sudden spring breeze that melted the ice on his face. When Li Jinyan didn't smile, he had the imposing aura of a towering iceberg that made people revere him. However, once his handsome face smiled, the spring breeze blew gently, and peach blossoms bloomed everywhere. Even his cold eyes seemed to be covered with 10 li of flower brocade, so handsome that it made people blush. "Are you thinking of running away?" Li Jinyan asked softly as he held Yi Qian's left hand. Unfortunately, the water and the mask blocked out their voices. Yi Qian could not hear him at all. In underwater combat, you either fight or die. There is no such thing as running away. Knowing that she could not hear what he said, Li Jinyan used his actions to tell Yi Qian that there was no other choice but to fight. Defense became offense, and the roles of the two sides changed. Underwater demons Li Jinyan directly suppressed Yi Qian and pressed him against the fishing net. At the same time, he extended his right hand and attacked Yi Qian's breathing tube. Seeing this, Yi Qian loosened her grip on the dagger in her left hand. Her right hand quickly reached out and snatched the dagger back into her own hand. Her movements were so fast that even Li Jinyan was extremely surprised. What a bold female soldier. He was already fighting her face to face, yet she still dared to let go of the dagger. Wasn't she afraid that the dagger would fall into his hands? Yi Qian had already made up his mind before he let go. After exchanging blows with Li Jinyan a few times, he had a better idea of what to do. He would only let go when he still had enough stamina. Trapped in the fishing net, Yi Qian forcefully swung her legs to raise her body slightly above the water's surface. As she blocked Li Jinyan with one hand, her sharp blade cut open the fishing net behind her as she floated to the surface. With a sidestep, she successfully broke through the fishing net and escaped Li Jinyan's fierce attack. In the water, the broken fishing net swayed gently. Yi Qian, who had escaped, did not leave. Instead, she took the initiative to attack. There was a certain degree of difficulty in moving backward, forward, and sideways. Since they were already facing each other, Yi Qian did not hesitate to choose a frontal attack. Even if her movements were limited, she had to fight to the end. Yi Qian lasted for 5 minutes. The great whale stared closely at Yi Qian's defensive moves. Even if she was forced into the fishing net, the great whale was still excited. Demon King Li's moves were all sure-kill moves, but Yi Qian was able to block them. The truth would be revealed underwater. The Navy commander nodded lightly. The admiration in his eyes deepened. To be able to last more than 5 minutes against Li Jinyan, Old Yang, you can continue to send her for training next time. Chapter 1299. I'll take your words to heart. Major General Yang laughed. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian's every counterattack. His expression was slightly serious. De Whale kept a close eye on the time while also keeping an eye on Yi Qian's defensive moves. Seeing that she didn't use any tricks and was only defending from a practical angle, De Whale heaved a sigh of relief. Every move was very practical. Whenever she found an opportunity to attack, she would immediately attack the key points without any hesitation. This female soldier was capable of great things. The obstruction of the water severely affected Yi Qian's speed. Facing Li Jinyan's attacks, Yi Qian used simple and practical moves to attack. She could only attack while defending. Li Jinyan experienced Yi Qian's speed. His eyes darkened as he no longer slowed down his attack speed. Instead, he attacked at the speed he had been training. Facing the attack of the underwater Demon King, Yi Qian's reaction was at its highest level. She even used her underwater web swimsuit to protect her mask, breathing tube, and other important parts. The two figures were entangled underwater. Strings of bubbles kept floating to the surface. Yi Qian hugged Li Jinyan's upper body tightly from the front. She trapped his hands and used her mouth to bite down on his mask's breathing tube. Fight. Fight. She could only fight. She had already used the surprise attack move. She had also used the preemptive strike move. She had also used anti-reconnaissance, using the underwater terrain and underwater obstacles to hide her whereabouts. She had used all the moves she could think of, but they were all countered by him. Since she couldn't win and had no hope of escaping, she could only fight. The two of them were glued together. Li Jinyan, who had been shaken by the strength of Yi Qian's arms, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hugged his upper body. Her legs were still wrapped around his right leg. She was like a koala bear clinging to him. Yi Qian knew that she couldn't escape, nor could she win against Li Jinyan. She might as well take him down with her. At the end of the day, it was because his professional skills were not up to standard. He had not grasped the essentials of underwater combat, which was why he was suppressed by Demon King Li with every move he made. Li Jinyan, who had one leg entangled, made an ending gesture, indicating that the fight was over. Yi Qian's breathing tube was pulled out by Li Jin, and dense bubbles immediately appeared in the water. Without oxygen, Yi Qian's face immediately turned red. The next second, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her shoulders, and the backup breathing tube was put back into the mask. The oxygen that could sustain life was once again returned to the mask. Go up. Li Jinyan made a hand gesture. Without being entangled, he swam up and down with his fins and took the lead to swim to the surface of the water. In front of the monitor screen, Big Whale was laughing so hard that his shoulders were twitching. Because his commander and the major general of the army were there, he could only force himself to hold back his laughter. At that moment, tears were welling up in his eyes. That bear hug from Yi Qian, he dared to say that Demon King Li was stunned for 3 seconds. His upper body was being hugged by her, and one of his legs was even entangled with hers. This must be the first time the single major had such intimate contact with a woman in his life. I wonder if his face is red? Haha, it's probably a little red. The major general of the army was also laughing. This little Yi, in the end, she definitely wanted to take Li Jinyan down with her. She couldn't win, and she couldn't escape, so she hugged Li Jinyan with the determination to fight to the death. What kind of move was this? Did she break the rules? The major general of the army didn't care about winning or losing. What he cared about was the rules that should be followed during training. Chapter 1300. The smile on the Navy commander's face deepened. He was also amused by Yi Qian's last bear hug. It's not against the rules, but it's not advisable. We don't recommend that frogmen perish together. As long as they can hold on, there's still a chance to counterattack, but they must fight with the determination to win. Frogmen rely on quick judgment, quick reaction, and quick action tactics. Yi Qian did all of that at the beginning. Later, when Li Jinyan counterattacked, he was able to escape from the fishing net despite the disparity in strength. More than a month of training has yielded results. The army major general's expression was a little serious. Perishing together was indeed not suitable for modern warfare, especially for a talent like Yi Qian. If he were to be sacrificed, it would be a great loss to the country. Don't bluff. Yi Qian was able to hold on for 12 minutes against Li Jinyan. That's already quite impressive. Also, this time, we're mainly testing her underwater combat results over the past month, not her overall results. The requirements can't be too high. True underwater combat is not a two-person underwater combat where the outcome is decided. Now, in the early stages of tracking frogmen, we use underwater sonar and sensors to determine the enemy's general location and direction of advance. Before the enemy enters the water, we wait for the enemy from behind or from the side. Once the enemy enters our attack range, we use underwater firearms to finish them off. Rarely do we engage in face-to-face combat. Yi Qian and Li Jinyan rushed out of the water one after the other. The Navy commander made a please gesture and left the monitoring room with the Army Major General. As the Navy commander, he was very satisfied with Yi Qian's results. She has too little time to train. A little more than a month for us frogmen is like a kindergartner who just entered school. Although she has some foundation, she's still far from being qualified. The Navy commander, who was speaking as he walked, stopped smiling. His voice was full of dignity and a hint of coldness. He said in a low voice, "Since World War II, frogmen have become a special force that the armies of various countries have attached great importance to. Our country started late, but we've invested a lot of financial and material resources into the development and training of frogmen. With the informatization of warfare, anti-frogmen operations have advanced weapons, and the probability of underwater combat is not very high. Even so, in order to improve the frogmen's survivability and anti-frogman combatability, underwater combat training is essential." Yi Qian is already not bad. She has grasped the essentials of underwater combat techniques, but she still needs to be skilled in battle tactics. You can leave her with me during the winter break this year. She'll definitely improve even more when she comes back. Major General Yang nodded slightly. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Do you think she can participate in the competition with the American Special Forces next year? By sending her to your unit for training, we did consider arranging for her to participate in the American team competition next year." He even arranged for her to go abroad to participate in such an important competition? The Navy commander couldn't hide the surprise on his face. "We do have such plans. So, even if you didn't mention sending her over for training during the winter break, I would have discussed it with you." It was noon, and the sun was so hot that it burned his skin. As the Major General walked in the sun, the golden epaulets on his shoulders shone with a cold golden light, showing the majesty of a Major General. This year's winter break and next year's summer break will be 2 months. The competition in September will take about half a year to train her. The Navy commander didn't have any objections. He had no right to interfere with the Army's arrangements. "I can cooperate with the Army's arrangements. I can let Yi Qian return to the unit for training at any time. However, her training will be interrupted. Once she starts, the hard work she will have to put in is likely to be several times that of the other frogmen." Chapter 1301. At this point, the Navy commander recalled Yi Qian's training report and chuckled. No matter how tough or difficult it is, Yi Qian will definitely be able to persevere. "I can do it here. You can make the arrangements. If there's anything you need us to do." The seawater lapped against the shore, sweeping up starfish and hermit crabs. The 2 high-ranking officers talked as they walked further and further away from the monitoring room. The whale, who did not follow them, saw the 2 officers walking towards the beach and returned to the monitoring room. "Connect to the communication on boat 0101. He did not see the situation on the Great Mermaid's side just now, so he signaled the first lieutenant to connect him. He wanted to call the Big Eel directly and ask if he had completed the mission. The Big Eel had already installed the magnetic mine on the boat, which meant that the mission of the simulated combat training had been completed. However, Yi Qian had sacrificed himself. The Great Mermaid pulled the Big Eel onto the boat and answered with a smile, "It's done." "What's the situation with Yi Qian and the Demon King?" "I parked the boat behind the reef. They can't see where they are." Yi Qian and the Demon King fought for 12 minutes. In the end, Yi Qian hugged the Demon King's upper body with both hands and wrapped his legs around the Demon King's left leg. In the end, Yi Qian lost and the Demon King won. The Great Mermaid said in a low voice. The laughter that he had suppressed with great difficulty surged up again. The handheld communication microphone was silent for a few seconds. Then, the Great Mermaid's doubtful voice came through. She asked uncertainly, I remember that the Demon King did not have any physical contact with the female soldier. No, who would dare? Only Yi Qian dared. I was stunned at that time. My eyes were fixed on the scene for a few seconds. The Demon King himself definitely did not expect Yi Qian to make such a move. Not only did he hug the Demon King, he even wrapped his legs around one of the Demon King's legs. I tried to hold back my laughter until tears came out. The Great Mermaid coughed and said to her comrade, the big eel, who had taken off his breathing mask. The Great Mermaid said that Yi Qian hugged the Demon King's upper body under the sea and wrapped his legs around the Demon King's left leg. Do you think we should consider letting Yi Qian take some responsibility? Yes, of course. The Demon King's innocence is gone. Gasping for breath, Big Eel slapped his thigh, and at the same time, his voice was full of vigor as he said, You must tell Yi Qian about this. The Demon King's innocence is gone. This is the first time I met a female soldier who dared to hug the Demon King. She even hugged him. Amazing. The Great Mermaid nodded solemnly. You're right. The Demon King's innocence is gone. I see that Yi Qian is also a very responsible female soldier. Talk to her and she should be able to take responsibility. What do you think? That's right. A man and a woman, they're quite compatible. Big Eel, what are you trying to say? If a man and a woman aren't compatible, do you think a man and a man are compatible? Li Jinyan, whose innocence had been exposed by his comrade, floated to the surface of the water. He took off his breathing mask and looked at Yi Qian expressionlessly with his cold eyes. Yi Qian, who had taken off his breathing mask, saw his expression and his gaze, which was as bright as an unsheathed sword. Her heart immediately sank. She could guess what he was going to say. His gaze inadvertently swept over Yi Qian's fingers, which had turned white from being soaked in the water. He originally wanted to criticize her severely, but he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Just then, the inflatable boat hidden behind the reef came out with a white flag. Li Jinyan, who had furrowed his brows without leaving a trace, pursed his lips and said in a low voice, Get on the boat first. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Yi Qian, who realized that she had made a mistake, gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that was stained with the smell of seawater. She nodded slightly, turned around, and swam towards the boat. Chapter 1302. Yi Qian, who was basically dead, couldn't carry out the next beach diving training, and Li Jinyan had more important things to warn Yi Qian. The two of them remained silent throughout the whole process and swam to the docked inflatable boat. Even when they got on the boat, Li Jinyan's low pressure didn't dissipate. The afternoon sun shone so brightly that it felt like they were in a steamer while wearing a rubber diving suit. The humidity from the sea hadn't dissipated when they climbed onto the boat, and sweat slowly flowed down their foreheads. The big shark gently patted Li Jinyan's shoulder and reminded him in a low voice, Don't be so serious. The big whale said that her performance in the water wasn't bad. Don't be too strict with her. After all, she's only been training with us for less than 2 months. She cleared the landing obstacles, confirmed the location of the marked mines, and completed the installation of the magnetic mines. In the end, you have to train her yourself. How can she bypass you and complete the final beach landing when there's such a big difference in strength? Jinyan, you can be strict with her, but you can't be too harsh. He was afraid that his team members would be intimidated and directly criticize Yi Qian as if he was criticizing his comrades in the team. This would make the shy female soldier feel embarrassed. Yi Qian was still boarding the boat on the other side, and the big eel happened to bend down to pull her up. It didn't notice the interaction between the big shark and Li Jinyan. When boarding the boat with diving equipment, they needed to help each other. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get up in a short time. Thank you. Yi Qian at the stern smiled and thanked the big eel. Her clear voice floated to the big shark's ears like the sound of a zither. He then said earnestly to Li Jinyan, who was wiping his breathing mask, "Later, no matter what, you have to be tactful about it, okay? No matter how outstanding Yi Qian is, she's still a female soldier, not a bunch of rough men like us." After saying that, the big shark sighed softly and said with a puzzled face, "That's not right. What did she do wrong? Why did you pull a long face when you got on the boat? I didn't even ask what she did wrong. It's been 3 minutes since I boarded the ship. You didn't even give me a second to speak." Li Jinyan, who had wiped his breathing mask clean, raised his eyebrows slightly. Under the sunlight, his three-dimensional facial features were like that of a god. The indifference in his eyes was unbreakable and filled with a fearful gaze. "Now, can I speak?" The Great Mermaid took a deep breath. "Then why do you look so strange? I'm a little embarrassed, is that okay?" Li Jinyan replied indifferently. His handsome face maintained an indifference that seemed uninterested in anything. No matter how one looked at him, they couldn't see where he was embarrassed. Hearing such an answer, the Great Mermaid choked and coughed several times. It had thought of many things, but it had never thought that, so this was the reason. In the next second, Li Jinyan said indifferently, "She did make a mistake. Mutual destruction? When did we ever teach her underwater combat? If she escaped from the fishing net, she would have had the time to pull out the underwater pistol and aim it at him, but she didn't. Faced with his approach, she had no choice but to choose the stupidest way." He was indeed a little embarrassed to be hugged by her, but more than that, he was angry that she didn't seize the opportunity to directly subdue him and chose the stupidest way in the end. "Say it all at once so that I won't feel so uneasy." The Great Mermaid turned around and looked at Yi Qian, who was tidying up his diving equipment. She couldn't help but lower her voice and say, "You didn't lose anything by being hugged. Don't look so cold as if you've lost your innocence. If you really feel that you've lost your innocence, why don't you discuss it with Yi Qian? Let her take responsibility?" Chapter 1303. In the end, it became a joke. 19 years old is a little young, but you're only 6 years older than her. It's not easy to find a female soldier in our team. You should really consider it. Faced with his comrades' teasing and undetectable seriousness, Li Jinyan cast a cold gaze. Without needing to say anything, the big mermaid shut up. The Devil King didn't like this kind of topic. Fine, he wouldn't say it if he didn't like it. But what if he didn't like this topic? Or did he not like Yi Qian? Did he not like Yi Qian? That was impossible. So far, Yi Qian was the most outstanding, and also the most beautiful female soldier they had ever seen. Look, more than a month of training didn't turn her skin into charcoal. It just turned red and peeled off, but it was still a little red, the red of sunburn. She then looks at Li Jinyan, who is standing next to her. He is tall and slender. Although he is a bit cold, his face is so handsome that every time there is a naval meeting, the female soldiers in charge of communications have to secretly make eyes at him. At least he can be a little bit more attractive. She slightly ignores his coldness that doesn't allow people to get close to him. Standing next to Yi Jian, no matter how she looks at it, she feels that they are a perfect match. Li Jinyan didn't take the big mermaid's words to heart. His gaze was so cold that it made Yi Qian feel pressured. When frogmen carry out their missions, they have to pass through various obstacles and pipes. They also have to avoid detection by various detection devices. You already have a certain foundation. Although your overall reaction is not bad, it still needs to be improved. There was no criticism at the beginning, there was even a hint of praise. Yi Qian's expression became even more tense. He felt that the Devil King's horror was still to come. When fighting underwater, unfamiliar waters and complicated water channels will bring you inconvenience, and at the same time, it will add to the psychological pressure. Yi Qian, what is the biggest difference between frogmen and land forces? Do you need me to repeat it? As his voice became colder, Yi Qian knew the main point was coming. Yi Qian straightened his back and puffed out his chest. He replied seriously, "Sir, there's no need to repeat it. Since you know, why did you make such a low-level mistake underwater? Perishing together? Did I teach you during daily training?" Li Jinyan was a very calm man. With his cold personality, even if he encountered a big problem, he rarely got emotional. It was the same when he faced with Yi Qian. He was a little angry at that time, but now he had calmed down. From his cold voice, he could tell that although he criticized Yi Qian, he wasn't emotional. Yi Qian, Yi said. Yi Qian, Yi Qian, 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 Qian's Qie, Qian, Qie, Qian, 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 Qian. Underwater firearms have the advantage of high speed and high lethality. When fired at close range, it will be difficult for the enemy to effectively dodge even if they have supernatural powers. Yi Jian, as long as we have the opportunity to draw our guns and fire, the firearms will be our priority, and the lifesaver will be our second priority. He didn't criticize Yi Qian. Instead, he pointed out his mistakes one by one so that Yi Qian would understand where he had made a mistake. The big eel and the big mermaid had already arrived at the front of the boat, leaving Li Jinyan some space so that Yi Qian wouldn't feel awkward. It took 2 hours for the basic training on the water to reach the port. Li Jinyan didn't criticize Yi Qian for too long. He knew that the female soldier was very perceptive. He pointed out her mistakes in a timely manner so that he didn't have to worry too much about her correcting them. Chapter 1304. Major General Yang of the Lu Army was already waiting at the harbor. When he saw Yi Qian, he walked up to him. "Major General." Yi Qian jumped off the boat and immediately saluted him. "Not bad, although you're a little tanned." Major General Yang smiled as he looked at Yi Jian, who would become a member of the Shuiyu Brigade's special forces in the future. A deep smile appeared in his eyes as he returned Li Jinyan's military salute. He lowered his arm and smiled at the young major who was famous for his harsh training. "Thank you for your hard work, Major Li." Li Jinyan, who was neither humble nor arrogant, replied calmly to the Major General of the army, "This is my duty, and also my responsibility. I can see the sacred qualities of a modern soldier in you, Major Li. You are worthy of being a role model for our army." Major General Yang really admired the major in front of him. He had once tried to arrange for him to join the Snowfield Brigade with Xia Jinyuan, so that he could train the Snowfield Brigade into an excellent, world-class Special Forces unit. Later, after much research, the military decided that the Navy needed to form an underwater commando team, so Li Jinyan joined the Navy and Xia Jinyuan joined the Army. Now, both of them were shining brightly in their respective units. Even if Li Jinyan didn't join the Army, Major General Yang still cherished his talent. After chatting with him for a while, he finally spoke to Yi Qian. Major General Yang smiled as he looked at the back of Yi Qian. He almost became a member of the army like Xia Jinyuan. Major General Yang turned his head and saw Yi Qian's skin peeling from the sun. The back of his neck was red. He paused for a moment and sighed. "Has it been hard for the past month?" "Even harder than the army training." Yi Qian probably didn't just peel off a layer of skin. He would get sunburned again and then get sunburned again and again. "It's mainly because I'm not familiar with it. Everything starts from scratch, so it's a bit harder than the army training." Yi Qian did not exaggerate and answered honestly, "Fortunately, I passed the first day physically and mentally. Otherwise, with Captain Li's strictness, I would have been sent back." Major General Yang laughed. "Xia Jinyuan and I didn't expect that you would be sent back by him when we sent you here. We believe that you will pass both physically and mentally. Fortunately, I didn't slack off during my training. If I were to be sent back, it would be too embarrassing." Yi Qian joked with herself. Although her body was tired, her spirit was tempered. From her bright eyes, one could see that she was full of vigor. While the Major General laughed, she said slowly, "After a week of intense training, I feel that Captain Li is satisfied with me, so I'm relieved. Hard work was definitely there. How could one become an outstanding soldier without hard work?" Major General Yang was very satisfied with Yi Jian's determination to not admit defeat, to not be afraid of tiring or suffering. "We've postponed your registration at the military academy to September 2nd. You can skip the military training that has already started. I will ask Xia Jinyuan to pick you up. Go home and get your acceptance letter. You can complete your registration on September 2nd. All new students in the National University of Science and Technology had to undergo military training. They went through the registration process about 2 weeks earlier than other universities and completed their first military training. They called it experiencing military school life. For other new students, it was a chance to experience military school life. For Yi Qian, it was a small matter. She would gain more if she stayed with the Navy for half a month. Chapter 1305. Knowing that Xia Jinyuan would come to pick her up, Yi Qian, who had sent Major General Yang away, was looking forward to it for the first time. She wanted that day to come sooner and see Xia Jinyuan, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. During the 3-day holiday, Yi Qian completed the last of the beach diving training. On the evening of the 3rd day, she left the port on a patrol boat and headed to another sea area to complete the last 10 days of combat diving training. The last 10 days of training brought Yi Qian back to the days when she first joined the team. She didn't have more than 5 hours of rest every day before she had to start the special operations training. The end of August at the port was finally not as hot as it was from July to mid-August. Although the sun was still bright, the heat seemed to have decreased a lot. Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing an army training uniform, was accompanied by Desha. They chatted as they walked towards the sea helicopter base. He, who was sent to pick up Yi Qian, arrived at the port on August 28 at 10 a.m. sharp and took a flight to Hongkou City in the southern province at 2 p.m. Time was a little tight. The flight arrived in Hongkou City in the afternoon and they had to take a car back to Shuku village in the afternoon. They would rest for 2 days on August 29th and 30th, then rush to the National University of Science and Technology on August 31st and report before September 2nd. Xia Jinyuan had trained with Xia Jinyuan for more than half a year, so he didn't need to be polite when talking with Xia Jinyuan. He said casually, "It's a pity that the time is a little short. The training plan for our Special Operations Combat Crew is 10 weeks, but Yi Jian only has 2 weeks. She has to complete a high-altitude parachuting course, an obstacle blasting course, and a long-range operations safety course. The 3 courses only have 4 days of training. In Demon King Li's words, it's fast-paced training. Let her remember it first, and then she'll have more in-depth training when she comes back from the winter break." Xia Jinyuan, whose steps were light, was about to see the girl he loved very soon. His thin lips held a faint smile, and his delicate eyes were gentle. "Although it's fast-paced training, I believe that with Yi Qian's ability to accept it, she won't let your efforts go to waste." Little Fox was smart. She would definitely have the results of 8 days of training in 4 days. He was indeed one of them. He trusted Yi Qian so much that even if he didn't see her training, he didn't doubt her at all. This kind of trust wasn't formed in a day or two. It was formed when they had been together day and night, and even fought side by side. Up until now, although Yi Qian had trained with the Storm Commandos for almost 2 months, she hadn't built an unbreakable trust with them. That's true. In the words of our commander, Yi Jian is like a sponge. She seems to be in a saturated state, but in the blink of an eye, she can absorb new knowledge. His ability to act and execute is outstanding. Although they did not establish an unbreakable trust, the Big Mermaid's admiration for Yi Jian was not just a day or two. The more time they spent together, the more she could feel the power hidden in Yi Jian. Thinking that she was going to leave in the afternoon, the Big Mermaid, who was reluctant to part with her, suddenly said, "We are all reluctant to let Yi Jian leave. We are considering whether we should coax Demon King Li to pursue Yi Jian." After saying that, he laughed out loud. "Major Xia, isn't it a bit unkind of me to say this now?" "A little unkind?" Xia Jinyuan looked at the laughing water ghost and said with a faint smile, "You want to poach Yi Qian in front of me? Desha, you're not being a little unkind, are you?" Actually, what Xia Jinyuan wanted to say the most was, "How dare you steal my girlfriend? You must be itching for a beating." Chapter 1306. He was trying to steal his girlfriend right in front of him and was even accused of trying to steal her. As a normal man, it would be strange if he could hold himself back. However, as a soldier, Major Xia was much more tolerant than a normal man. Before the enemy was clear, even if he was laughing coldly in his heart, that elegant and handsome face of his remained indifferent. Even his smile maintained the innate nobility of the Xia family, not revealing the slightest bit of emotion. "Your team doesn't recruit female soldiers." No matter how outstanding Yi Qian is, she can only watch. Major Xia sighed, as if he really felt sorry for the water ghosts of the storm commandos. What a pity! If she stays, I dare say that she will not be worse than Demon King Li. They wanted to bring the little fox and Demon King Li together. This group of water ghosts harbored ulterior motives and wanted to make a move. He wanted to compete with them to see which water ghost had thicker skin and needed to be taught a lesson. The water ghosts were not afraid of getting together, but they needed to find out Demon King Li's attitude. The big shark did not sense anything wrong with Xia Jinyuan, nor did she hear that Xia Jinyuan was baiting the enemy step by step. She wanted to know what was going on, especially Li Jinyan's attitude. There's no choice. The frogman units of the Lindong, Linchuan, and Nanguang military regions can recruit female soldiers. If these 3 military regions know that Yi Qian graduated from the military academy, Major Xia, I'll remind your team in advance. There's a 90% chance that they will try to steal her from you. The big shark sighed, lamenting that they could not keep Yi Qian. We want to steal her, but the policies and regulations are there. Even if we want to steal her, we can only think about it. It's impossible. Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. It was because he knew that the Storm Amphibious Frogman Commandos did not recruit female soldiers that he and Major General Lu sent Little Fox over. There was no choice. They had to be on guard. Little Fox was a female soldier, but she was far better than a male soldier. In addition, she had more than 5 years of Special Forces training and had some experience in land battles. In addition, she was excellent in all aspects. As a major general, he had to be on guard. As a boyfriend, he was naturally happy that his girlfriend was so outstanding. But there were also times when he was worried. He didn't feel good about being poached. Xia Jinyuan had absolute faith in Yi Qian. He had known her for 5 years and had pursued her for 4 years before finally succeeding. The strong-willed little fox wasn't a fickle person. As she trained with Li Jinyan, she wasn't worried that her girlfriend would leave with someone else. Xia Jinyuan, on the other hand, was already mentally prepared for the fact that someone was trying to steal his girlfriend. Little Fox was outstanding, and there was no shortage of outstanding men in the military. It was only natural that they would take a fancy to an outstanding little fox. Otherwise, why would he try his best to clear his name in advance and become her boyfriend before she entered the military academy? He was already mentally prepared for this, but he didn't expect that someone would be so impatient to try to steal him from the corner. Major Xia gritted his teeth a little too hard. He continued to lure the enemy without batting an eyelid and slowly smiled. This is a good rule. If there wasn't such a rule, I would have to consider whether to send Yi Qian to your unit. That one sentence made the big merman want to vomit blood. His sharp eyes, which were contrasted by his dark skin, glared at Major Xia, who was as elegant and dignified as a civilian in the military. The big merman thumped his chest a few times. Major Xia, you're purposely trying to piss us off. So you've been guarding against us since the beginning. You didn't even send him to the other military districts and chose our Storm Brigade. Major Xia, you're too cunning. Chapter 1307. Why would I do that on purpose? I'm just telling you the truth. Xia Jinyuan put on a lecturing hat, looking elegant and noble. I can't possibly do all the work for them. I still have to be careful. Luckily, your team has a rule against recruiting female soldiers. Otherwise, I might not be able to successfully bring Yi Qian back to the army. Also, you guys are quite unkind. Not only do you want her to stay, you even want Demon King Li to give himself to you. Taking advantage of the situation, Major Xia said earnestly, Great Mermaid, treating people with your looks is not a long-term solution. Great Mermaid took a deep breath, then took another deep breath. She forced a smile and replied warmly, Major Xia, please don't misunderstand. We were just joking in private. It has nothing to do with Captain Li. He doesn't even know what we're thinking. Treating people with sex is not a long-term solution? Major Xia, you're vicious. If Demon King Li found out that you wanted him to sacrifice himself, wouldn't he train himself to death? The smile on Major Xia's face deepened as he nodded. Then, as if he had suddenly realized something, he laughed. You guys? Li Jinyan hasn't said anything, Yet you guys dare to speak nonsense. You're quite bold. Unmarried man and unmarried woman. Captain Li is not bad, and Yi Qian is not bad. If they really become a couple, don't you think it'll be a good story? Great Mermaid had no idea that she had just escaped from Demon King Li and was now being targeted by Xia Jinyuan. She fearlessly expressed her true thoughts. You don't know how compatible they are when they get together. Yi Qian is so outstanding. There aren't many men who are good enough for her. Our Captain Li is one of them. As the vice captain and ideological counselor, Great Mermaid always felt that she had the obligation to solve Demon King Li's marriage. He was already a 26-year-old man. In 4 years' time, he would be 30. How could he not have a partner? Xia Jinyuan secretly clenched his fists and raised his hand to look at the time. It was still early. He then raised his eyes and pointed at the beach in front of him. He said politely, "It's still early. Why don't we go to the beach and learn from each other? Let's see if you've improved compared to back then. Back then, the few of you fought with me and Li Jinyan. You lost so much that you roared angrily at the sea in the middle of the night. You threatened that one day you would avenge your humiliation. Since it's still early, let's fight. Sparring until you can't even speak." As a Special Forces soldier and the Q King of the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan was extremely good at hiding his emotions. Even De Xia, the instructor of the Storm Commandos, couldn't see through his expression. Every sentence was said calmly and tirelessly. The Great Mermaid did not realize that she had unknowingly offended Xia Jinyuan. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed in his training uniform, and laughed. "Major Xia, you seem to have come prepared. You didn't even wear your regular uniform to visit our unit. You came in your training uniform." "I came out in a hurry and didn't change. Now it's convenient." "That's good. Let's go, Major Xia." The sparring started at 10:10 a.m. and ended at 10:25 a.m. The side of Great Mermaid's face was pressed against the sand. His hands were clasped behind his back. He felt that his facial features were about to be squashed and his eyeballs were about to pop out. Xia Jinyuan sat directly on Great Mermaid's waist. His long arms locked Great Mermaid's arms and pulled him up. At the same time, he pressed his elbows on the back of Great Mermaid's neck so that he couldn't move. With a slight smile and the sea breeze, he said, "You've improved a little. It used to take 10 minutes. Now it's 15 minutes. Chapter 1308. With sand in his mouth, the Great Merman grunted twice, signaling for the other party to let go of his hand so that he could speak. Ruthless, too ruthless. He had been stomped twice on the chest and punched in the mouth. Blood was flowing out, and now he was being held down. Was he out of his mind? He agreed to spar with Xia Jinyuan, who was on par with Demon King Li. They were clearly talking about Yi Qian and Demon King Li. How did it end up with him sparring with Xia Jinyuan? Of course, Xia Jinyuan wouldn't tell him why he let go during the sparring. He pulled the Great Merman up and said guiltily, "I didn't control my strength. I'm sorry, brother." The Great Merman, whose mouth was red and swollen, gently touched his wound. He waved his hand disapprovingly and said, "I admit defeat. However, Major Xia, you were a little ruthless. Why do I feel like you deliberately hit my mouth? Is it painful? Let me take a look." Xia Jinyuan's expression was serious. He hurried over to show his concern for his comrade. It was a little intentional, but in the end he really wanted to spar. The Great Merman, who didn't see through Xia Jinyuan's cunning nature, felt that he was overthinking. He added, "You hit my face the moment you came up. Major Xia, I'm not as good-looking as you. If you ruin my face and I can't get a wife, you'll have to take responsibility." He was able to be doted on by his father since he was young. Other than his sweet mouth, his IQ and EQ were both extremely high. He had been fighting with others since he was young. He knew that he was in the wrong first, but in the end he could still portray himself as the victim, making his father and mother feel sorry for him. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't dare to go against his son, for fear that he would be tricked. Major Xia, who had loosened his bones, felt much better. He replied seriously, Of course. When the time comes, I'll bring over a communication company of female soldiers from the army. You guys can pair up yourselves." As he spoke, his expression gradually became more serious, and even the deep smile in his voice became much colder. "Great Mermaid, we're going to complete a competition with a certain American Special Forces next year. You guys need to hurry up on the ground battle. Did Demon King Lee come up with any detailed training plans? We don't have much time, so we need to make the best use of our tactics and skills." The situation of the enemy had been investigated clearly, and it had nothing to do with Li Jinyan. It was purely his comrades who were worrying for nothing. Now that the competition was over, he felt much better. It was time to change the topic and put the Big Mermaid's attention back to the business at hand. Being a fox, Major Xia was an all-round soldier king. He was not someone to be trifled with. Since the sparring session was over, there was no need to mention it again, in case the Big Mermaid realized that his motive for sparring was not pure. As soon as the topic changed, the Big Mermaid naturally followed suit. The corners of its mouth twitched a little, but other than the slight pain, there wasn't much of a problem. Dusting off the fine sand on his body, he began to discuss with Xia Jinyuan. "I have a plan. First, we will finish the competition, then focus on attacking the weak points. Major Xia, your special forces are a little mysterious. Even the Demon King doesn't know how deep your background is. When the competition is over, both of our teams will have to bring out their best skills. We'll combine the strengths of each team and eliminate our weaknesses. Only then will we have a better chance of winning when we go overseas in the future." Xia Jinyuan was no longer sentimental. With a sharp look on his handsome face, he nodded and said, "My plan is the same as the Demon King's. First, we'll compete with you guys and find out our own problems. Then, we'll combine the strengths of the American Special Forces and formulate a targeted training plan." Chapter 1309. A second ago, they were still fighting with their fists, and the next second, they were standing side by side, planning and discussing next year's match with the US. From the beach back to the cement road leading to the port, the conversation between the two was serious and profound, and from time to time, a few professional combat terms would pop up. Xia Jinyuan's slightly restrained voice contained the hidden coldness of a sword. He looked ahead and said slowly, "In May this year, we will start to learn 30 types of advanced individual training courses. Currently, our team is nearing the end of the sea-level escape course. We will be able to complete 30 types of advanced individual training courses before the National Day celebration. After training for so long, I also want to see how much I have learned. A match with you guys is undoubtedly the best choice." As a Special Forces soldier, as long as he was in the team, there was no limit to the skills he could learn. The 30 types of advanced individual training courses were compulsory for every Special Forces soldier in the Snowfield Brigade. From the Survival/Evasion/Resistance/Escape course to the Sea-Level Escape course, there were also the Operations and Intelligence courses. These courses to improve personal combat ability were required for all Special Forces soldiers in the Snowfield Brigade to familiarize themselves with. Hearing this, Big Shark's gaze fell on the young major beside her. She asked uncertainly, "Completed 30 types of advanced individual training? The whole team? Or just a few?" "The whole team, no one is left behind. Everyone must pass." Xia Jinyuan answered with a smile. His elegant and handsome eyes were fearless under the sunlight, as if they could split open layers of cold light. His steps were steady and majestic like the mountains and seas. "As for Yi Qian, I'll leave him to you guys. He will lay a good foundation for the future and strive not to be eliminated." Why did Xia Jinyuan want to spur Yi Qian to speed up the pace of training? It was so that once she entered the Snowfield Brigade, she could directly skip the basic training and learn the advanced training courses. As a Triphibian Special Forces soldier, he could fly a fighter in the sky, drive a tank on the ground, and fight in the sea without hesitation. Xia Jinyuan was able to become an all-around ace soldier, not because of connections or words, but completely because of his personal strength to become the captain of the Snowfield Brigade. He was even younger than the rest of the team. Yi Qian followed in Xia Jinyuan's footsteps and grew up with him as his goal. His direction was completely correct. "You're training Yi Qian to be an all-round Special Forces soldier. You're being so harsh on her now so that she won't fall behind too much when she joins your team in the future. She'll be able to catch up with all her comrades. Big Shark wasn't too surprised about Yi Qian's whereabouts. He had discussed it with Li Jinyan before, and he could vaguely guess the army's arrangement for Yi Qian. He admired Xia Jinyuan more than anything else. Xia Jinyuan had taken his comrades to complete more than 30 types of advanced individual training courses in less than 5 weeks. His training was even more demanding than Devil King Li's. The young military academy student from back then had now reached a height that countless soldiers looked up to. As he grew older and matured day by day, the young military academy student had already become an indomitable soldier who could carry the burden on his shoulders. When he spoke again, Big Shark's voice was full of admiration. No matter if it was before or now, you're a role model for us to learn from. The Devil King has mentioned to us many times that if the army has more soldiers like Major Xia, it would be a country's fortune. How amazing would it be to be a country's fortune?